What's good, y'all? What's freaking good, man? What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Yeah, man. Oh, let me see. We want to test out this. Let me put my chat over here. Got your pad and pen, man. Nah, you need a laptop, Jack. 76 pages today, man. Got your tour pack yesterday. What's your team builder question? Grand Rising. The deep dive is 76 pages. The video, I don't know how long the video is, probably about 4 or 5 minutes. But the deep dive itself, the campus notes, where the real juice is at, is 76 pages. We need halftime interviews in the next season game. Yeah. So what's up? 76 is crazy, yeah. I think last year it was 80, wasn't it? Am I not at work? No, I already did my work. Yeah, I already did my work, man. I appreciate the concern. The concern there, Bob. Wow. Sea dive. Yeah. Hey, this that real deep dive. If you get what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? This that deep dive. When she tell you deeper, this what she talking about. Go Buckeyes. Oh man. Another Ohio State fan off in here. Yeah, man, hit the like button, dude. It's 100 folks in here. We should already have 100 likes, man. I'm finna read through all 76 pages for y'all, bro. Come on, man. Don't be a freaking Poindexter. Hit the dang like button. I'm gonna tell people you beat off to the blue Teletubby. Come on, man. Wow. What's wrong with the Buckeyes? What you mean? I'm a Longhorn fan. That's what's wrong with the Buckeyes. It's my job, man. It's my duty to y'all. You know what I'm saying? And to myself. I want to know. I want to read all 76 pages. I'm not one of them to just pop on an Eric Rayweather video and have people summarize. You know what I'm saying? No, that ain't nothing against Eric. I told Eric I can read half of the pages and he can read the other half. He liked it, but he didn't say nothing back. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to. That sea dive. Wow. Hey. Yeah. All right. while we wait on them to start, man, I've been watching a lot of I'm a comedy guy. All right. I'm a comedy guy. I love stand-up comedy. I love comedy shows, comedy, everything. I love to laugh. My question to y'all, I wanted to pose a question. Who is your favorite? I'm gonna say, what comedian go the hardest? And I'm gonna tell y'all mine. Okay, mine is Dave Chappelle. Like I've been watching his comedy forever, and like his comedy has evolved so much, bro. Chappelle go hard. Fluffy pretty funny. Fluffy is funny. I like Fluffy, but Chappelle is goated, dog. I don't know comedic. Cat Williams, Gabriel, Drewski. Well, I don't think Drewski qualifies as a comedic. Does he? Kevin Hart, Al Shadiq, Ali. Comedian, yes. Look, that's the word I was looking for, Dane. I'm over like a comedic. What the hell is the damn word? It's a comedic, bro. I'm tripping early. A comedian. That's the damn word. Shit. I'm tripping, man. Chris Rock, Mike Epps, modern day comedian for sure. Bro, I'm kind of astonished that none of y'all. Arnez J. My dad, that was one of my dad's favorite. Was Arnez J. Dave Chappelle and then Kevin Hart. Man, I can't believe that only me and another person said Dave Chappelle, bro. Bernie Mac. Arnez J. Ali. I'm about to check out Ali. I'm seeing a lot of people saying Ali. What's up, Wilson? If the game don't have breaks. Bill Burr. Corey Holcomb. Ari Spears do really good impersonations, man. I'm gonna tell you another funny one is hold on, let me refresh this. Yeah, we still 22 minutes. We still good. $21 minutes now. Eddie Murphy, Earthquake. Yo, man, I was sitting there watching like all of Chappelle's stuff, dude. Freaking hilarious. And then like now it's like I mean like his comedy stuff is not to me like a laugh out loud kind of deal now. Like I don't be just sitting there holding my stomach laughing. Like it's more like an internal laugh. Like bro, yeah, that junk right there funny, man. And it's weird, like if you've ever like seen somebody in person laughing, like or watching a comedian in person, it's different, man. It's different than watching that junk on TV, man. I implore all y'all, if y'all get the chance to go check out some guys in person, go check some guys out in person. Bruce. His comedy is now more commentary. It's hilarious though. Like he's transitioned to storytelling kind of deal, but he kind of already had that in his bag. But it's freaking funny. No, I'm not saying like movies, Hornets fan. I'm talking like on the stage, mano y mano, one with the people, comedian. You know what I'm saying? Some guys are funny in movies. Now, if we talking about movies, Kevin Hart's hilarious in movies. His stand-ups is straight too. Kevin Hart is an all-around funny guy. Matt Rife, yeah. Theo Von, I don't know, man. Who's the guy that plays in Tires? What's the Jungle Baby? What's up? Martin Lawrence. Yeah, Mike Epps funny in movies. Who is the guy? What's his name? He plays in Tires. White guy. Shane Gills. There we go. Yeah. Shane Gills, his Trump impersonation is hilarious. Bernie, yeah. Bernie, Richard Pryor. Oh, I'm gonna put y'all up on something, man. If y'all ever get a chance, go check out this dude named Pat with dreads. Like the whole group, they do like Kev on stage and them. All of them will be in a group. I'll pull it up here, man. Well, we got time. I'm not gonna play it, but I'm gonna show you their videos if I can find it. All Deaf Media. Hilarious, dude. Sir! Ari Spears popping up. Tell him, man, YouTube be listening to you. Kev Nem funny, dude. Kev Nem funny. Hey, right here, man. Real Bros of Sim Valley, dog. You talk about funny, man. You talk about funny. When he had beef with that dude's kid, man, that junk is funny. All Deaf. These guys, man, freaking hilarious. Great taste. When they talking about great words, like all of that mess is funny. Roast Me is hilarious. And then they got a court show that they be doing too. That's just, dude, like that mess right here, man. All of that stuff, I'll sit and watch for hours, man. Them dudes right there are funny for real. What I'm most excited about the deep dive? I don't know what's in it. You know what I'm saying? Said the Entertainer. Yup. All Dev Digital. Yeah, man. Kev more silly than funny. Nah, dog. Like, they can't. If you see like his shows, funny, man. Cause he got that church background in him, and he be in his shows and stuff. That mess be funny. That mess right there is hilarious, Bob. I need to test this out to make sure the audio works. Make sure my desktop audio is working. Hold on.
All your groceries with DoorDash.
Yo. Okay, yeah, it's working. Gotta make sure the desktop audio's working there, Bob. Let's see what this deep dive talking about. Dynasty. You hope it explained what field corner and Jordan, do you watch my videos, buddy? Field corner and boundary corner. So basically, let's say if the ball is on the right hash mark, okay, and I'm talking about from looking from the back of the offense. So I'm put like this: your field corner plays to the field, plays to the wide part of the field. Your boundary corner plays to the small side of the field. So if the ball is on the right hash, I'm the offense, and the ball is on the right hash, okay. The field corner is going to play to that small part of the field. I mean, the boundary corner is going to play to that small part of the field. Your field corner is going to play to the wide side of the field. So a ball on the right hash, looking from the back of the offense, the field corner is going to be on the left. The boundary corner is going to be on the right. That's what a field and boundary corner is. Your boundary corner is more of your run support type corner. He's probably good in zone. He's not a bad corner, don't get me wrong, but your field corner is going to be your most athletic corner. Probably really good in man, since a lot of teams will, if they're on the boundary, they'll go a one-on-one situation to the field to give their speedy guys some space. How long did I play Dynasty with one team? The longest I played a Dynasty with one team was Texas. And I don't remember how many seasons. I got lost. I never reached the cap of 30. I'll put it like that, though. Smash the like button, man. Stop being a point Dexter, bro. How many likes we have right now? 96, and it's 280 in here, man. Come on, man. Help a brother out. I'm fiending for them likes, man. I'll do something strange for a little piece of change. And you know they're going to make them holler for $1. One girl said she was going to suck my from the back. I ain't never had that ever happen to me. I'm trying to get to see what that be like, man. Little. You ready? You can't decide your dynasty for 26? Boy, stop lying. You know you're going to play with North Carolina. You know you're going to play with one of them North Carolina teams. You better. All that. How did the SMU dynasty turn out? SMU dynasty was lit. We ended up winning the Natty. I think I ended up winning a national championship with them. Like, that was a fun. Actually, no. The SMU dynasty was the one that I spent the most years in. What did you just click into? Welcome to the best college football live stream content creator you've ever met, man. We do a little bit of everything in here. You could have walked in on big booty Latinas. You could have walked in on liver mush, some freaking liver mush. Or like, apparently there's so many North Carolina people from North Carolina in the chat every day, every freaking day, talking about how amazing liver mush is. You could have walked in to some X's and O's, some breakdowns, some schemes. You know what I'm saying? Some 3-3-5 tights, getting your DNs inside to flush everybody outside to a more athletic linebacker group. We literally do a little bit of everything in here. Or you could have walked into some stir. Grab me that school teacher, but sir, she has to teach our little kids. I got a lesson for her. Sir! Because school teachers nowadays, so good looking. I was fortunate. I had some good looking teachers. But I've heard the majority of y'all have had booger monsters. Y'all have had gorilla humpers. You know what I'm saying? Y'all have had big back butch built body bitches. You know what I'm saying? For teachers. That's what y'all have had. Me on the other hand, y'all, I've been through the story. The people on the channel know the story of some of the teachers I've had. If my local store has liver mush, bro, Walmart ain't got liver mush, man. Walmart don't have liver mush. There's no liver. I don't think they sell that in Texas. I don't think they sell that in Texas. Let me see, man. Nope. Yeah, Walmart don't even carry liver mush. Where do you buy it at? A mom and pop shop? Don't get me started on that, man. From New Mexico, Ohio. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Burns. It's a weapon of mass destruction. I know they be tearing y'all stomachs up. Yeah, that's a Carolina thing, man. That's a East Coast thing, bro. Yeah, Jay Money said on the back road. Yeah, you got some sweaty old crackhead selling liver mush and it ain't nothing but doo-doo pies with rice in it and y'all buying it up. The hell is liver mush? Dre, it looked like somebody got some spam, burnt it, and Halloween came in and dressed up like a sausage patty. That's what it looked like. It looked like wet cardboard. That's what it looked like. Yeah, man, I'll try it for the people, man. I'll try it for the people. The worse you go is spam. See, but spam, when you cook spam, it go pretty hard. They call it liver pudding. That made me nauseous. I almost threw up on stream. Liver pudding, yeah, that sounds like somebody was bored and they had a bunch of pig livers around and they was like, hey, I want some of that liver pudding. Fried gizzards? I never had fried gizzards. You never heard of liver mush and you live on the same coast? Feed the freshman the liver mush? I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. Do I play fantasy football? Not recent. Spam is worse than liver mush. What? You crazy as hell if you think spam is worse than liver mush. Wilson, I swear, bro. Every day you get in this chat, you coming with some bull. Spam worse than liver mush. Now, I ain't saying spam is the end all be all. By no means. It's not up there on my list. But it's still good. Spam, I will give spam that. Spam is good when it's fried. But I don't know, man. I think that's blasphemous. We got 5 minutes to go, man. Ryan Day and the Ohio State Buckeyes ready to run us out the tunnel. Chicken livers in the South. 5 minutes to go, man. Liver mush. Have I tried hog head cheese? I have not. It sounds disgusting. Hog head cheese? It's like, what is it? Hog brains? Fried spam and eggs? Liver much like a dirty, dried up sponge. Yeah, man. Like, you know when they get into them hoarders' house on TLC and Hulu and they be cleaning up them hoarders' houses? They be all dirty. Like Asmongold, his house is filthy. And they find that sponge in the sink. They got all that mold and dirt and roach shit on it. That's what liver mush look like. Y'all hit the nail on the head right there. You definitely right. That's exactly what liver mush look like. So no new positions in Road to Glory? No. New archetypes? No new positions. Cousin ate monkey brain when he was in the army? Man, you in the army, you can do what you want. I'm not going to say nothing. That hog head cheese sprayed on your cracker? Yeah, but y'all ain't telling me what it is. Have I tried raccoon? I haven't, but my dad has. My dad from Mississippi, they used to eat raccoon. They used to eat possum. They ate everything in the sip. They ain't eat no dang liver much, though. Gator bites. Expect bottom of the barrel from EA every time? Nah, what are you talking about? What do you mean by that? I think they're doing a great job with college football. Madden, on the other hand, I don't know. Am I doing a Road to Glory series? I might this year, man. I got time on my hand. The biggest request has been like a subscriber Dynasty, but I'm still on the fence about that. Hoghead cheese is side meat. Oxtail, I'm going to tell you, Burns, oxtail it tastes like pot roast to me, man. It tastes like a fattier pot roast. And it's good, don't get me wrong, but I don't think oxtail is really oxtail. I think it's cowtail. Because, bro, when have you ever seen a field full of ox? But oxtail is all over the place. Like we don't have that many ox in the state of Texas even. I think they just taking regular cow tails and they cooking it and calling it oxtails. I don't think it's really made from ox. I think it's just cows, which that's not a problem. But you know, they call it oxtail so they can charge you more for it because you think that it's rare and it's not. And it's very plentiful. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate the dono. Y'all gotta send the money to the Cash App, bro. Did I not? I didn't put that in the chat. Donations to the Cash App, man. I'm gonna put that. Cause YouTube be taking money, bro. YouTube be taking money. Oxtail definitely from cows. Yeah, man. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why do they call it ox? An ox is a specific breed of cattle. You know what I'm saying? Lamb do go hard. I never had bison. I never had bison. All right, premiere finna happen, guys. Buckle your seatbelts. Tell your wife to leave the room. Tell the kids to go outside and play. Because the dads are at work. And it might be some females. Favor is a female. I didn't know that. She was like, what's up, Aunt? I was like, shit, what's up, nephew? You know, because I'm thinking it's all guys on the channel. She was like, niece, but it's cool. I'm like, oh, snap. So when y'all see Favor in the chat, Favora is a female, man. I dig that. Female that's in the gaming in college football? What? I wouldn't share my PS5 with my wife. But y'all get the fit. Smash the like button if you in here, man. Like, for real, dude. Y'all already in the chat. That mean you got a YouTube account. Hit the like button. It's free, man. If you ain't subscribed, subscribe. All right, here. Oh, we got the countdown, bro. We got the countdown. Let me maximize this window here, Bob. So here's what's going on. What's up, Lundy? I don't even know where I'd be able to buy some bison. We're going to watch the trailer. All right. And then we're going to go over to the website and we're going to read all 76 pages of the campus huddle. That's what I'm telling you. If I'm sitting here story time, Papa Beaver story time with y'all jabronis, least you can do is hit the damn like button, man. I'm going to throw a jab at the equipment guys. It'd been funny if Williams right here was wearing a one leg sleeve. And then you know what I'm saying? I'm just messing with y'all. I'm messing with the equipment guys. For them, I would be pissed. If Buddy's sitting here with a one leg sleeve on the cover of the game and they don't have it in the game. Ryan Day got his hat in the game. Look, this boy right here, man, like he ain't the cover. I should have been the cover athlete. What am I smacking on now? I got some of the trolley sour bite crawlers, Bob. Castrated male cattle equals an ox. Really? But that's what I'm saying. It ain't, 76 pages. Yeah. Buckle your seatbelts. Castrated bulls? That's how you make an ox? I didn't know that. Are you serious? Favor, y'all was just talking about you, Favor. I told people that you was like, what's up? I was like, what's up, nephew? And you was like, it's really niece. And I was like, oh, my bad. I didn't know that Favor was a female. Nah, it ain't came in yet. My cheerwine ain't came in yet. I'm excited to try that, though. That's probably actually delicious. Not freaking liver mush. We'll get dynamic crowds. We already got dynamic crowds. That's already in the game. The crowd size changed based on how you playing. What, Burns? Why you say that? Dynasty? Oh, we got 2 minutes, man. Y'all see the countdown. Y'all know what it is. Repping the girls in sports. Favor, that's dope. Refresh? No. The stream is behind. For me, it says 143. It's behind for y'all. It's streamer lag. It's pronounced Sherwine. What? Well, it's not spelled like share. Okay, Sherwine. Wow. Not in 25? What do you mean? Crowd size change based on... No, if your team suck and you ain't winning games, your stands are going to be empty. If you're a winning program, then yeah, you're going to have people in the stands. If you play one of them smaller schools, y'all would see that more often. Still trying to play me? Man, you can hold your breath on that. I don't like playing people. Man. That's why we debating so bad about online Dynasty. I don't like playing people online. Now, if we was in here in the same game room, yeah. I don't know, man. Did I pre-order college football? Not yet. Might be talking about crowd size changing during blowout games. That's dynamic crowds. What do you mean? That's exactly what dynamic crowds are. Crowds that change during the game and throughout the season. It's going good. It's going good. Y'all hit the like button. We getting ready to start. Do I drink root beer? I love root beer, man. Root beer is awesome. If you don't like root beer, something wrong with you.
Hey everybody, it's Kirk Herbstreit. Improvements to Dynasty and EA Sports College Football 26 are focused around adding authenticity to every Dynasty run, while also delivering on community feedback. For the first time ever, you can start your Dynasty by stepping into the role of one of over 300 authentic college football coaches. To ensure each coach and coordinator's authentic styles are highlighted, we completely rebalanced archetypes and abilities and enhanced playbooks with over 2,800 new plays. So when you battle a CEO like Kirby Smart one week and a program builder like Lane Kiffin the next, you truly feel the difference on the football field. This new depth also offers more options when creating your own coach, giving you more control over the path you ultimately take.
Yes, sir.
A new progression curve offers early career momentum with more sustained growth across a new level cap up to 100.
Yeah.
Of course, no coach excels at everything, so hire coordinators who complement your strengths or shore up your weaknesses. And make sure to leverage your staff's active archetype perk to really accelerate your progression. Updates to how coaching archetypes are unlocked, balanced, and expanded make each coaching path even more strategic and distinct. All three base archetypes now require a minimum coach level to unlock, promoting focused early investment and making your initial archetype choice more meaningful.
Yeah.
New scaling archetype costs encourage more intentional choices as you progress. Now, advancing within your specialty, like moving from recruiter to elite recruiter, is more affordable than a path that requires learning a new skill set.
Oh, that's dope. I like
Preserve your Dynasty legacy with the all-new Trophy Room. Showcase every trophy, title, and individual award won throughout your coaching journey, and look ahead at what coveted hardware you still need to strive for. The new college football history feature serves as a college football history book and lets you compare your program to the all-time greats, adding a new dimension of legacy building to Dynasty.
That's cool.
We've revamped the transfer portal to create more realistic player movement, especially among the 4- and 5-star players. Now, from 2,000 up to 3,500 athletes can enter the portal each season, giving you fresh ways to build your roster year after year. New dynamic deal breakers are player expectations that evolve with their talent. That 3-star freshman who is happy with average facilities, if he's an All-American by junior year, he might be looking for top-tier amenities. And whether it's listed as a deal breaker or not, your most talented players may still demand playing time. Some coach abilities can impact dynamic deal breakers, providing strategic recruiting advantages. New dynamic dev traits have a bigger impact on player growth, along with more abilities across 59 total player archetypes for better variety among athletes. And skill group levels increased from 10 to 20, so progression feels more gradual and realistic. Recruiting visits now involve location-based costs. So the further a prospect lives from your campus, the more recruiting hours a visit costs.
That's dope.
This simulates an authentic recruiting challenge faced by smaller programs who must focus locally, while powerhouses can recruit nationally. New recruiting battles create high-stakes showdowns when multiple schools are neck and neck for a coveted recruit.
Yeah.
And team needs are now front and center on your prospect list, so you always know exactly where to focus your efforts. When it comes to wear and tear, every player now has a seasonal health pool that depletes as they recover. And once it's empty, they can't bounce back until the offseason.
Oh,
New
dang.
auto subs incorporate different wear and tear strategies, allowing you to customize substitution thresholds and better manage your team's long-term usage. Within custom conferences, the new protected opponents option ensures certain annual matchups, regardless of divisional changes. Preserve key rivalries like Michigan versus Ohio State every year with this feature.
That's
up
cool,
to
so
2
you can actually
protected
set it
opponents
up.
per team. New formation subs provide flexibility to assign players to specific alignments, adding ways to strategically exploit opponent team weaknesses. Take advantage of new position archetypes with up to 50 subs per team, with packages that persist season to season.
Emmanuel, you out
With
there. if you
crossplay
saying
in
that.
Dynasty, build your college football empire with friends on any platform. Use the enhanced player hub and new members tab to effortlessly manage your Dynasty and stay connected. Pre-order the MVP bundle. Includes both EA Sports College Football 26 and Madden NFL 26 for Xbox Series XS and PlayStation 5.
All right. So now let us go back and break down, because there's a lot of stuff in this trailer that, you know, they kind of skim through. This is dope. This is dope. I like that. So let's go through this, man. The equipment people watching for them one leg sleeves, I feel you. Yeah, I ain't gonna see it in the trailer, buddy. Y'all not gonna see it in the trailer. I hate it. They're not gonna talk about it in Dynasty. I think they'll reveal it. If it's in the game, I think they'll show it in Road to Glory. All right, so the progression thing. So what they're saying with the progression system, the new progression system, is that your coach, they increase the level cap to 100. Your coach is okay. So let me tell y'all the breakdown. We're gonna go back through the trailer, and then we're gonna go over to the 76 page. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go back through the trailer to look at the visual stuff, and then we're gonna go to the deep dive, the 76 page deep dive. All right. So they increased the level cap to 100, and they made it a tier system. Because if they didn't make it a tier system, then you being level 100, you can like max out a lot of stuff. So what that means, it takes a page out of like the Souls games. You know, whenever you upgrade your character, like if I do it once, it may cost 5, but I do it again, it costs 10. Do it again, it costs 15. It increases it, and so it kind of keeps you focused on one. They want to keep you focused more on one. So it'll be cheaper for me to upgrade this all the way. But if I switch, it's going to be more expensive and it's going to be harder to do. So it kind of keeps you focusing on one demographic still. And that they did that because, yeah, they increased the coach level cap to 100. So you're getting more points. But they're doing that because they still don't want you to be able to max out everything, if that makes sense. Yeah, hit the like button, y'all, please. So, and I was really hoping for new skills, and maybe they did add some new skills. And then also each one has a minimum coach level to buy into it. So, and they did that because they don't want you spreading yourself out at the beginning. They really want you focusing on one deal, because that's what coaches do. You got to think, if I'm a coordinator entering into college football, I'm not going to be a jack of all trades off rip. I'm going to have a specialty that I focus on, and I'm going to branch from that. Show don't tell for y'all strategists. Win 4 bowl games, spend 50 in tactician, spend 50 in recruiter. Recruiter, firm handshake is still there. To unlike you, elite recruiter, you have to sign top 5 recruiting classes and spend 50 in recruiter. Okay, so the recruiter tab, I mean, it looks, I think all of it is the same, y'all, honestly. Advanced look for quarterbacks. Oh, no, but it costs more. That used to cost 5. Now it costs 8. They move stuff around in the trees. It don't look like it. It looked the same. Magnetic personality, increased starting interest, quarterback transfers are more interested. Increased chance to sway quarterbacks. They made it cost more. This first tier up here used to cost 5. The bottom tier costs 8. And then the coach screen, you still got your offensive and defensive schemes, but then within those schemes, you have your playbooks. Showed what in the league? What are you talking about? They moved some of the abilities around? Oh, okay. I'm sure they'll talk about it in the deep dive. I mean, that's cool. That's, I don't mind. I feel like they do need some better skills for the top tier coaching skill tree. So more coach equipment. Equipment people, this is probably where all the equipment resources went this year, and giving our coaches more equipment. Preseason, I like the new interface. I like this. So this is like your main screen. It shows your coach. I like that. That's pretty cool. Because this is the off-season screen right here. You got your little thing there, and it's showing your coach. I like that. You see all the options, which we already knew that they were going to have. But it's still cool to get it. So equipment people, that's probably where your one leg sleeve went. They spent those resources on the coach. I like the player build. That's the new lean body type right there. I like it a lot. Being able to progress a little bit quicker. This is cool right here. Play game, independence ball. I mean, all of this looks the same. This is cool. I just like that. I like being able to see my coach on the main screen. That's pretty cool. Deep dive was kind of underwhelming. No, buddy, you got to look at the gridiron notes. It's 76 pages. That's where all the meat and potatoes at. This right here just the appetizer, Jack. We're going to get into that after the trailer. Because I saw something right here. Look at that. Headsets. But notice he doesn't have a headset on. So my guess is that when you create your coach, you can put a headset on your coach. Because they have headsets on, but he doesn't. Now, EA, am I Ryan Moody? Let me ask you this. Why wouldn't you have all coaches wear headsets? And we're back for another one. Dog, I like that. Crazy customization. Because me, I don't really want my coach wearing a headset. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. But it matters to some people. And if you have that option to put a headset on your coach, that's cool. I like the color, man. We're going black. I do dark backgrounds for everything. See, he ain't got a headset on. But those other guys clearly had headsets on. So for the person that's in every one of my live streams asking about headsets, there you go. And then right there, they're just talking about the archetypes for the coaches. You got to have the buy-in with the player level. You got to be a certain level. And then it's going to cost more to upgrade. We're going to read about that. So I'm sure that'll be in the 76-page deep dive there. Yeah, I mean, I don't see you saying they moved it around, but looking here, it looks the same. All right, they talked about the trophy room there. One thing I do like about this is that it shows you what trophies you don't have. And then the college football history tab shows you how your program compares. Now, here's my question. Is Dynasty going to be longer than 30 years? It should be. If you're going to increase the coach level to 100, and then you're going to have the whole college football history tab. I feel like Dynasty should go back to 60 years like it did in the older games. Recruiting, transfer portal, they said it'll be from between 2,000 and 3,500 players in the transfer portal. It said that players that are 4 and 5 star, while they have their own different needs and wants, their own deal breakers, playing time is also going to be a factor. 1,300 recruiting hours. The big thing in recruiting is the visits. Players that are closer to you will cost less points to recruit. I mean, less points for the visits. That's cool. Somewhere some don't. Yeah. Success. Maybe it's an add-on for all. Yeah, I think it'll be an add-on because, like, when you see the picture of the coach, that's exactly how that coach is going to look. So the ones wearing headsets, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, not all coaches wear headsets. Most of them do, but, things like that, Bob. See, so right here, you see playing time. They have their own thing, but they have their own deal breakers, but playing time is something that's a factor as well. So you're going to have to pay attention to that. Okay, so yeah, boost complimentary visits. Yeah, these are the same. I don't know what the dude talking about. They moved them around. Like this is the same. I don't know about that one. Maybe I don't remember seeing that one. Running backs have a lower deal breaker threshold. Increased chance to learn dev trade. That's been there. Visits have a bigger impact. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see when we get into the deep dive. I know it's going to go more into it if anything is new. So player progression, they said dynamic dev trait. So their development trait can change throughout the season, apparently, or something like that. I mean, I don't know. Or by dynamic, I mean, that's kind of actually always been in the game, the dev trait. But they said it's dynamic, so that means something can change. Now, we now have the ability, because if you go into the game now, you'll see that these players throughout the season collect skill points. But you can't do anything about it. The game automatically spins it for you. Now you can go just like you can in Madden, and you can upgrade the player yourself. I like that because now I can build him the way that I need him to be. Does that make sense? They changed talents developer. Okay. I played the beta and they were moved around, and CEO program builder is better. Okay. Hopefully that's the case, man. Because that was my biggest issue. Program builder wasn't as good as it should have been. Okay, guys, and after this, we're gonna go into the 76-page deep dive. So just be patient. We always go back through the trailer and kind of look at some stuff, see if it's some stuff we missed. So right there, you see his scheduled visit because he's closer to the school. Instead of 40, it's 20. Now, the further they are away, the more it's going to cost, up to a max of 40. Now, the cool thing about that is it does reflect real world coaching. And if you're a smaller school, this is going to help you with recruiting points, because now, as in real life, if I'm at, say I went to Southern Arkansas, SAU don't recruit all the way in freaking New York and Oregon and stuff like that, because they just don't have the resources, because you got to send these coaches off and pay for stuff and all this and that. So they tend to recruit closer to them. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to like a University of Arkansas, bigger school, bigger resources, they recruit nationwide. And this reflects that. So this is going to be really key for your rebuilds, guys, in that your smaller schools, if I start out with a Kent State, I'll be able to utilize my recruiting points a lot more efficiently. I'll have more available to me by recruiting guys closer to me as far as those visits go. The recruiting battles, there needs to be more to this. Okay? There needs to be more to this. And maybe it is when we get into the actual deep dive notes, but there needs to be more to this, because I don't want it to just be a graphic, because normally, y'all know, it would show you would go from your top 8 to your top 5 to your top 3. Now they're saying, yeah, notes. We're finna get into the notes. All coach archetypes and skills added or removed to make them all better. Okay, so this is what I hope they go into detail about this as well. because I don't want this to just be a graphic. Hey, there's a battle between 1 and 2. I wish, and I don't think that it is, guys. I think it's simply just a graphic. You know what I'm saying? But I think and I feel if it's just a graphic this year, next year they need to add something more in here. Maybe open up something new to where when I'm in a recruiting battle with me in another school, that hey, open up the door. Hey, now I can make promises. You know what I'm saying? Or hey, now instead of comparing your school to the nation, I can compare my school directly to this school or something. I don't know. We'll come up with some ideas. But I think that this is just simply a graphic, man. I think it's just a graphic, and instead of 3, they make it 2 schools. But we'll read about that in the notes. They put your needs out in front of you. That's all they show there. Wear and tear improvements. We've talked about that. So now you see your seasonal health. It starts out full, and as the season progresses, it goes down. This is the season. This is the career. Okay. And you can see here he's a junior. So of course his career health isn't going to be as high. What this means is that as you have a player on your roster, every season, once this gets down all the way empty, they are not going to be able to recover from wear and tear. What this means from a career standpoint is the lower that it gets, this is going to deplete a lot faster. Basically, you're going to have to pay attention to the health of your player throughout their time at your university, as well as during the season. I like that. The whole auto sub feature, you can actually, we used to just have this fatigue sub out, fatigue sub in. Now it's per position, okay? And you can even go wear and tear sub strategy to where you can put it on normal. You can put it on, hey, I need those guys to tough it out and keep them in, or stay fresh. So for me, if I got a stable of running backs, I'm going to put it on stay fresh, because that way I'm always keeping a fresh running back in the game. For your, but if you don't have depth, if you're one of those Boise State teams that only have one good running back and Ashton Genty, then you're going to probably want him in the game as much as possible. And you'll have a setting to be able to do that. But it's by position. So that's really cool. Protected opponents is dope. This is dope. Because not only do you normally in other games, you can protected rivals, you click it on and it's on. But now they call it protected opponents, because now you can go and pick what schools you want to guarantee a game against every year. I thought it was just going to be automatic. So you get to pick what teams you get to play. You automatically play every year. I think that's dope. So, if you move conferences, you can still protect those rivalry games. And you can see here, okay, that's what they have on there, giving you the option to pick those games. I think that's cool. Formation subs is dope. We needed that. That's the much needed. Much needed. Super excited about that. All right, we finna get into the deep dive notes, guys. 76 pages. If you need to take a PP break, take a PP break, because this is finna take a while. They are going to talk about Team Builder as well in the notes. 76 pages, Campus Huddle right here. Guys, if you need to take a PP break, I'll give y'all about 2 minutes. Actually, you can just rewind the stream. Okay, but formation subs won't matter if you can't set custom books for your coach. You already have custom playbooks in 25. What are you talking about? Make recruits have long hair? Bro, you don't. They do. You do have some recruits that have long hair. What are you talking about? Reading glasses ready. Yup. Setting in with that Sherwan and liver mush sandwich. I hope the names of recruits have more variety. All right, man. Welcome back to Campus Huddle. Look at this, dude. I just want y'all to see this, dude. I just want y'all to see all of this. All of this. All of this. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. So much. The team builder stuff is at the end. I just saw a glance at it. We got to go through all of this, okay? We know you've been awaiting more information, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Let's get into it. Building the foundation. When we set out to design College Football 25, we had a multi-year vision, guys. That's what I be trying to tell y'all. Nothing's done. It's a multi-year thing. You'll see it in 3 years, the vision that they have from year one. For what we wanted Dynasty Mode to become, that journey began by laying the foundation under 3 core pillars: build your coach, build your program, deliver the world of college football. So, build your coach. This encompasses the decisions you make on your coaching journey to the top of the college football world. Whether that's starting as a coordinator at a small school and making a name for yourself before getting that first head coaching job, or starting as a head coach at your dream school, every decision you make on your journey matters. One thing that I wish that they would do with this is build like a coach road to glory, to where you do have to start off as a coordinator and you have to earn a freaking head coaching job. Essentially you do, but go into more detail. Give us points. You have to be a certain coach level, whatever. But I would love a coaching road to glory mode. Build your program. As the old saying goes, to win college football, it's not the X's and O's. It's the what, folks? Jimmys and the Joes. Recruiting is the lifeblood of college football, and having a consistent winner means you need a roster that is built to reload rather than rebuild. That all starts on the high school recruiting trail. But in modern college football, roster retention and utilizing the transfer portal are instrumental in your ability to field a championship team. And then deliver the world of college football. The college football landscape continues to evolve. In College Football 26, we've pushed to reflect the ever-changing reality of the sport, from custom conferences and scheduling to protected opponents and playoff structure. Whether you're staying true to tradition or reshaping the map, the world of college football is yours to define. College Football 26 represents year 2 of that vision, a year focused on building on the foundation we set and adding meaningful depth to each pillar. It's about evolving Dynasty while staying true to what makes it special and delivering on the feedback we've heard from our incredibly passionate community. Very passionate. Another year of lacking Dynasty. Lorenzo, honest question. What do you want in Dynasty to add more immersion? And I'm asking that truthfully, because the time to start saying what we want is now. It's not like 2 to 3 months before the game comes out. Just like last year, we spent countless hours talking with community members, college football experts, and coaches. We also spent a ton of time watching Dynasty live streams. They're going to be watching mine this year. Program rebuilds, wish list videos, and of course, reading those thousands of message boards, posts, and tweets. Guys, they really do this. They not lying about that. But y'all also have to understand, they can't put everything they want in the game. First of all, time. Save that idea, DM. Yeah, I've been talking about it for a while. I'm going to be pushing it big time. A coach road to glory mode, basically. And it essentially is, but, you know, I remember an older college football game where you had to start out, like, as a coach. You could start out at any school, but it was kind of like a road to glory mode where you had to start out at a small school. You couldn't just start out at a big-time school. A large part of our research was focused not just on what is discussed, but how the mode is actually played and experienced by our community. Because we said last year and still strongly believe today, our team has one singular motto: satisfy the core community, because this is their game. The key word is core, guys. Okay? So if you're a casual player, honestly, you don't really fall into that core community. Okay? Well, you do. You do. Your core community, guys, is your Dynasty players. That's your core community. Ultimate Team isn't core. Road to Glory comes in second, but the majority of people that play college football, play it for the Dynasty mode. And that doesn't mean that Road to Glory won't get love, but unlike Madden focuses more on Ultimate Team than they do franchise. Because they believe that's their core, but it's really not. Anyway, build your coach. At the heart of Dynasty mode is your coach. Every decision, every upgrade, every hire helps define your journey to the top of the college football world and the legacy you leave behind. Last year, we talked about what we learned from studying coaches in depth. No coach is great at everything, and there's no single path to becoming a great coach. That belief continues to shape our approach in College Football 26 and remains central to everything we've built. This year, we focus on deepening that experience, introducing more meaningful decision points, and further emphasizing that every decision matters. So creating your coach. When you start your dynasty, just like last year, you'll choose between creating your own coach or stepping into the role of an existing one. This year, existing coaches are now authentic, real-life head coaches and coordinators with more than 300 authentic coaches. Each one comes equipped with their authentic playbook, scheme, play calling tendencies, historical career stats, and archetypes for the goobers in there, and abilities that reflect their coaching skill set. Okay. Yeah, NIL limits them greatly. Like, NIL limits what they do in the game, as well as the executives. The developers want everything that we want, but they have to answer to their boss, guys. So when people, that's why I don't like people trashing the developers online, because, bro, the developers do what they're paid to do. If you want to trash somebody, go Google who the EA execs are and talk to them. You know what I'm saying? Those are the ones that call the shots. Throughout your dynasty, you will have the opportunity to compete against these authentic coaches in game and on the recruiting trail, as described in the Game Day Deep Dive. When you play them on Saturdays, you can expect their play calling and tendencies to match their real world counterparts, adding a new layer of immersion. Of course, you'll also have the opportunity to poach them and bring them onto your staff in the coaching carousel. That's pretty cool. I mean, as you should. But, I mean, this is cool because now you kind of get that whole, Nick Saban, all these coaches that coached under Nick Saban and branch off and all that, which they already did that anyway. It's just, you got the authentic people. You know what I'm saying? Create a prospect. We need that. I disagree. I know we had it in 14, but guys, there's literally thousands. I'm going to say this, especially with the transfer portal. For you wanting to create a prospect, there's already a prospect out there that matches whatever you want to create. You know what I'm saying? If we didn't have the transfer portal, absolutely. But you have 2,000 to 3,500 players in the transfer portal on top of the high school players. So there's a recruit out there for what you want to create. You just have to find them. So I'll say this. I can see why it's not a high priority to put it in the game. What you sending me, Booby, on Twitter? I can't speak on height changes, but I flat out asked if I'd still have a 4 or 5-star white cornerbacks in my class, and they said it was addressed. I know they worked a lot on the stat balancing with the new archetypes too, which will help with replayability. More prospects, far less elite ones. So basically they did increase the diversity because this recruiting, I will say, it was a bunch of like white running backs, white cornerbacks, but they apparently they addressed that. Did they increase prospect diversity? I want to see the occasional 6'7" quarterback, 6'5" DB would increase the mode. Yeah, that's what Booby sent me. That Bordeaux was saying. That play halfback, high school, I want to create and recruit them. No, I'm not saying like, hey, we don't need it at all. What I'm saying is because of the transfer portal, 2,000 to 3,500 players, and because of high school recruiting, it's not going to be a top priority for them to put in create a recruit. And then another reason why is because of the name, image, and likeness thing. Because remember when 25 came out, they took away the ability to create an Arch Manning, I'm sorry. Because they don't want somebody to create a player that didn't sign up for NIL, end up in the game, and then that person sues EA. That's what it's about, guys. Because I used to create recruits. I did. I used to create myself. I used to create my teammates in high school. So I'm 100% with y'all on that. I would love it. But I'm also a realist. You know what I'm saying? I get in arguments with my wife all the time because I never see things one-sided. There's always more than one way that things are. Yeah, NIL has more to do with it. Throughout Dynasty, you have the opportunity, we read that. If you choose to build your own coach, we've added new ways to customize your appearance. New gear options let you show off your drip and deck your coach out in everything from a hoodie and joggers to quarter zips and jeans. If you're really feeling nicey, you can grace the sidelines with the sleeveless shirt and shorts that lets everyone know you mean business. Guys, there's a college coach that actually does dress like that. I don't think he's in D1, but the dreads don't show in game. I don't think he's in D1, but there is a coach that kind of he dressed like that. We've also introduced coach demeanor. Wow. And stance customization. Is your coach cool, calm, and collected? Or are they high energy, emotionally charged leader that fires up the sidelines? That's me right there. Actually, I'm a little balanced. I'm a little bit of both. When I'm in the booth, I don't know, man. I get fired up sometimes. Your coach will influence how your choice, will influence how your coach stands and acts throughout the game, giving your coaching persona even more personality on the field. That's pretty cool. And so you can see here, I'm gonna make this bigger. So you can see here, you have all of that, your playbook, you have your pipeline, but you have demeanor and stance. And then they actually increased this adaptive AI, situational strategist. They have some more options with this because before it was just aggressive, balanced, and conservative. Pacific Northwest. I don't know if they've added new pipelines. Maybe they have. We'll get into it. But you have demeanor and stance. So that's pretty cool right there. Coach progression. From the beginning, our design intent for our RPG archetype based abilities and progression system has been that no coach can be great at everything. How you build your coach and manage your staff matters. Your coordinators either complement your strengths or shore up your deficiencies. This intent still holds true in college football 26, and we have continued to expand upon it. Last year, we saw players hitting the level cap too early. Me, I put mine on fastest because I want it. I want all of that. Pause. Or maybe not. Maxing out progression will well before the later years of their dynasty, which was not what we intended. So I ain't going to be able to do it. Bro got a twerking stance. Oh, shoot. While we still believe you cannot be great at everything, your coaching journey should evolve over time with new decisions and challenges emerging each season. In college football 26, the maximum coach level has been increased from 50 to 100. Additionally, we've completely rebalanced the amount of XP each goal earns to better reflect its frequency and difficulty. We've also introduced a new level progression curve designed to provide early momentum while creating a much longer trail of growth. You'll see meaningful development in early years, but reaching the top now requires sustained success across the full arc of your coaching career. I don't mind that at all. I like that. So they probably took it away where I can develop fast. They probably took away that option because I always put it on fastest. I want to be able to level up quick. But I will say this, by leveling up quick, that's my downfall in RPGs is that when you max out quick, there's nothing else to grind for. So progression is heavily influenced by your active archetypes perk. And we've rebalanced all archetype perks to improve overall balance and create more distinct trade-offs. Among the 3 base archetypes, Recruiter, Motivator, and Tactician, Tactician now offers the highest XP ceiling. That's the one I always do, Tactician. But only if you're consistently winning. Interesting. So I wonder what they mean by that. I hope they go into detail about that later. It also carries the greatest downside if you're not. Conversely, Motivator and Recruiter will provide a more consistent gain, but a lower ceiling and maximum upside. So with the Tactician, I guess you got to win for that stuff to take effect. If you're not winning, then they're going to, I don't know. The amount of XP from each archetype perk now scales by archetype tier. Elite archetypes, Elite Recruiter, Master Motivator, and Scheme Guru, that's me right there, baby, offer double the amount of XP as the 3 base archetypes, Hybrid archetypes, Talent Developer, Strategist, and Architect. Offer more than Elite archetypes, and Program Builder and CEO can offer upwards of 10 times more XP than a base tier archetype in order to quickly and efficiently scale your coach level and power. It is imperative that you invest in higher level archetypes and then focus on activating that perk as many times as you can. What? That is cool. In order to quickly and efficiently scale your coach level and power, it is imperative that you invest in higher level archetypes and then focus on activating that perk as many times as you can. This is the part that's confusing me. What do they mean by that? What do they mean by that? Activating that perk as many times as you can. So, I would assume like, hey, like your whatever the perk is, activating it in game, that you get XP from it. That's the whole goal, is to get XP. So every time you activate a perk, you gain XP from it. I don't know. Completing a goal as many times as you can. Yeah, that's what I would think. That's what I would think too. Higher tier archetypes give more XP. Yep. I guess certain coordinators have perks that you can abuse or something. I don't know. That perk under Kirby. Big game bonus. No, this is okay. So that's it. The archetypes that are already in the game. That's what they mean. So every time you get a playoff win, that's already in the game though. That's already in the game. Anytime you hit one of these milestones, like recruiting, for the recruiting one, anytime you land a recruit, you get XP. So, okay. That's already in the game. So that's nothing new. Remember, your staff doesn't just help you with their abilities. Their active archetype perks contribute to your XP growth as well. Interesting. I don't even know if that was a thing in 25. Was it? I never even paid attention to it. It was never brought to the forefront. So that right there could be something new, or it could be something that was already in the game that they just bring it to your attention. Anytime your team triggers one of your coordinator's perks, you share in the XP gains. Choosing the right coordinator can significantly increase your progression speed. I would assume, guys, based on that this is something new. Roster. That's how I say roster. I don't say roster. I say roster. I don't know. Argue with your mama. She liked the way I say it. And if you got 2 dads, I'm sorry. As part of this perk rebalance, we've also updated several archetype perks. For example, Talent Developer now has the Draft Dividends perk, which awards 3,000 bonus XP when your players are drafted. The CEO archetype's Big Game bonus now provides 12,500 bonus XP for each college football playoff win, as opposed to only national championship wins. Okay, so that's cool. That's cool. I can get with it. I can get with it. And that's what they're talking about here. Active perk. which is the default. When you pick that, that's every perk has an active perk. So, I mean, on the surface, yeah, it's cool, but at the same time, all they're doing is increasing how much you get because they increase the coach level. Honestly, I'm not happy with this. I wish that they added some more perks, some more detailed perks. It's essentially the same thing. They just added some extra stuff to earn you more XP, but they didn't revamp. I mean, it wasn't broken. Don't get me wrong. My biggest issue was with CEO and Program Builder. I feel like they should have had some better perks in there than what they had. They're making it harder to obtain, but essentially they're keeping the same stuff. So, meh. That's an L for me on that. Coach archetypes. While progression is the engine of your coaching journey, archetypes are the blueprint for how your coach grows and where your strengths lie. In College Football 26, we've made a number of updates to how archetypes are unlocked, balanced, and expanded, all with the goal of making each coaching path more strategic and distinct. To start, the 3 archetypes, recruiter, motivator, and tactician, now require a minimum coach level to unlock. This change encourages more focused investment early in your career, and which is true. If you're new to the college football coaching scene, you're not going to be spread out, man. You're going to be focused on one thing, and then you're going to expand from there. Early in your career, making that initial archetype choice even more meaningful. It's no longer a quick jump between archetypes. Instead, your coach will grow into their identity over time. This helps reinforce the rock, paper, scissor relationship, not just between archetypes, but also between you and your coordinators. Choosing a staff that complements or counters your strength is more important than ever. So the issue that they had in 25 was that basically you were able to kind of dip and dive into everything, and you really didn't pay attention or utilize your coaching, your assistant coaches. Now you're able to gain XP from them, so that's important. But also, by buffering, if you will, how you're able to upgrade your coach, it puts more emphasis on who you hire as coordinators. They move things around to create more variety in coaching routes. Some of the popular skills have been moved to CEO and higher tiers to force people to look into those tiers. Okay, Willie. If they did that, I'm fine, because there are some things, like I said, my biggest thing with the coaching skill tree is that Program Builder and CEO was lacking. Like the things to earn it are big, winning 2 national championships, stuff like that, but the things were lacking. So if they did that, I'm happy with that. That's actually a W. Okay. We also introduced scaling archetype costs. Yeah, I got a good Peter Griffin impersonation, period. Each archetype you unlock becomes incrementally more expensive. That's RPG. That's like Souls-like games, guys. So when you purchase something, if it costs 5, to upgrade it is going to cost 10 and then 20. Encouraging more intentional choices as your coaching journey evolves. Archetypes that are closely related to your current specialization will cost significantly less than those that require you to learn a new skill set. For example, if you start as a recruiter, becoming an elite recruiter will be much cheaper than trying to learn a completely new skill set and become a motivator. Just like in real life, it's easier to grow within an existing area of expertise than to take on a new and unrelated skill set. So what they mean, guys, is if I start out as a tactician, okay, Scheme Guru is the unlock, and you can see there the upgrade price is 30, okay? Now, what that means is if I go over to start dibbling dabbling in recruiting and I want to unlock elite recruiting, it's going to cost more. It's going to cost more than 30. Okay. So it makes it more expensive. It makes it harder. That's why they said it's easier to sort of max out your own tab than to branch off. And I do like that because that is true to life. Like, if you're specializing in the X's and O's, it's going to be, you're not going to be double dipping in all of this kind of stuff. Okay. So, I mean, that is cool. And then they give you the graphic here. Okay. For comparison, they started out as a recruiter. But then they want to go to motivator. The purchase price is higher. It's higher. And so it literally makes it to where you really have to consider who you start out as. Because let's be honest, guys, in college football 25 right now, you can have the best of all of these, essentially. Who's trolling? Anyway, yeah, I can be a tactician and still unlock elite recruiter as well as scheme guru. Now that's not gonna be the case. I think the meta is gonna be whichever skill tree will let you retain players. MF is gonna rage when they develop these 3 stars. I always do this one. I love this one because especially if you're trying to build a program, it's gonna make it because it increases their overall ratings and attributes. So if you want instant impact, if I want to go, say I'm coaching at one school and I want to go to Kent State, by me going to that lower school, if I have this unlocked, then those players are instantly going to get a boost to their ratings in game. So I like that. I like that. And like I said, on the surface, guys, what they're doing is they're just making you making it so you can't just spread yourself out. So now, whatever you start with, be it motivator, recruiter, or tactician, you're really going to have to really consider that now. Motivator is for the grind. I just watched it. Can't wait to see the Road to Glory part. You just watched what? They did. They added a lot, but I'm telling you, with the recruiting, okay, never mind. Yeah, they did say that they moved some stuff to this tab. So that is good. Increasing the coach level. But on the surface, I'm being honest, y'all. On the surface, them increasing the coach level cap, it's kind of smoke and mirrors. You know, people always say you're never critical of EA. The increase of the level cap is really smoke and mirrors because all they did to increase the level cap is make it to where you earn more XP. It's all built so that you don't max stuff out too early in your career. That's literally the reason. So it's kind of smoke and mirrors. Oh, we got to increase level cap. Yeah, but it's harder to earn XP. And then, you know, you have those things like on the Kirby Smart one where you can earn a lot depending on what you unlock. But everything outside of your own specialization costs more. So yeah, things cost more. It's like, hey, we're paying you more, but the cost of things are more. Does that make sense? Like your jobs right now. Hey, Americans are getting paid more by the hour, but groceries cost even more. But hey, but you're making more per hour. So you get what I'm saying? It's kind of smoke and mirrors on that. It's kind of smoke and mirrors. I'm not upset with it. I do like it because now it does put it for me. The immersion part, it's immersion because it does put more emphasis on, hey, if you're a tactician, you need to stay a tactician. It's going to be harder for you to transition to something else. But it's a kind of smoke and mirrors deal. I'm not mad at it. Program builder and CEO archetypes are the exceptions. Okay, this is getting interesting. As broader leadership focused archetypes rather than specific coaching disciplines, they are not impacted by scaling cost and remain more accessible once you meet their unlocked requirements. Okay, so that's going to stay what it is. What they're saying is the CEO and archetype, CEO and program builders, they don't scale. They'll stay the same no matter what specialty you have. It's always easier to learn a new skill set when you're working alongside someone who's already mastered it. Okay. I probably spoke too soon on some of this. It's getting interesting. That idea is reflected in the friends and family discount ability within the program builder archetype. Okay, never mind. So it's still smoke and mirrors, honestly, which reduces the cost of unlocking archetypes already owned by another coach, which is so they took this, which was already in the game, which was useful, and they made it more useful. The weight room actually matters now. This is such a dub. Maybe I'm getting ahead. I hadn't seen some. Scaling archetypes Scaling archetype costs make it even more important that you surround yourself with the right people. The right staff doesn't just support your strategy on the field, it can shape the path of your growth off of it. Every coaching decision you make matters. Alongside these structural changes, we've also rebalanced the abilities within each archetype. This rebalance creates clear trade-offs between archetypes, further emphasizing the rock, paper, scissors relationship between coaching styles. In addition, we've adjusted the cost of abilities within each archetype tier to better reflect their impact and importance, encouraging more thoughtful progression as you build out your coach. We've also added new abilities across various archetypes, giving you even more ways to specialize and differentiate your coaching identity over time. So they do have some new skills, but on the surface, y'all, they increase coach level. They increase the amount of XP you can earn because of that level. But in turn, like this stuff used to cost like 8. You know what I'm saying? I'm not upset at it. I like it because it does add more realism. It's more realistic. And they made it. I'm gonna summarize it like this. They made it to where you really, really have to pay attention to what coach archetype you go into. And they made the assistant coaches matter more. Because I'm gonna be honest, I would look at what my assistant coaches specialized in because I'm a tactician. So I would hire coaches that specialize in recruiting. But now, since you gain XP from those coaches as well, it's gonna be more important. It's gonna be more vital. It is inflation, but in college football. Yeah, it is. It is. It's realistic. Don't get me wrong. I like it, but I really wish that they had have added more. And maybe they did. Maybe they did. But they did. They literally said we added new abilities across various archetypes. So there's new abilities there. Coach Carousel. We introduced the foundation of Carousel last year, and in College Football 26, we've added more polish, feedback, and quality of life improvements to make it easier to track movement and make smarter staff decisions. You'll now receive notifications when your coordinators accept or decline offers. Thank you so much, because I used to hate when I just go in and my coordinators are just gone. It's like, bro, where the hell did they go? You know what I'm saying? And then, too, I like that they tell us. That's cool. As well as alerts when one is poached for a new opportunity. Whether they're leaving for a promotion or jumping ship unexpectedly, you'll stay informed, ready to react. So here's my thing. If a team is poaching them, is there something that I can do to persuade them to stay? You know what I'm saying? Give us that option, bro. He talking to the people that hadn't hit the like button, bro. Y'all hit the like button, man. 5,000 views already on this live stream total. And only 300 likes. Come on, bro. We should have 1,000 at least. Y'all be generous. It don't cost y'all nothing. With coordinators playing such a pivotal role in your team's performance and your coach's overall development, we've added 3 new program builder abilities that give you more control over the hiring and retention. Okay, thank you. I spoke too soon. This is big time. This is big. Forever home. See, what did I literally say right here? Give us a way to make them stay. Forever home. Your coordinators are less likely to leave for another job. Deal sweetener. Coordinators are more likely to accept your job offer. And cream of the crop. Increases the caliber of coordinators available for you to hire. I like that one. Because every time I go to hire a coordinator, they always like a C. I'm like, bro, this is all that's available? If it don't apply, my guy, absolutely. I like that. We've also rebalanced offer logic so that head coaches at top tier programs now receive better and more consistent job opportunities when the carousel spins. That's awesome. If you've earned your spot among the elite, the markets will better reflect it. W. I've complained about that in the game. I'm like, bro, I done won 3 national championships, and this is all they give me. Finally, within the staff move screen, you can now view each coach's previous role and school, their new role and destination, and the reason for the job change. Whether they were promoted, fired, or simply found a better fit, you'll have more context over every coaching movement. So, Dabo Swinney, wow. Hired, wow. He went from Clemson, new school to Alabama, reason, hired by another team. And you can see their record and all of that. That's pretty cool. Fired, went to the NFL. This is big to me. So this is why I say I can see guys in the future where you can take your coach in college and you can take him to the NFL. Mark my words today, June 24, 2025. In the future of college football games, you will be, I'm calling it now, you'll be able to take your coach to Madden. And you'll be able to take your Madden coach to college. Because why else would you put that? If they go to the NFL, are they able to come back? You know what I'm saying? Let's read on. Filling out your trophy room. Every great dynasty leaves behind a legacy. Now you have a place to showcase it. The trophy room is your central hub for tracking the championships, rivalries, and awards you collect throughout your journey. Whether you're chasing your first conference title or building a Heisman factory, the trophy room keeps a running history of your program's most meaningful moments. As you play through Dynasty, every time you win a rivalry game, bowl game, conference championship, national championship, or earn an individual award, you'll receive a notification and the trophy will be added to your trophy room. You can access it anytime from the Dynasty Hub or from the main menu and your global profile. Each Dynasty global profile is dope. So normally your trophy room was only tied to the Dynasty that you were in. Now, what they're saying is, you can see from, that's cool. Each dynasty you create has its own dedicated trophy room tied to your coach, tracking every trophy you've earned. For team-based achievements, you'll see the season, year, team, opponent, and the final score of the game. For individual awards, you'll see the player who won, the team they were on, and the year they took home the hardware. You can also select any trophy to view more detailed information, including the trophy's history and significance in college football. So that is cool. The trophy room is good. Yeah. That is cool. In total, there are more than 160 rivalry, bowl, and individual award trophies to collect. Whether you're flexing your 5th Heisman, 3rd Natty, or just looking back on the legends that define your dynasty, and trophy room is built to celebrate your legacy. The trophy room is built to celebrate your legacy. Every dynasty has its greats. Those unforgettable players who become stories, well, we tell for years. Now their names and moments live on, immortalized forever in your trophy room. So you have your dynasty trophy room, but then as a player or an account per se, you have trophies for that. And it's not just limited to Dynasty. The trophy room is global across tongue-tied. The trophy room is global across all modes, including Road to Glory, Play Now, and Road to the College Football Playoff. So no matter how you play, your accomplishments are remembered. That's cool. Because before you didn't get trophies for Play Now. Omar, why would you spoil it? How the hell did you read through that fast? Somebody already said weight room is a dub. So I already know in the off season, damn it, y'all get on my nerves. I should have never looked at the chat. Build your program. Talent acquisition and roster management remain at the forefront of college football. How you approach building and keeping your roster has never been more important. The transfer portal continues to grow and evolve, becoming an even bigger force in shaping programs across the country. Whether you're reloading through high school recruiting or retooling through the portal, your success depends on how well you execute your strategy and continue to evolve with players' ever-changing expectations. In College Football 26, we still have the same core goals in mind: making recruiting feel personal, differentiating players in regions, and making the portal even more authentically unpredictable. From the way prospects evaluate schools to how expectations evolve over time. Building your program now means more than just landing talent. It's about understanding it, developing it, and keeping it. The transfer portal, some schools see a mass exodus, like Baylor when I left. Others stay almost completely untouched. That's the unpredictability of the modern transfer portal. In College Football 26, we've pushed to fully capture the essence and chaos that defines this era of roster movement. And by the way, guys, there will be settings for the transfer portal. So if you don't like how it is, you can adjust it. So for people who be like, oh, I don't want all these people transferring, you can have it your way. College Football 25 laid the groundwork. But this year, we wanted the portal to feel authentically unpredictable, forcing tough decisions around team retention, roster construction, and win now urgency. Now you can expect to see a consistent pool of around 2,000 players entering the portal. As a part of this rebalance, we have also changed how we assign star ratings to transfer prospects. In College Football 25, players were assigned their star rating based on their overall. Now, star rating is more heavily influenced by a player's position and class year. For example, an 85 overall freshman quarterback will be scored higher than an 85 overall senior guard. Interesting. That's interesting. What I would have liked is that, and maybe they're working on this in the future, is that they do their star rating based on their performance and stats. You know what I'm saying? That would have been a dub. But it's a value thing. An 85 overall freshman. Why? Because that 85 overall freshman, he has a higher ceiling than a senior that's 85 overall. So I get it. I don't dislike it. But I would have loved it if they would have said that. Like, hey, it's tied to their performance, as it should be. The transfer portal isn't just a mechanic. It's a philosophical choice. Do you build for the future with high school talent or lean into immediate impact veterans from the portal? I mean, it's a balance, guys. What you can't find in high school, you can find in the portal. It's real world debating, or it's a real world debate playing out across college football. Programs like Colorado have leaned heavily on the transfer portal, flipping their roster in a single offseason. Meanwhile, schools like Clemson have committed to developing high school talent through long-term investment. In College Football 26, both paths are viable, and each one comes with distinct trade-offs. Yeah, for high school, you're going to have to develop those players so you get better over time. In the portal, you get better instantly. This also applies to retaining your own roster. Managing player expectations is just as important as recruiting new talent. In today's game, players want more. More playing time, more exposure, more alignment with their goals, and sometimes those expectations change over time. Deal breakers. At the heart of the transfer portal is a simple truth. Every player has expectations, and when those expectations aren't met, they may decide to leave. Some players may have expectations you don't agree with or even find unreasonable, but that doesn't change the reality of college football today. In College Football 26, every player now has a deal breaker. Every player didn't previously. Every player does now, giving each one a clearly defined expectation and a chance to enter the portal if that expectation isn't met. Additionally, conference prestige has been added as a deal breaker. Interesting, reflecting the mindset of players who value competing in the best conferences against the toughest competition. This is cool. See, adding stuff like this makes it to where custom conferences are even bigger. Because let's say you in the MAC or Conference USA, and now a bunch of those teams become ranked. The conference prestige raises. Like that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Yeah. We've also refined how the playing time deal breaker works to better reflect the realities of roster management. In College Football 25, players with the playing time deal breaker evaluated their projected depth chart position over the next 4 years. This helps simulate situations where a returning starter could see a highly rated freshman coming in and anticipate losing their job. But it missed an important piece. Case where a low-rated player was actually logging significant snaps. Even if the player was contributing week after week, the system still saw them as buried on the depth chart based on purely overall ratings. In College Football 26, playing time now factors in snaps played, ensuring that players who are actually seeing the field feel properly valued regardless of where they sit on the depth chart. That's big. That's big. I like that. So, to further drive home my point, for the star ratings for the players, okay, they should also implement in future renditions of this game that they take into account the players' stats, their productivity. Because I like the whole thing. Hey, yeah, an 85 overall freshman should have a higher star rating than an 85 overall senior because it's talking about their value and their upside. But star rating goes off of production, and I feel like that should be snaps played thing is cool. 2 running back system time. Yeah. Yeah. If done right, yeah. Even if playing time isn't a player's official deal breaker, it can still be a deciding factor in whether or not they stay. This is especially true for former 5-star recruits, high-rated backups, and most notably quarterbacks. So basically, guys, if you have let's say 3 running backs and all of them are like 87 overall, you better get them guys on the field. I have a freshman right now that's getting playing time, and he's complaining about playing time. So that's a big W. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We've seen it play out before in 2016. Alabama's quarterback led the team to the national championship game as a true freshman. In 2017, he returned and once again helped Alabama reach the title game, but was benched at halftime. The following season, he lost the starting job, only to later lead a dramatic comeback in the SEC championship game. While his initial motivations were centered around competing for championships in the best conference, his priorities eventually shifted. Entering his final season of eligibility, playing time became top of mind, and he transferred to Oklahoma. He's talking about Jalen Hurts. But in Jalen Hurts was a graduate transfer. He was a graduate transfer at that. So, let's add that in there as well. He served his time at Alabama from the school standpoint, where he put together a Heisman caliber season. In College Football 26, the same logic now applies. 5-star prospects, highly rated players, and quarterbacks will evaluate playing time, even if it isn't their listed deal breaker. If they're not getting on the field or they see a logjam ahead, they may decide it's time to leave. This helps prevent stockpiling talent in a way that doesn't reflect real-world behavior and makes roster management feel more dynamic and authentic. Guys, that's why Nick Saban left. Nick Saban didn't leave because he was tired of coaching. Nick Saban left because his formula for stockpiling talent became null and void with the transfer portal. Because now Alabama can't stock these big-time players, have all of this depth, and every year reload. The transfer portal made that very difficult. Let's be real. Saban is an amazing coach. He's done amazing things for the college football world. But that was a big negative to me as a coach, where you're recruiting these players to keep them from other teams, and the transfer portal said, now these guys can leave. You know what I'm saying? Let's just be real. You know what I'm saying? You do have those dedicated players that are going to stay, work it out, and all this and that. But people crap on these athletes and don't realize that they're promised playing time. They're promised all of these things, and they bust their ass. And they don't get on the field and they can't transfer. But then the transfer portal comes along and now they can leave. I don't blame those guys. Leaving for money is one thing, but if you promise one thing and those promises aren't kept, hey, you know what I'm saying? He hated NIL? Yeah, that's stupid. Those players deserve to be played. Like these These freaking universities make billions of dollars off these players' likeness. And yeah, they get a free education. They get top tier level training and stuff. Because I was one of the ones who was actually against it at first. I'm like, bro, you get $100,000 scholarship. You get the value of being a fully scholarship college athlete is in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Free equipment, travel, notoriety. They literally stay in hotels for home games, guys. Home games. You know what I'm saying? Top tier training and a pipeline to the NFL. But then the more I thought about it, I'm like, bro, they deserve to be paid. They're professionals in their own right. They got family. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So this also prevents your friend in your online dynasty from being a cheese artist and redshirting every player on their roster, even when a guy is a borderline starter. Now, redshirting comes with a risk. Do you want to redshirt a player and limit his playing time at the risk of him leaving in the offseason due to... Wow! Wow! That's a dub. That's a dub. That's huge. Because before, guys, if you redshirted a player, they didn't leave. They're guaranteed to be on your roster. Now, if you redshirt a player, they can still leave because of playing time. That's big. Bryce, I hope your grandmother is well, buddy. If she's recovering, that means the surgery went well. So I hope everything else goes well. That's big, y'all. So if you got this player that's like, hey, this guy is good enough to be on the field, and you say, but I got two other backs that are better, and you redshirt him, he could chunk deuces on your ass. Gotta give me a snack, Bob. Dog. Dog, that dude is a junior, bro. Look at all his traits, man. Star dev trait. That's a W. You talking, hey, we really gonna have to pay attention to our rosters now. I mean, we paid attention to them anyway, but even more so now. Quality of life improvements, guys. And all of this, guys, is building up to something. Just wait till like college football 28. Like, it's going to be ridiculous. Because all they're going to do is build on this. Tackles couldn't get that in 25. They couldn't get workhorse. Workhorse applies to your wear and tear. I thought that all players could get that. Oh, well. Evolving expectations. In college football 25, all deal breakers had a fixed grade requirement of B-. And that threshold never changed, regardless of how good a player was. Oh, shoot. In college football 26, we now have dynamic deal breakers, a system that actively reflects a player's evolving and changing expectations over time. As players become more talented and productive, their expectations grow alongside them. Prima donnas. This makes it more difficult for some schools to meet those rising demands and often results in players organically transferring as their goals outgrow their current situation. So if you're at a small school and you happen to land that 4 or 5 star guy and he balling out, he more likely to chunk the deuces on your ass. Or if you get a 3-star and he ends up a star player, you run the risk of him transferring. A school that once felt like a great fit may suddenly feel mid. It's the big fish in a small pond effect we see so often in real life. Breakout stars at smaller programs, I just said that, who transfer to larger schools seeking a bigger stage. With dynamic deal breakers, the required grade now scales based on a player's overall ratings. High school star rating or transfer portal star rating. The better the player, the higher their expectations. We saw this most recently with Tennessee's quarterback, who as a freshman led the team to the college football playoff in a breakout season. As he grew into a bigger name in the sport, so did his expectations, particularly around his brand deal breaker, which increased significantly the following year. Guys, people are gonna hate this, but this is major. I'm telling you, dude, simulation football at its best. They bringing in stuff that we wouldn't have even thought about. With his rising profile, he expected more, especially in the NIL space. Tennessee ultimately chose not to meet those expectations, and he decided to transfer to UCLA as a result. This is just one of many stories we've seen in today's college football landscape, where players' priorities evolve naturally over time, and decisions to enter the transfer portal stem from more than just playing time or fit. College Football 26 now reflects his behavior, creating a world that feels organic, reactive, and alive. That's cold. Saban don't promise nothing. Everyone knows you have to wait your time. No, Keyshawn. He does. I guarantee you he promises stuff. Transfer portal ruined college football? No, it didn't. The transfer portal has made college football so much more competitive. Now, you don't see freaking Alabama and Georgia in every damn national championship. Now, you see these other programs being able to compete. I mean, I know everybody not going to agree with the transfer portal, but bro, the transfer portal has, in my opinion, been one of the best things. Because two, also from a coach standpoint, it exposed those players that only care about themselves. So even on that side of it, the players that want to just jump ship for money, as a coach, I don't want a guy there that's only there for money. You know what I'm saying? I want the guys that are going to be there. Transfer portal exposes that, because now those players, I want more money. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Conference realignment is what ruined college football. The SEC being a powerhouse conference. But now, because of transfer portal, you see these other schools that were a no factor in a sense being able to be a factor. Y'all don't want to lose players. That damn ball will still kick off in February 1st. Teams will hold that trophy the same as always. Yeah, man. I love the transfer portal. It put players and coaches on more equal footing. Yeah, because the coaches could promise things, get you there, and once you there, you there. They still have to grind to be good. True. What do I think will be better? I like tactician. I always go with tactician. I'm all for the transfer portal. I like it. Small schools will lose their best players every year. No, that's not necessarily true. I will say this though, that is something that they're going to have to pay attention to and balance. That's something that they're going to have to balance. Because here's the deal. Here's the balance in it, okay? If you have a player that's balling out, more than likely you're winning ball games. And so if you're winning ball games, your program is going to be growing and getting better. There should be a limit. How many times a player can transfer? No, for what? I agree with Boogie on that. Why should there be a limit? Because two, that's on the player losing eligibility. Every time he transfers, don't they lose a year? They can only transfer so much. I mean, heck. Why put a limit? Just because we as the fans want our teams to stay relevant. Oh, I don't want this player to transfer. He's a good player. We lost our starting quarterback and running back because we couldn't match Oregon. No, you lost your starting running back and quarterback because they wanted something bigger. They wanted to play on the bigger stage. Now what you're seeing, guys, I'm going to tell you what you're seeing. You're seeing college football now become people don't have to take that JUCO step, if you will. Hey, and I'm going to tell you like this, okay? This is going to summarize it perfectly. It's the same way for coaches. Hello, somebody. I get a job as a coordinator at Louisiana Tech. What do coaches do? As they become better coaches, they look for better opportunities. So why the players can't do the same? By the logic that some of y'all are saying, if I start out as offensive coordinator for Louisiana Tech, I should stay in that position for my entire career. Never leave to a different school, never upgrade to be a head coach, or even if I'm a head coach, I should stay at Louisiana Tech. I should never go to any other school. I should never look to grow. That's bogus. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, if I'm coaching this team and a player don't want to be there, I don't want them there. And as a fan, you should feel the same way. But the only reason people give a damn is because we don't want to lose good players on our team. Arch Manning, starting quarterback for Texas. If he was to transfer, people would lose their shit because they feel that Arch Manning is a good player. But the fourth quarterback on the damn depth chart, they don't give a damn if he transfer. They don't care. Let him transfer. So at the end of the day, people only give a damn about the transfer portal for one or two reasons. One, if you're acquiring a good player. Two, if you're losing a good player. When were smaller schools ever good? Yeah. So in the game wise, okay, because that is a concern. Are good players, if you have a good player on your team in a smaller school in the game, if they're balling out, more than likely you balling out as a program. So your program is going to increase as well. Now, here's the deal. Are you going to be able to increase to meet that growth of that player? Okay. It doesn't mean that they're going to just transfer out, but your program grows with success. At the end of the day, if you want to retain good talent, then you need to win games. If you're a good coach or a good fan, you should want the player who helped your small school win, get a better opportunity, and get paid more if you truly care about the person. And that's the thing, Andrew. People don't give a shit about the person. They only care about what they want, their interests. The coaches, they want to win games. The fans, they want to win games. They don't care like Alabama, like a Jalen Hurts transfers to Oklahoma. Ashton Genty is the exception, not the rule. Pull up the Sun Belt and Mountain West conferences. Most of those players left. You know what I'm saying? Ashton Genty was one of those players. He's loyal to Boise. As good a running back as he was. And then that true is like you should know if you ball out, you're gonna go to the NFL or you're gonna have that opportunity. But guys, players have different wants and needs. Hey, maybe I wanted to go to Oregon, but I didn't get recruited by Oregon. You know what I'm saying? And I ended up at Rice. But then I ball out and now Oregon seems interested. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't think about the realness behind this is that these players, some players end up on these lower D1 teams with dreams of playing a big time D1. So I feel like as the player, they should have that freedom. You know what I'm saying? So it's a hot topic. It's a hot topic, but a good one. Appreciate the dono. What was your comment? I didn't even read it. No limit to what coaches in the NCAA do or make, but the guys on the field, everybody got an opinion. Yeah, because at the end of the day, people only care about the good players, and they want those players to stay so they can win. If the transfer portal never came around, Nick Saban probably would still be coaching. Players don't get cut or fired for the production of someone else on the field. Not their own. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're not going to get cut as a cornerback because the safety ain't doing his job. It affects the schools, the students, the alumni, the community. It doesn't. It doesn't affect. No, it doesn't. It may affect the community, but it doesn't affect the school. You losing a star player doesn't affect the school. Students aren't unenrolling from Baylor because their starting quarterback transferred. It doesn't affect the school's still making money. If anything, the school's saving money because now they don't have to pay that scholarship. I'm dancing with the girl that brung me. I mean, but that's the thing. That's the whole point. That is perfectly fine. But it is also fine if somebody says, hey, I want to try better. Because here's the deal. It goes both ways as well, because you have players from big time programs that transfer to smaller programs. Yeah, back to it. Okay, we read this already. It makes it more difficult for some schools to meet those rising demands, often results in players organically transferring as their goals. We read that already. Yeah, we looked at this. How you build your coaching staff can significantly impact your ability to manage evolving player expectations and retain your roster. To help with evolving player expectations, you can purchase the Lower the Bar ability in the strategist archetype. This lowers the grade threshold required to meet a player's deal breaker, up to a maximum of a full letter grade. You can also purchase the family atmosphere ability within the master motivator archetype, which makes players less likely to transfer if their deal breaker has been broken. So there's your balance for a smaller school. If you know you're going to stay as a coach at a smaller school, there you go right there. They thought about it already. Spot on, Omar. And that's coming from a guy that's played big time D1 football. If players do decide to leave, abilities within the program builder archetype can help. Gift of Gab, additional persuasion attempts, roster retainer, increased chance of persuading a player to stay. Full refund, get an additional persuasion attempt if one of your attempts is successful. As expectations evolve, so too must your coaching strategy. The players you recruit as freshmen may not be the same player or have the same demands when they are upperclassmen. How you manage that growth and evolving expectation will significantly impact how successful you are. Guys, these I didn't really get. I didn't really utilize these in 25. But because of the way that they're doing recruiting in 26, now these matter. Now these seem like, hey, that's probably a pretty big deal. Because remember, in the CEO, in the program builder tab where they had these, I was like, bro, I mean, I really don't need those. I don't see the use for them. But now they're useful. So instead of them creating some new abilities within those archetypes, they made it to where these archetypes matter. And they did that by how they did recruiting. W. That's a W to me. Because now these are, I was like, I don't need no persuasion attempts. I got a stacked roster. But now because of the way they did recruiting and players, this stuff matters. Now they've added value to this. I like that. Transfer portal customization. Aha. With dynamic deal breakers, the addition of the conference prestige deal breaker and improved playing time logic, the college football 26 transfer portal is more reactive and unpredictable. While this brings the chaos of modern college football to life, we also want you to have the tools to customize the experience and make it your own. For those of y'all that don't like the transfer portal, you can turn it off. Well, not turn it off, but you can, adjust it. Whether you want wild modern era portal or a throwback to the days when transferring was far less common, you now have control over how the portal behaves in your dynasty. Like I told y'all, this is the most customizable college football game ever. They literally put everything in your hands for you to have the experience you want. So if you have a bad experience with this game, it's your own damn fault. New settings include max transfer per team. Adjust how many players can transfer from a single team from 0 to 30. So you can literally turn off the transfer portal. Setting this to 0 disables the portal entirely for a more traditional experience. There you go. For those of y'all that hate the transfer portal, They basically giving us the college football world and saying, make it how you want to. Hey, if you don't want wear and tear, you can turn that off. If you don't want people to transfer, you can turn that off. I want to see how Ryan Moody flips this into something bad. Yeah, he can't, dog. Transfer probability. User teams. Scale how likely players on user control teams are to transfer if their deal breaker is violated. Transfer probability CPU teams. It does the same thing. Do the same for CPU teams, allowing you to align or differentiate how the AI handles player retention. My school. At the foundation of every program is one question. What is your identity? The My School grades define who your program is and what its strengths and weaknesses are across 14 core categories. It's one of the clearest separations between powerhouse programs and those still trying to find their footing. In addition to playing time improvements we outlined earlier, which now consider actual snaps played, that's a major W. We've made several key updates across My School system to deepen realism and improve differentiation between programs. First, we've rebalanced the grade curve across all 14 categories. Fewer teams now sit in the A or B range, meaning most schools will fall somewhere between D and C. So also, guys, for those smaller schools, when you get that big time player, this is also helping to balance that so you don't have to worry about them trying to move and stuff. Because now they're balancing that stuff out. Creating more visible separation between the haves and the have-nots, and making meaningful improvements something you'll need to earn over time. One of the biggest changes this year comes in pro potential. Previously, this game estimated a program's ability to produce NFL talent based on the current roster. Now, pro potential is based on a school's historical draft results over the past 4 seasons. I thought that's what it was already based on. Wow. And it's tracked by position. This means you can now clearly see which schools are consistently sending talent to the next level and who truly deserves the title of wide receiver U. Interesting. We've also made improvements to playing style. The stat-driven grade tied to how your team performs on the field. Every archetype includes the new ones added in college football, including the new ones added in college football 26, has had its playing style tracking reevaluated. Last year, many defensive player types were overly reliant on individual stats like interceptions or tackles for loss, often leading to small sample skew. This year, more player types, especially on defense, evaluate team level stats like average passing yards allowed or rushing yards allowed per game. The result is a more stable, fair reflection of how your program actually plays. That's cool. That is cool. That's good. So I didn't even know that. The playing style was geared more towards individual stats. So if your receivers or your DBs weren't getting any interceptions, the playing style, but now I like that. Let's case in point, I like that. It should go off of stats. As part of these updates, we've also reevaluated and adjusted the starting grade for every team to better reflect their real-world standing and to take full advantage of the new grading distribution. So I don't know why they showed the location battle right here, though. Location-based recruiting. It's easier and cheaper to get a player to a campus when they live nearby. Driving 100 miles is a very different challenge than flying across the country. And in College Football 26, we've replicated that reality through location-based recruiting. The cost of a visit is now tied directly to how close a recruit is to your campus, making geography a meaningful factor in your weekly recruiting strategy. The higher a recruit's proximity to home grade with your school, the cheaper it is to bring them in for a visit. Costs can range from as low as 10 recruiting hours for nearby players to as high as 40 hours for cross-country visits. That's a significant swing, and one that forces you to think more strategically about where your targets are located and what your program can realistically afford week to week. That's big time. That can save you at least 30 points in recruiting when the players are ready for a visit. Intelligent, absolutely. They're giving you the keys to the Porsche right here, man. Team Builder is at the end. We ain't got there yet. In College Football 25, every visit costs a flat 40 hours, which often made it cost prohibitive to bring recruits to campus. When I was at smaller schools, I literally would not bring in recruits just because it costs money, costs points like that. So that helps, especially if you were working with a limited budget. Now visits are much more efficient for local and regional players, but flying in a top recruit from across the country still comes at a premium, one that power programs may be able to absorb, while smaller schools will need to pick their spots. Yeah, man, this is your own sandbox game. That's what I said. If you have a bad experience with this game, it's because of you. Like, oh, recruiting. You can't complain about recruiting. They literally give you sliders to adjust recruiting. Oh, wear and tear is messing up this game. Turn it off. To help you maximize your visits, the CEO archetype now includes a new ability. More. I was going to say move the meter. More the merrier. This ability doubles the number of players who can visit your campus in a single week, increasing the cap from 4 to 8 total visitors. That's cool, because I would have players that I want to get in. This is big because you want players to be able to get in, and you can only have 4 and it'll lock it off. So now you got to wait an extra week, which increases the chance of them signing with another school. So that's pretty cool. That extra flexibility can make a big difference during critical stretches of the season, especially when you're juggling high priority targets or trying to align visit timing for multiple recruits. And if you're running a staff with a coordinator whose active archetype is strategist, the benefits can stack even further. The strategist perk grants bonus XP for every recruit who visits during a win. Wow! That's cool. So now that matters. So if you're hosting a full slate of 8 visitors, you have the potential to significantly boost coach XP across the board. As we've covered earlier, active archetype perks are now one of the most important drivers of coach progression. And this type of coordination between abilities can have a massive impact on how quickly your staff levels up through the season. Dog, that's dope. The synergy right there is crazy. That's what we call in RPGs and MMOs. We call that synergy. Synergy meaning different elements of the game working together to provide a cohesive experience. Location-based recruiting costs create a sharper divide between the haves and the have-nots and reinforce the importance of building a recruiting strategy that reflects your program's reach, identity, and resources. I love it. I love it. Discovering the next star. Scouting is a critical part of identifying which player fits your program and which recruits you want to go after. Coaches often refer to this as finding their OKGs, our kind of guys. In College Football 26, we've made 2 key improvements to the scouting system that make it easier to use and more impactful as you build your recruiting board. First, we've reordered how attributes are displayed during scouting, ensuring that shared ratings across archetypes appear in consistent order for every position. In College Football 25, this often made comparing prospects at the same position frustrating, especially when the same rating would appear in different spots depending on the archetype. Now, when you're comparing 2 players at the same position, regardless of archetypes, you'll see their shared attributes lined up the same way every time, making comparisons easier. Second, we've expanded the power of the mind reader ability within the strategist archetype. Previously, mind reader only revealed a recruit's development trait during a campus visit, which often came too late to meaningfully influence your recruiting decision. Now, if you possess mind reader for a recruiter's position group, you'll be able to reveal their dev trait directly through scouting. Awesome. Giving you a critical head start in identifying high potential prospects early in the cycle. Knowing which players have a huge potential upside and truly special talents is now a strategic edge you can learn and identify early in the recruiting process to maximize how you spend your recruiting hours. Guys, I literally would not get that perk, Mind Reader, because of that. But now that you can see it in scouting and recruiting, major W. Major W. That's a W. Recruiting battles. This is what I was wanting to see. In College Football 25, there were moments when two schools were locked in a close recruiting race, and it wasn't always clear why one team ultimately won out. When both programs were neck and neck, it could feel a little random which school landed the commitment. Now, when one school reaches the commitment threshold and another is right behind them, a recruiting battle will be triggered. The recruit won't commit right away, and instead they will set a new, higher commitment threshold, giving both schools a short window to make the one final push. It's not a long extension, just enough to create space for a true head-to-head finish. From that point on, it becomes a race. Whichever school reaches the new commitment threshold first secures the commitment. This is when you pull out all the stops. It's a dead sprint to the finish line. Do everything you can to push across the threshold before your rival does. Because once that new threshold is hit, that recruit is off the board. Okay. Okay. That sounds okay. It sounds okay if you're the school in second place. Imagine being the school in first place and you finna sign them and then bam, recruiting battle. It's like, dang, now I was finna lock this recruit up this week. Now I gotta extend this. But I do like it that they only keep it to 2 teams. So basically what they did, guys, is added another layer of commitment. That's all they did. So you have your top 8, you have your top 5, you have your top 3, and then if 1 and 2 are close, now you have a top 2. Recruit generation. This year, we've increased the number of recruits generated each season to 4,100, providing a deeper and more varied pool of talent for programs at every level. As part of this expansion, we've also rebalanced several key aspects of recruit generation, including physical and mental abilities, as well as each prospect's individual ratings. You'll still be able to find players with high-level attributes and silver or gold tier abilities, the kinds of elite prospects that can transform a program, but there will be fewer of them overall. That's a good thing. In particular, when it comes to athletes, we've reduced both the quality of top-end athlete prospects and the quantity generated across each position, or quantity. That means it's going to be rarer to find truly elite prospects, but when you do, it will feel special, and landing them will be a major win for your recruiting class. That's good. That's like real life, yeah. We've also reworked how pitches and deal breakers are assigned to better reflect the want and needs of players today. Glamour positions like quarterback, running back, and wide receiver, corner, and edge rusher now put a much heavier emphasis on brand exposure to better reflect their expectations around NIL opportunities. Additionally, we've rebalanced the motivations and assignments of deal breakers across pitches to create more overlap. The goal is to make it harder to immediately pinpoint a recruiter's ideal pitch based solely on their deal breaker, requiring you to dig deeper to uncover what truly matters to each player. Yeah, I don't like that because I used to love being able, I'm going to say this, I love it. But it's like, okay, dang, y'all making it harder for me to recruit. Because generally you could. The top tier players, you can see what their deal breaker was. And from there, like, you good. But now you have to actually break down the player more to know what they want. That's a good thing. Make recruiting matter again. We've also reduced the weights that most high school prospects will start at to better reflect players entering college with a less mature body. This allows weight to scale more naturally over time as they grow into their body and physically mature. More on that later. We've also introduced a brand new lean body type, which is most noticeable at the wide receiver position. The lean body type better represents long, wiry athletes that may not be physically developed yet. I'm leaving everything now for the best experience. I will adjust when I see things adjusted. My wear and tear will see a boost coming out of that time. Yeah, this is dope. To sway or not to sway? Sway is one of the most powerful tools in your recruiting arsenal, but it's also one of the most misunderstood. In College Football 26, we've made several improvements to make this feature clearer, more actionable, and easier to take advantage of when your school doesn't fully align with the recruit's motivations. Sway is designed for those moments when your school grade don't match up with the prospect's ideal pitch, or when you want to expand what a recruit cares about to include another pitch that plays to your strengths. A successful sway allows you to add a second ideal pitch, giving you more flexibility in how you engage with the recruit. In some cases, it can even unlock a third ideal pitch by creating additional overlaps. This year, when you select the sway action, you'll now see the probability of success before making your move, giving you much more clarity around when and how to take your shot. Your chance of success increases based on how much motivational overlap exists between the pitch and you're trying to sway a recruit toward and their existing ideal pitch. For example, if the two pitches share two motivations, your odds are much higher than if they only share one. And that difference is now clearly reflected in the UI. It was unusually hard to use and didn't feel impactful last year. Nobody used Sway last year, and now they're trying to make it much more relevant this year. Some people used it. That's the thing. A lot of people didn't know how to use it. I used it a couple of times. Because I remember in older college football games where you could sway. You could try to get them to have, but the way that it worked in the past, like if they didn't care about, let's say academics, you can persuade them to care about academics. Does that make sense? I use sway a lot in Dynasty. It usually worked since I knew the different pitches. Yeah, if you know how to use it. And because of that, this is a big W. The upgrade, they upgraded it. That's cool. Yeah, especially with smaller schools. Yup. Once sway is successful, you'll see visual indicators both in the left recruiting board list and next to the specific motivations the recruit now cares about. These new markers make it easy to identify recruits you have successfully swayed. That's cool. It's right there. So the little head with the light bulb, and then it tells you the perk that you've swayed that's good. Your chance of success will depend on overlap, but players looking to maximize their odds can unlock the persuasive personality ability in the recruiter archetype. It gives you a critical edge in situations where you're trying to open up a new recruiting path, especially when you're trailing and need to shift the balance in your favor. See, that's valuable. Used correctly, sway can completely change the dynamic of a recruiting battle, giving you an angle of attack that other schools simply don't have. That's good, dude. You don't know how to sway? You didn't know how? Well, now you know. Sway will be unnecessary if they have the same soft/hard glitch as the same deal breaker. A killer recruiting in my online Dynasty. We know how important it is to have the right tools in place to manage your board, prioritize your targets, and respond to key moments as they happen. In College Football 26, we've made a number of quality of life improvements across the entire recruiting experience, helping you spend less time digging through menus and more time making meaningful decisions. In College Football 25, the team needs was only accessible by pressing R3. While the screen could be accessed at any time from anywhere within the recruiting hub, many players simply missed it or found it inconvenient to jump between views to check their position needs. In College Football 26, we've brought team needs front and center by pinning it to the top of the prospect list. This makes it easy to quickly identify what your team needs at a glance while you're adding prospects to your board from the prospect list. This module updates in real time as you add or remove players, helping you make informed decisions in the moment. This module is meant to provide a quick summary of your immediate roster needs, while the full team needs screen, which includes a year-by-year breakdown and your overall grade at each position, is still accessible by pressing R3 or right stick anywhere within the recruiting UI. One thing I wish that they would do with team needs is make it specific to your scheme. So if I'm running veer and shoot, then highlight for receivers, for example. Veer and shoot, you tend to use more route running and deep threats. Highlight those players that fit my scheme like they do in Madden. Because if I'm running an option style offense, I don't need a field general quarterback. I need a quarterback that can run. You see what I'm saying? So highlight those particular quarterbacks, not just the quarterback spot in general. In the recruiting board, you'll now see up and down arrows appear on the left-hand list next to each recruit's name. These arrows indicate whether you've moved up or down that recruit's top school list compared to the previous week. This makes it easy to quickly identify which recruits are trending in your favor, and which ones may require a shift in strategy or signal that something in the recruiting dynamic has changed week over week. Once a recruit has entered the pitch stage and narrowed their top schools list to 5, a red dot will appear during the first week to let you know that recruiting actions are available. Additionally, the recruit stage indicator on the left-hand list will become highlighted, making it easier to spot which players are close to committing and may require more focus and attention to secure the commitment before your competitors do. In college football 25, it was easy to lose track of key recruits you wanted to monitor each week over week. In college football 26, you can now favorite recruits by double tapping triangle or Y. Favoriting acts as a bookmark, a simple way to highlight the recruit you're prioritizing or want to remember as the season progresses. It also allows you to stay focused on your top targets, keep tabs on competitive battles, and make sure you're not missing out on critical follow-up actions. We've also added a new filter that lets you quickly view only your favorite recruits, helping you stay locked in on more important prospects. This one is a kind of a mid to me, because the prospects that you want to pay attention to the most, you would just, in my opinion, you would just put them higher up on your draft board. On your recruiting board. What do I think about Maximum Football? I never played it. I have no interest in it. I like college football. I have no interest in that whatsoever. Finally, we've added a set of advanced search filters to give you more ways to filter and search the prospect list to identify prospects who meet your needs or are potential targets for your team. You can now filter by maximum star rating, minimum pipeline level, and recruiting stage. These updates are all about helping you recruit smarter, stay organized, and take action at the right time, whether you're leading the pack or fighting to close the gap. Player progression. Player development is at its core. Oh man. Player development is at the core of building a successful program. While talent acquisition is without question the most important thing in college football, inability to develop your players will keep them from reaching their full potential and prevent you from realizing your dreams of winning a national championship. In college football 26, we've rebalanced and expanded how progression works to create more player differentiation, realism, and separation between programs. Living in the iron paradise. At times in college football 25, players would go long stretches without any progression, only to suddenly take a big leap when they finally leveled up a skill group. In college football 26, we have increased the number of skill group levels from 10 to 20, allowing for more gradual and natural progression. A player's development trait also plays a bigger role in offseason progression. While there's still variation or variability in how much a player develops during the offseason, players with impact, star, and elite development traits now have a higher minimum amount they will progress. This increased the likelihood that players with a better development trait will progress more than players with normal traits. Every year, we see freshmen arrive on campus and undergo significant physical changes during their first season. Now, your player hits the iron paradise and put in the work and put in the hashtag work during the offseason. You will also see physical changes to their body. Wow, that's cool. Players will now gain weight during off-season progression. The amount they gain is influenced by their player position and year in the school. This simulates the real-world difference in physical maturity between a freshman and a senior. Lastly, your school's athletic facilities grade in my school now increases the amount of progression your players receive. Cool. No different than the real world, where the school with the best sports performance and nutrition programs seemingly perform at a higher level than the rest. The higher your athletic facility grade is, the bigger your player progression boost will be. Athletic facilities are just another factor that contribute to long-term program building and highlights the divide between powerhouse programs and those still finding their footing. So that matters now. Great. They made it an actual thing in the game. It's always been a thing, athletic facilities, but it's never contributed to anything in game. Now it does. Also, I think it's cool that they will change how your player looks physically from freshman to senior year. That's cool. Physical abilities. You want to see what? Oh, okay. As Scott described in the gameplay deep dive, see, when they said weight room, I thought that he was saying that you can like schedule them to lift weights and all that kind of stuff. When Omar was talking about that, I mean, basically the players get bigger as they stay in college. You know what I'm saying? I thought that's what they was talking about. I got excited. This was kind of underwhelming. It's not underwhelming. I like it. The athletic rating matters. That's a big deal. But yeah, I thought we could like have them. We can set them up a certain. We can set them up a certain weightlifting program to do in the off season or something. Can the facility still go up and down based on prestige? Yeah, that's what they saying. Like if your program is losing, you lose money, your athletic facilities drop, I guess they can go up and down. I know they can go up. I didn't know if they can go down. Physical abilities. As Scott described in the gameplay deep dive, we've introduced new physical and mental abilities this year. In addition to the new physical abilities, we've also modified the requirements to unlock physical ability tiers. Previously, all abilities required a single attribute level to unlock each tier. For example, 95 toughness to unlock platinum workhorse. Now, some abilities like Shifty require 2 attribute ratings to upgrade them. For example, Platinum Shifty now requires both 97 change of direction and 96 acceleration for a wide receiver. These added thresholds make top tier abilities even rarer, further increasing player differentiation. So people, that's good. That basically means these abilities are going to be more spread out and more harder to obtain. One of my favorite parts is the weight system. Positional changes. Players should lose or gain the appropriate weight to match that new position. Also, rating should reflect that change. If a wide receiver moves to tight end that offseason, he should gain weight but lose speed and acceleration and maybe change of direction. Apply this to any situation, but yeah, it's pretty accurate. Yeah, that is true, Omar. That is true. And then, too, like, I'm not going to move a 6'3", 185-pound guy to tight end. Like, his weight is already an issue, you know, so it makes you consider that as well. We've also completely overhauled our archetype system, introducing new player types and physical ability combinations that better reflect the diversity of players across college football. More on that later. From impact player to star. Player performance during the season now plays a huge role in their long-term potential. If a player absolutely cooks during the season, they can now upgrade their development trait during off-season progression. That is huge. Performance is determined by their season stat line relative to their position. Upgrading a development trait is not guaranteed, and the better a player's current trait is, the harder it becomes to move up. So a lower tier, it's easier to improve a lower tier guy. For example, moving from normal to impact is more likely than jumping from star to elite. You can increase the odds of a player upgrading a development trait by purchasing the gains getter ability within the CEO archetype. That's big time. If a player does upgrade their development trait, you'll receive a notification and it will also be highlighted in the training results screen. Big W right there. Training results. Speaking of training results, this screen has undergone a major overhaul to give you better visibility into the growth and progression of each player during the offseason. For each player, you can now see exactly how much each attribute increased. Additionally, the player module on the right-hand side displays their weight gain, any abilities that upgraded, and if their development trait upgraded. So they're talking about this right here. So he upgraded his physical ability cutter, and then his weight went up 2 pounds. And then you see that right there. This was in older games, so I'm glad that they brought that back where you can see where they actually improved that. Texas State, god dang, boy, they doing them dirty. Manual progression. If you're looking for more direct control over how your players develop, you can enable manual progression in league settings. Manual progression is an individual team setting, so it does not require all members of an online dynasty to have the same setting. If you choose to enable manual progression, your players will earn skill points like normal. However, they will never automatically spend them to progress their attributes and abilities. You can see how many skill points each player has accumulated in the player module anywhere a player is shown in a spreadsheet or within their player card, and that's up there in the top right corner. To manually progress a player, just access the player card. Within the player card, you can spend their skill points to purchase ratings and physical abilities. If you only want to manually progress specific players, you can do so, and then automatically progress the rest of your roster by holding triangle on the roster screen. That's similar to Madden, or just like Madden, actually. This will automatically progress all players who have skill points remaining using the standard auto progression logic. Manual progression can offer a significant advantage in shaping player growth. So when it's turned on, it comes with the default 25% progression nerf to help maintain balance. This nerf is fully customizable by the Dynasty commissioner. It can be turned off completely or increased to 100% to fully prevent users from auto progressing players. I like the auto progressing thing because, like I said, it allows you to build the team that you want. Like if I want my receivers to focus on speed, I can, focus on speed as opposed to putting it into different things. Weight impacts speed too. Yeah. Position changes. Position changes are a key part of building and evolving a roster in Dynasty mode, but transitioning to a new role isn't always seamless. When a player moves to a new role, they must learn a new position and skill set, one that may not directly translate from the player's previous experience. While they can certainly grow, this is going to make in the tactician skill tab, cross training, this is going to make this relevant. I can already tell. It's going to make it more relevant. While they can certainly grow into the role over time, that development doesn't happen overnight. To better reflect, now when a player changes positions, they will only retain abilities that are shared between their previous archetype and the new one. Their skill group caps are also adjusted based on how closely the new position relates to their original one. For example, shifting a running back to wide receiver results in a smaller drop in development ceiling than moving the same player to offensive tackle. The farther apart the positions are in terms of required traits and responsibilities, the steeper the learning curve, which naturally limits their potential and current abilities. As you evaluate changing a player's position, the player module on the right side of the screen will display a preview of which abilities the player would retain at the selected position. The player's development trait will stay the same, ensuring a constant growth rate as they adapt to their new role. That's That's cool. So you see his abilities right here that he has. If he moves positions, then he loses. He actually lost several, changed several of them. That's dope. I like that. This is just more realism. Manage wear and tear. Much like a boxer, a football player's body can only take so many hits before it starts to break down. It's not just about whether a player is injured. It's about how their body responds to the physical demands of the season. Every hit adds up. And as our friend OG says, not all hits are created equal. Some players are able to endure wear and tear over the long term, while others wear down under the weight of repeated impacts. So season and career health. In college football 26, every player now has season and career health pools that determine how much wear and tear damage they can recover in a single season and over the course of their career. Each time a player recovers wear and tear damage, it draws from these pools. Once the season health pool is depleted, that player can no longer recover wear and tear damage until the off season when they will fully recover. Wow. So you have your wear and tear pool. It pulls from your season. The season wear and tear pool pulls from your career. We saw the effects of season health play out in last year's national championship game. Entering the matchup, Notre Dame's quarterback had logged a career-high 167 rushing attempts on the season, 53 of those coming in just the last 3 games. On the opening drive, he led an 18-play, 75-yard touchdown march, carrying the ball 9 more times. That drive alone added a significant amount of wear and tear, and when combined with the workload he'd already taken on all season, it was clear his body had started to break down. From that point forward, his performance dipped noticeably, and he wasn't the same player for the rest of the game. How does season health change season to season? At the end of each season, the pool replenishes. However, the size of the pool is determined by how full it was at the end of the season. For example, a player who finishes the season with their health pool nearly empty will begin next year with a significantly smaller season health pool. This reflects the physical wear and tear carried over the course of the season. Conversely, a player who finished the year with a pool that is almost full will begin next year with an almost identical health size pool. You will be able to see the impacts of players' seasonal health on their career health bar over the course of the season. In effect, you are now having to manage a player's career clock. How heavily a player is used from year to year will significantly impact their longevity, adding a new layer of decision making and wear and tear management week to week and season to season. And that's true. That's tough. Yeah. Because too, the NFL does that with running backs. If you got a running back that's taking a bunch of, like a physical guy, like that, a big bruising running back, NFL teams will stray away from those types of guys. Only because they've taken a lot of hits. But if they've done it year in and year out and they stayed healthy, different story. Where can I see it? You can view a player's seasonal health anywhere that wear and tear is displayed. This year, we have also updated the player model to include a wear and tear sub-panel that can be accessed within the right stick. This allows you to quickly view a player's wear and tear health at any glance or at a glance. Managing career wear and tear should tie into your pro potential, because if you're running players into the ground, players shouldn't want to come and play for you. That's interesting. In college football 25, I saw a few players basically retire from football because their injury recovery time was so long. I never saw that. That's interesting. That'll be tough to manage. Yes, it will, and I love it. But at the same time, you can always adjust it. So I like that. Auto subs now incorporate wear and tear strategies by position, giving you control over how players are rotated in and out during games based on accumulated wear and tear damage. So you can keep them fresh by keeping the fresh ones in. It keeps them rotated in. Normal, just balance approach. Grind it out to keep them in the game, and then custom to create your own experience. Custom settings. As detailed in the gameplay deep dive, we've also added a suite of wear and tear sliders that give you full control over how wear and tear behaves across Dynasty and gameplay. These settings will let you refine or let you fine tune how much wear and tear is applied based on tackle types, such as normal tackles versus hit sticks. How much is recovered during the game, including per play, at quarter breaks, or halftime, and how much players recover during week advances in Dynasty. Delivering the world of college football. College football is consistently changing, and Dynasty mode needs to evolve with it. This year, we've added Missouri State and Delaware, expanding to 136 teams you can start your Dynasty with. While we'll always look to stay current in the ever-changing world of college football, we are also focused on expanding the depth of Dynasty mode, building a more complete and immersive world through better access to stats, deeper historical tackling, storylines, and ongoing quality of life improvements that reduce friction in your Dynasty experience. A part of college football history. One of the most powerful parts of Dynasty mode is looking back, reliving the moments, debating the greats, and remembering the champions that shaped our dynasties of the past. Whether it's your boss telling you about his sweet 2-star recruit that won 3 Heismans and a national championship at a small school, or arguments with friends over whose team was truly the best, those memories are what makes Dynasty mode special. In College Football 26, we're introducing College Football History, which is accessible from the Stats and Records tab of the Dynasty Hub. This is your hub for the legacy of the sport and your dynasty, from Yale winning the very first national championship in 1869 to every moment you create across your 30-year dynasty. Okay, so dynasty is still 30 years. Boo. Whatever. College football history features national championships going back to 1869, conference championships. For each national and conference champion, you'll be able to see the year they won the championship, their top 25 ranking, season record, and the name of the coach that won the championship. If this was a championship game, you'll also be able to see the losing team, their top 25 ranked, season record, score of the game. 21 individual player and coach award winners, for example, historical Heisman Trophy and Bear Bryant Coach of the Year winners. Within the college football history, you're able to filter the spreadsheet by team and conference. This gives you the ability to see every Heisman winner from Alabama, every SEC team that has reached the national championship game, or simply view every conference champion from Big Ten or the Pac-12. Y'all, this is weird because for somebody like myself, I used to do a lot of role playing when I played college football games. And so, like, let's say I was in the national championship playing against an SEC team or something like that. I would literally, like, do stuff like this where I would be like, this is the SEC's, they're facing off against the SEC, and then talk about the history of the SEC in national championship games and stuff like that. This is what that is. It just gives you all of this information on the forefront. But I used to literally, like, role play that type of stuff, dude. That's crazy. When viewing conference championships, you will be able to see historical conferences and the evolution of conferences. For example, when you're looking at the Pac-12 conference champions, you'll see the conference evolve from the PCC to AAWU to Pac-8 to Pac-10 and eventually the Pac-12 conference, and eventually nothing because there's only 2 teams in there. As your dynasty unfolds, this history grows with you. Every national champion, conference champion, winning coach, and award winner is etched into the record books of all 30 seasons. Speaking of awards in College Football 26, we've added 14 authentic awards, including the Maxwell Award and the Walter Camp Award. Additionally, we've also rebalanced how defensive stats, in particular tackles, tackle for loss, and sacks, are evaluated in our award logic. Pretty cool stuff, man. Not game breaking. Could have been fine without it, but it's cool that it's there. In addition to college football history, you can now view all of a player's awards and accolades from their player card. This is cool whenever you're in the transfer portal trying to find a player and you kind of want to see, hey, what has this player done? You can see that stuff. Within the player card, go to the More tab and then Stats. Once you are within the Stats screen, filter to Awards. This will show all of their individual awards like Heisman trophies, conference champions, national champions, All-American, all-conference selections, how many times they've been national and conference player of the week, and their transfer history. Yeah, you feel like what's bare minimum? 50 years in Dynasty, yeah. But at the same time, like if you're a coach, like how many years are you gonna actually coach? Does that make sense? You're not gonna see somebody get into college coaching and coach for 60 years. Like, because most of the time, by the time the age that you're probably gonna get into college coaching, at the earliest, I would say 25 as a GA. 30 years from that would make you 55. You still got guys that's coaching in their 50s. So yeah, I would say at least 50. 50 would be. Numbers don't lie. Just like the community, we're stat junkies. We believe the numbers tell the story. This year, we've expanded the stat tracking across players, teams, conference to give you a fuller, more detailed view of performance throughout Dynasty. In College Football 25, it could be difficult to understand how conference tiebreakers were resolved or why one team advanced over another. This year, we made a priority to bring clarity and transparency to that process. The updated logic is designed to better align with how real-world conferences settle their standings and to ensure outcomes make sense at a glance. Improved tiebreaker logic. First, we look at the head-to-head record between tied teams. If the team didn't all play each other or head-to-head doesn't resolve the tie, we check the team's record against common conference opponents. If they are still tied, we use the college football power rankings to determine placement. I don't think we need an example of that. I think that's pretty understandable. In addition to improved tiebreaker logic, we have also added columns showing a team's point differential and average margin of victory when entering conference standings. The screen now defaults to your team's conference, so the information matters most is front and center. Yeah, because in my Dynasty, I had to constantly go to the Pac-12 to find all of that. Oh, they got All-State in the game now. Okay. Stat padding. We've also added deeper stat tracking for both individual players and entire teams. The box score now displays the total number of plays and yards per play. We've also added new metrics within the season stats, career stats, and team stat screens, all accessible from the stats and records tabs in Dynasty mode. So player season and stat, career stats, quarterback, touchdown percentage number divided by the number of pass attempts, sack rate, interception percentage, touchdown to interception ratio, net yards per attempt, adjusted net yards per pass attempt. And this is here, guys. Y'all can go and read this. It's just some added stats. Fumble rate, touchdown percentage, your team stats, total offensive yards per game, rushing yards per game, passing yards per game. This is important to me. Let me back up because it is some importance here. So if you're scouting another team, this is important. Being able to see yards per game and all that is important from a defensive standpoint and offensive standpoint. You also being able to see this for individual can tell you, like, give you more depth to the type of player that's there. So I like that. New positions and archetypes. In College Football 26, we've overhauled positions and archetypes across the game to bring them in line with the way modern college football is played. Positions have been updated to reflect current day schemes and terminology. We've made key positional updates to reflect how teams align in today's game. Defensive ends are now edge rushers. Guys, this is just talking about the position changes. They've added edge rushers, Sam, Mike, and Will stuff, just like Madden. Additional depth chart updates include long snapper, gadget for trick play specialists, and nose tackle, specifically used in 3-4 fronts. We also took a hard look at every archetype in College Football 25 and found that many didn't fully capture how college players move, play, and contribute. Some players fell between styles while others had skill sets unique enough to deserve their own identity. For example, a gadget wide receiver. To address this, we've expanded to 59 total archetypes, each with its own unique combination of physical abilities. In addition to adding new archetypes, we also reworked our existing ones to better represent the full range of play styles and roles within each position group. Some positions like wide receiver now feature 7 unique archetypes, each designed to capture a distinct play style. Here's a breakdown of what makes each one unique. Speedster. A pure burner who takes top off the defense. Not a tactician or a technician, but lethal in open space. Route artist, we know what that is. Precise. They run good routes. Physical route runner, big bodied and technical, but not fast. Great for contested third downs. Elusive route runner, shifty. Before and after the catch. Combines smooth routes with elite yards after catch ability. Gritty possession. Tough, reliable, and physical. Ideal for option offenses and run blocking on the perimeter. Gadget receiver. A do-it-all player who might take snaps at quarterback or running back. Built for trick plays and misdirection. Contested specialist. Dominates tight coverage. High points the ball and wins in jump ball scenarios. I'm going to copy that to my notepad for whenever we're doing our playbook breakdowns. We'll have that information. All right. These archetypes not only shape how a player performs, but also determines which physical abilities they have access to, creating meaningful gameplay and recruiting variation. Whether you want to recruit a possession guy who steals the edge or a true deep threat to stretch the field. There's an archetype to match. And then we have formation subs. Guys, I think that's self-explanatory, that you'll be able to sub based off of the formation and stuff like that. So y'all can go back and we can read that at another time. Formation subs brings that same flexibility, allowing you to assign specific players to specific formations. This is a great way to take advantage of the new position archetypes. So formation subs is important. I'm not saying it's not, but what it is so every formation in college football, formations are set up to do certain things. Does that make sense? So empty set, for example, a 4 wide receiver set, doubles, 2 receivers on each side. It's designed, it takes the tight ends off the field, and it's designed to spread the defense. So what are you trying to spread the defense for? To get your players in space, or are you spreading them for the run game? So utilizing your player archetypes and your formation subs, you get the best players on the field for the specific purposes. Does that make sense? So for my goal line set or my run heavy sets, I don't want, if there's a receiver on the field, I'm going to want a blocking receiver in that formation. I'm not going to want a route runner because my goal is to run the football. Okay, but formation subs won't matter if we can't set them for custom books. Why would you not be able to? Whatever your playbook is, you will be able to do formation subs for that playbook. Does that make sense? So your comment doesn't make sense. You will have custom playbooks and you will be able to do formation subs for your playbook. Why would you not be able to do that? Formation subs is beyond important. I have guys in 25 who just want in for like 3 or 4 plays and just couldn't do that seamlessly. No, I agree. What I was saying about, I wasn't going to read it. I wasn't saying that it's not important. I'm just like, everybody knows what formation subs is. Does that make sense? We don't have to read through this to understand what it is. But it is of the utmost importance, guys. This is also going to help with your roster, getting guys on the field, and also wear and tear, keeping guys fresh. You know what I'm saying? But understanding this, guys, that there's that synergy word again. Okay. This is important because every formation serves a purpose. And so you might not want a route running receiver in a formation that's run heavy. You know what I'm saying? You're going to want your gritty guys that can block and stuff like that in there. Because you can set your custom plays book as your coach's default book, you will only be able to set them for your coach's set. No, I don't think you know what you're talking about. You'll be able to formation sub for any playbook, including your custom playbooks. Maybe I'm missing what you're saying. I don't know. You can dynamic sub as well through those, so it may work out. No, you will be able to formation sub for your custom playbooks. Like what I don't get it. Why would you think you wouldn't be able to? Oh, I see what you're saying. You saying our custom playbooks, you can't set it as your coach's default book. Okay, so here's the deal. Let me teach you something. Formation subs was accessible from inside the game itself. So like when formation subs used to be in college football games, I could access it from the main menu of my Dynasty, but you can also access formation subs from the pause menu inside the game. Does that make sense? So maybe that's a way that you'll be able to implement it. Does that make sense? I can't remember which college football game it was in. Probably in 14, heck. I can push pause while in the Dynasty mode. I can push pause in the same way you can go to depth chart and all that. You can go to formation subs and you can set that up inside the Dynasty. I don't know. I get what you're saying now. I always thought you could choose the custom playbook in the game for the coaches. In Madden, for example, you can only set formation subs for the playbook you set for your coach. I get what you're saying now. I didn't know that you couldn't set a custom playbook for your coach and playbook in the game. I didn't know that. With formation subs, you'll be allowed to set up 50 formation subs per team. Subs will persist season to season unless the player leaves or the team leaves the team or you change teams. If you switch playbooks, any formation shared between the old and new playbook will retain their assigned subs. So see, I wasn't even going to read that. But it's important. I'm glad I did because that is important right there. I've always done custom playbook, and I set it to my coach. That's why I was like, I thought you could. You might can't change your scheme, but you should be able to. You should be able to change your playbook. Hold on, I'm finna look real quick. I'm pretty sure you could. No, you can't. Yeah. Yeah, he's right. In the game right now, you cannot you can't select your. So let me show y'all real quick. Give me a sec. Let's go. So from this menu here, I can't change my playbook. I mean, I can't pick my custom playbook here. This is what he's talking about. Okay. But when you select to play with your team, you can. What he's saying is formation subs is going to be formation subs is going to be in this menu here. Like when you go to your team, you'll have auto subs and all of that. You'll also have formation subs there. But what I'm saying is in game, you should be able to have formation subs even in game. So I get what you're saying. Let's continue reading. Custom conferences and protected opponents. Scheduling in college football has become more complex than ever. In the College Football 26, we've revisited how custom conferences work to ensure that your scheduling choices hold up across multi-year dynasties. As part of this reassessment, we identified that some custom conference combinations were mathematically impossible to support within the scheduling system. To maintain long-term scheduling integrity, those edge cases have been removed from the custom conference matrix. As part of the custom conferences, you can now set protected opponents, giving you the ability to lock in annual matchups regardless of divisional alignments. Want to ensure Michigan plays Ohio State every year, no matter how your Big Ten realignment shakes out? Now you can. Most conference configurations can support 1 or 2 protected opponents per team. Depending on the number of teams in the conference, whether divisions are enabled or disabled, and the number of conference games played each season, some conference configurations and setups will not be able to support protected opponents due to scheduling being mathematically impossible. To use protected opponents, open the conference tab screen and press square or X on the conference you want to customize. Here, you can enable or disable protected opponents along with other key conference settings. From that screen, press triangle to access the protected opponent screen, where you can view current protected matchups and assign or edit them for each team. If you don't feel like manually setting all protected opponents in the conference, you can press R3 to regenerate all of the protected opponents in the conference. Whether you're building a new super conference from scratch or preserving the rivalries that define college football, protected opponents give you the tools to keep the most meaningful games on the schedule each year. Oh yeah, Kinetic, we're just trying to get to the bottom of it, man. I get exactly what you're saying. I agree. Yeah. If it doesn't work for custom playbooks at release, I'm sure they'll patch it in. And for all we know, they could make it possible to like on that screen there be able to pick your custom playbook. I agree with them. That is that, because a lot of people use custom playbooks. Matter of fact, I'm finna. What do they mean? Who is this? I mean, everybody know it ain't gonna be Ryan Williams. They don't have the actual. I don't know, man. Okay, so I'll put that later. All right, back to it. Scheduling updates. All known future season games, including kickoff games, have been added through 2040, ensuring that teams follow their actual schedules each year. This includes updates to annual games like Florida versus Georgia, which will no longer be played in Jacksonville for the 2026 season and 2027 seasons. We've also updated conference rotations for both the MAC and Conference USA to reflect their latest real-world alignment and expansion. College football playoff. The world of college football is ever changing. In College Football 26, we're excited that you will have the opportunity to experience the new playoff format in Dynasty before you experience it in real life. This offseason, the College Football Playoff has changed its format so that now the top 4 teams in the college football rankings receive first-round byes. Previously, the byes were awarded to the highest-ranked conference champions. I like that better. I like the conference championships, because to me, if you win your conference, you should automatically be in the playoffs. But now I guess what they're saying is they may still be in the playoffs, but you won't get that first week bye. The first week bye goes to the top 4 ranked teams, which I don't dislike that either. Both of them are fine with me. I think there's more risk involved. That's why I like the conference champions having the first week bye, because number one, your conference championship games are later in the season. Some schools don't have, most schools have conference championship games, but there is a bigger risk in a conference championship game. The real Greg, what do you say? I wish recruiting had the maps like in 14. Ah, yeah, me too. Trophy room should be like coach's office, and when you win trophies, it'll fill up the shelves. That would be fire. That would be dope. Quality of life. We've added a number of improvements that make it easy to navigate, manage, and access key information within your dynasty. So you have quick access to player information. Anytime a player appears in a spreadsheet, you can now press triangle or Y to open their player card, or R3 or right stick to view their stats and award history. Player stats and attributes everywhere. Now, anywhere a player appears in a spreadsheet, you'll be able to see their season stats and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Development traits in the player module. In addition to the 2 new player module panels, you can now view a player's dev trait in the ability sub panel. Note the development trait will only be viewable for players on your team. Quick access to team schedules. Within the conference standings and top 25 poll screen, you can now press triangle on a team view to view their schedule and quickly compare resumes. I like that because I do that a lot. I go through and look at schedules and stuff. And in 25, you got to back out and go to a whole different menu. Members tab. Dynasty Hub, we've added a tab for members. This is for the online dynasties and stuff, so you can see everybody that's in there. Adding or removing users, toggle autopilot, promoting or demoting other commissioners, transferring dynasty ownership to another user, inviting new users to join Dynasty. In Dynasty Hub, we have added a new tab called Members. The Members tab lets you see every user in your online dynasty or every coach character in your offline dynasty. For each team, it shows their username, team, top 25 rank, current week matchup, and result, platform, online status, and whether they are ready to advance. As a commissioner, the Members tab showed all this stuff that I read previously. Crossplay. College Football 26 Online Dynasty supports crossplay across Xbox and Series X and S and PlayStation 5. You can run a 32-person online dynasty with friends regardless of platform. Within the Members tab, you'll be able to see each user's system. So that's cool. Pre-order bonus. Interesting. To give players a head start on building their programs, all pre-orders for College Football 26 will receive a bonus of 100 coach points when you start a dynasty. The bonus applies to every dynasty you start and is in addition to the 1,000 coach points you can earn over time through progression, giving you an early edge when shaping your coaching identity. This bonus applies to every dynasty you start. So anytime, if you pre-order the game, anytime you start a dynasty, you'll get that 100 points. That's a W, because most times when you pre-order a game and say they give you you get 50 free coach points, whatever, it only applies, it's a one-time use. What they're saying is this isn't a one-time use. This applies every time you start a dynasty. And is in addition to the 1,000 coach points you can earn over time. So that's the max amount of coach points that you can earn is 1,000. That's a lot though. We also know that not every league wants to start with these bonuses. So commissioners will have the option to enable or disable pre-order bonuses within league settings. That's cool. That's cool. It's the little things. It's the little things that bring everything together. That is true right there. I will agree with that. Subtle touches that elevate the experience. Here are a few little things that we have added this year. Dynamic time of day. As Christian described in the presentation deep dive, College Football 26 introduces dynamic time of day. Within Dynasty mode, the calendar date will impact the sun positioning and lighting. Now a 5 o'clock game in September will be brighter with a higher sun when compared to a 5 o'clock p.m. game in November at the same stadium. And they kind of show it to you right there, which is pretty cool. Super Sim tempo adjustments. Teams who run up-tempo style of play will now have an increased number of snaps during their game, better reflecting their style of play. Broken record feedback. Yes. They put that in there. They tell you now. It's when you hit milestones when they post that. Because when my quarterback passed for over 4,000 yards, I got the milestone thing. When a player in your team breaks a single game, season, or career record, you will now receive a full screen takeover celebrating their achievement. That's cool. Coach stats. Within the coach stats screen, you can now see offensive and defensive coordinator stats. That's a plus. Force win update. When forcing a win or a loss, it now says the name of the team you are forcing a win for, so you no longer have to guess which team is home or away. The bottom team is the home team. The top team is the away team, guys. And I didn't find out till like 2 months ago that you can force wins and losses. So when I like sometimes playing around and I want to get through a dynasty, but I want to make it to the playoffs and I'll force a win or something. Yeah. Combined opponents record. When viewing a team's schedule, you can now see their combined opponents record, giving you a quicker snapshot of the strength of schedule. That's big. That's good. Ready for team builder? We're almost there, y'all. Advanced week confirmation. A confirmation pop-up will now appear when you go to advance to the next week. So now in the game, guys, you can advance week after week as opposed to just, whatever. Sim 2 points. When advancing the week, you can now sim to any week in the season rather than only specific weeks. That's what I was just finna say. Red shirt updates. Players can now play in postseason games without them counting against their red shirt eligibility. Additionally, now when you redshirt a player, it will not reset the entire depth chart. Instead, it will only alter the position that the player was in the depth chart for. That's great. Scouting ability info. If you would like to know more about what an ability is when scouting a player, you can now highlight the ability on the right side panel and it will display a tooltip informing you of what the ability does. That's plus. It's the little things, dog. Increase spreadsheet row count. We've increased the number of rows you can see in multiple spreadsheet screens. The prospect list and transfer portal sheet now displays 600 rows instead of 300. The player screen and career stat screen now displays 700 rows of stats, giving you better insight into the nation's best players. I think you're right. Let's split Dynasty into 2 game modes. Coach Road to Glory, where you move over 30 years to multiple schools. Another program builder mode, where you choose a school and build. Yeah, Ken. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's dope. That would be dope. Because now because as a coach, it makes sense for me to coach 30 seasons. Most people don't go over that. But as a program, I'm taking the coach element out. I should be able to go 60, 100, shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, Team Builder. When we launched Team Builder last year, we were blown away by the creativity and passion from the community. It was incredible to watch players not only build their own teams, but also help others bring their fantasy creations to life with templates and other assets. We love seeing everything you put together, and we can't wait to see what you build next. Just like Dynasty Mode, Team Builder is a part of a multi-year vision for us. One where we continue to expand and deepen the experience over time. Last year was about laying the foundation. We launched Team Builder as a beta, and now we're removing that tag. Our team has been hard at work polishing and improving the overall site performance. Team Builder now has a completely new look, and the site is 2 times faster. Thank you, Jesus. Overall rendering performance is greatly improved, so Team Builder will now work on a wider array of devices and lower end machines. In addition to performance updates, College Football 26 was about building on the foundation we built with even tighter integration in the Dynasty and more customization. In College Football 25, you were limited to 10 custom images per team. In College Football 26, you now have an upload limit of 5 megabytes per team. This means you can upload as many custom images and textures as you want until you hit the 5 megabyte limit, increasing your creative power. Import teams from College Football 25. We know how much time and creativity poured into your Team Builders team last year, and we wanted to ensure you could bring your College Football 25 creations directly into College Football 26 without having to start over from scratch. With College Football 26, you can now import your team directly from College Football 25 from the Team Builder. Press the import in the top right corner, which open a drop down asking for which team you would like to import from. After selecting College Football 25, you'll see a list of every team that you're able to, hold on, didn't they have that in the past? I'm kind of lost. I thought in past team builders you can carry the team over. You need 5 gigs, bro. I'm telling you, there is nothing that you need 5 gigs for as far as decals and all that kind of stuff. Pick the team you want to bring forward. You'll then be taken to the edit team page. Here we'll flag any asset or details that couldn't carry over from last year's game and give you the chance to make adjustments before you republish. Make sure you take a few moments to fill out the new team builder features we've added this year. If you do not make any changes, your team will receive the default values for those features. So defining your program. In Dynasty, all teams have a set of my school grades that define who they are as a program. Are they great at academics? Are they a traditional powerhouse? Within the program tab, you'll now be able to choose your starting grades by selecting from a list of unique templates, each representing a different school identity. Whether you're a powerhouse, a pro factory, or a cupcake trying to establish yourself, there's a foundation that fits your vision. Okay, that's cool. We've had that in past. Well, actually, we've had it in past games, but we haven't had it to where you can do it individually. So that's cool. That's more in depth. Like before, if you as a powerhouse, you just put everything on A+ and stuff like that as far as your roster and stuff. That's cool. Once you pick a template, you'll see a projected team prestige and my school grades. Some of these grades will show up as exact values while other appear as ranges, and that's by design. Several elements of your team setup can influence how these grades shake out. For example, your stadium atmosphere grade will adjust based on the size of the stadium you select. And your championship contender grade depends on which team you replace in Dynasty mode. Since you'll inherit their preseason rankings, other attributes like coach stability, coach prestige, and conference prestige won't come from your template at all. Instead, they'll reflect. That's common sense. That should be common sense. But I guess common sense ain't too common, so. Enhanced roster editing. Roster editing now lives in its own dedicated tab, and it has been enhanced with deeper customization designed to give you more control over each player on your team. One of the biggest feedback points we heard from the community was that it was difficult to assess how good or bad a player and team were when you're editing the roster. In College Football 26, you'll be able to see your team's overall offensive and defensive ratings at all times at the top of the website. These will update in real time as you make changes. When viewing an individual player, you'll be able to see their overall rating, so you'll always know the impact of each edit. Bio and appearance. When editing a player, there are now two editing tabs, bio and skills ratings and attributes, or abilities, In the bio tab, you can modify a player's general information and appearance. Within the bio tab, we've added several new editable finds. First and last name, previous red shirt, i.e. if the player have already used their red shirt year. High school star rating, deal breaker. As we talked about in our Dynasty discussion, all players now have dynamic deal breakers. So the deal breaker threshold will be determined when you import the team into Dynasty mode based on the player's final overall. Skill and rating abilities. Within the skill and rating abilities tab, you'll be able to have more control how good or bad each player is. You have the player archetype, the development trait, the player potential, player physical abilities, and mental abilities. So you'll be able to have control over all of that. Common sense ain't too common. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And they give you the tabs and the screens for that. You can select all of that. I mean, literally creating the team. Like I said, this game is giving us the control of the developers, essentially, for the most part. Generic stadiums. We've added 3 generic stadiums and a high school stadium to give you more flexibility when creating or customizing your team. All generic stadiums are small to medium size and do not feature any team branding. I feel like they should add a big one. And then I'm telling you, the biggest thing that I would like in Dynasty mode is to be able to upgrade my team's stadium. I understand from a trademark standpoint, I can't take, say, Kennesaw State Stadium and add on to that exact stadium, but allow us to create a stadium and import that in the team builder. So, hey, during the season, it says it gives us an option at the end of the season. Do we want to upgrade our stadium? And we can say, yeah, and we can upload just the stadium from Team Builder. Appreciate that, Warwolf. You know what? Does that make sense, man? Texas high school stadiums are bigger than most colleges. Yeah, man. It's crazy down here. Pipelines. Pipelines are a powerful part of Dynasty recruiting experience. Having a stronghold in a particular part of the country can completely change your recruiting dynamic. In College Football 26, you'll now have full control over which pipelines your Team Builder team has. With the Program tab, you can fully customize your pipelines, including where your team has recruiting influence and how strong that influence is. Each pipeline is assigned a tier from 1 to 5, with 5 representing your strongest recruiting presence and 1 being the weakest. You can now configure this on a pipeline by pipeline basis, giving you more flexibility to shape your recruiting footprint based on your school's history of your own strategic priorities. Rivalries are a core piece of college football, and now you have complete control of your Team Builder's rivalries. With Program tab, you can now create up to 5 rivalries for your Team Builder team. For each rivalry, fill out historical information: rivalry team, rivalry name, the first year it was played, all-time series record, who won the last matchup, and the score of the last game. This information will carry with you into Dynasty mode. If you want to set up a Team Builder's rivalry, simply set that team's rival to an existing team. Then replace that team with your Team Builder school. So that's cool. That's cool. But in order to set a team as your rivalry, you have to replace one of their already pre-existing rivals. It would have been cool if you can just create a whole new rivalry. You know what I'm saying? I might use Team Builder this year. Last year I couldn't get past it. Yeah, and a lot of people couldn't. That's the reason I didn't use Team Builder. It wasn't fun having to utilize somebody else's stadium. And it's a process, guys. Post-game speech. If you made it this far, thank you. This blog isn't just a feature list or a change blog. It's a reflection of the care, passion, and purpose that this team brings to Dynasty mode every single day. We're continuing to build on the foundation we laid last year, always with one goal at the center: satisfy the core community, because this is their game. That mindset was never wavered. This team is fully rallied behind it. And what we've built together in College Football 26 is something we're incredibly proud of. But this is just year 2 of a multi-year journey, guys. Keep that in note. I told y'all that's how this stuff works. They build on it each year because it is a yearly release. You only have so much time and so many resources. And we're incredibly excited about where we are going. To the community, don't lose your passion and excitement. That energy is the fuel that drives us. Your support, your feedback, and your love for the game are the reason we're here, and we never take that for granted. With that being said, we'll see you again soon for the next deep dive on Road to Glory and Superstar. Huh? I guess Superstar is for Madden. What's up, Josh? Chad Walker, Ben Hamler, and the entire college football development team. Interesting. So, Road to Glory and Superstar, because when they talk about Road to Glory, they're going to have to talk about Superstar too. They kind of go hand in hand. I would expect next week. I would expect that to pop out next week. Don't hate on me today. I'm fishing to see if we can turn off abilities in Dynasty mode. Not complaining. Guys, we will be live for Road to Glory Deep Dive, as you can see on the message there. Y'all love to bring up irrelevance. I spoke to a player model and equipment. 2 things 2K have excelled at for at least 5 years. It shouldn't be hard. This is just was an argument, guys, that what one company does doesn't mean another company. Did I spell that right? I don't know if I spelled that right. I don't know why people do that. Like, oh, 2K does it. Why can't EA? Because EA is not 2K. They have different preferences. You know what I'm saying? If me and Burns both create a football game, they're probably going to be drastically different because I have certain things that I would like and want to see as a vision for a game than what he does. What they're saying is people mad because, oh, 2K puts all of these tattoos and all of these different item customizations in their basketball game. Why can't EA do it for their football games? And one point somebody brought up was like, bro, there's only like a few hundred NBA players. There's thousands of college football players. But at the same time, like I told him, nobody goes to McDonald's and say, hey, why don't you flame broil your burgers? Both of them sell burgers. Both of them make pretty much the same type of burger, same toppings and stuff. But one of them is flame broiled, the other one is not. How do I feel about the head coach not wearing their headset? Did you not see Josh in the trailer, bro? They show head coaches with a headset, man. I mean, they show the coaches with a headset. Where is it at? Let's find it. That's transfer portal. We literally went through it on stream. We went through it on stream. They show coaches wearing headsets. Right there. They got headsets on. It's optional. So you got to understand when you see a coach with a headset on, like if that's what they show in the game, that's what's going to be in the game. So coaches, you will have the option for headsets. No, it's all good. After winning the Heisman Trophy with a defensive player and running up forward, I'm looking forward. Defense. Oh, yeah. We did talk about it. What's somebody saying? Why don't you flame broil your liver mush, bro? Get out of here. Don't give him no ideas because he'll do it. Can still put generic tats for people in game. Also, 2K doesn't make you pay for like 90% of their gear, so that's capped. But you still pay for some of it. But I will say this. EA used to have tattoos in the games. In Madden, they had a tattoo artist. They got sued. They stopped doing it. So we as a community can't get mad because they don't put tattoos in the games because them as a company, they say we don't want to go down that road and risk getting sued again. I don't blame them. But yet and still, my whole point is just because 2K does it doesn't mean EA has to do it. They have different interests. You know what I'm saying? Because even in college football, you have more gear that you can wear in NBA than you can in college football. There's more basketball shoes available than football cleats available. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for giving people the accessories and stuff that they want. But it goes back to my main point is right now, especially with college football, Madden, on the other hand, Madden's been out. That's a different story. College football getting started back up. They're prioritizing gameplay over accessories right now. You know what I'm saying? Right now. That's what their priority is. Their priority isn't leg sleeves and mouthpieces. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean they won't add that stuff in the future. I get people want it. I want people to have everything that they want in this game and more. And it looks like that's the road that they're building because they're making this game extremely customizable. We got one more deep dive, and Road to Glory, in my opinion, would be the perfect stage to showcase, hey, we got leg sleeves and mouthpieces in the game. But like looking at what they've done with the coaches, attire and stuff, I mean, I can see where the resources went. I mean, they spent their resources putting this level of customization in the game. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is more important to me than a leg sleeve and a mouthpiece. Because looking at what coaches wear, it's crazy that the only thing we could put in the dang game is a freaking jacket or a polo that don't even have the team's logo on it. Whereas equipment wise for the players, they have there's a plethora of equipment already in the game. Who said they want tats more than realistic gameplay? No, I'm telling you, it's not that people are saying it, it's the way that they're acting, because when you look at what some of these people say, they don't mention gameplay at all. Only thing they're mentioning is equipment and tats. So it's implied. Does that make sense? Not to say they could be very well happy with the gameplay and just want more equipment. Like I said, I'm with you on wanting the equipment that you want in the game, but I don't understand why people's minds go blank whenever we say they have priorities. I'm not dick riding EA. I'm not taking up for $1 billion company. They have a plan, and it is to build a game from the ground up with gameplay. Accessories will come later. That's just not priority right now. That don't mean I agree with it. Hell, I want people to have whatever they want in the game. I want people to understand, like the equipment people to understand, hey, your leg sleeve might not be in this game, but it'll come in the future. Like they have priorities. You have one team working on equipment on this. And to me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I agree with them. A leg sleeve should be easy to implement in the game with all the equipment and stuff that you have in the game. So it's a leg sleeve. So I'm with them on that. You know what I'm saying? But let's not lose focus of what the bigger picture is. What did they just say in the deep dive? The core community. The core community is more concerned with Dynasty and Road to Glory stuff like that than they are with equipment. Hey, give everybody what they want. I don't have tattoos on, but when I create my characters in like UCF and stuff, I give myself tattoos because I want tattoos. I just don't know what the hell I want. I'm indecisive. And I'm going to tell you one point that the equipment people made that I am in 100% agreement with them on is that the cover athlete himself wears the one leg sleeve. So why would you have him but not have it in the game? So, I mean, give it to him. Put it in the game. My biggest issue with EA is the lack of communication. Like, just tell people yes or no if it's in the damn game. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not against the people wanting equipment. I'll get online. I'll just keep it real. I'm going to keep it real. It ain't about right or wrong. It's about what's factual. The fact is that their focus is on gameplay rather than equipment right now, obviously. Well, they got equipment for the coaches. But tell me that was much needed. The baggy hoodie sleeves. My number one is the ability to upgrade stadiums. I know that's a future plan. I'm with you on that. Let me upgrade. Because the whole thing about building a program in college football is You know, what good is it me winning 6 national championships with Kennesaw State and they still got their regular generic ass stadium? You know what I'm saying? They got 2 already. Now they can do 1. You satisfied with the game and fixated on what others aren't satisfied with. I say give them what they want. That's my stance on it. DM Gaming, Andre Dorsey. My stance is that I want everybody to have whatever they want in the game. I want the leg sleeves, the hanging mouthpieces, because I understand that's important to them just as much as, like, for me having certain things in the game. But my issue, or not my issue, I just want people to understand, like, that's just not a top priority for them right now. Or there's bigger things to be concerned with in the game. But that's just my viewpoint. For somebody else, you know. That's why dynasties with small schools break immersion. Yeah, because you can't upgrade the stadiums. Like, I'm seriously, every day I'm sitting there hoping, like, bro, just tell them, yes, we put a leg. Like, what kind of secret is that? If you're, let's hold that for the Road to Glory deep dive or some shit like that. Like, damn all of that. It's a damn leg sleeve, bro. That has nothing to do with gameplay. It has no bearing on gameplay. Has no bearing on, you know. So why not just tell people yes or no that this is the list of equipment that we have in the game? They aren't gonna change their opinions and don't care what y'all think. Man, me as a content creator, as an influencer, my brain operates in understanding things. Like, when I get mad about stuff, it's because I don't understand it. I want to understand it. And so from my standpoint, I just want people to understand why. You know what I'm saying? Like, they say, oh, why aren't leg sleeves in the game? Like, they have different priorities. I just like to explain the why. So people, because I feel like a lot of times we're angry about stuff is because we don't understand why. Doesn't mean that I'm not trying to change nobody's mind. I'm just trying to give reason, because EA ain't fucking doing it. They not talking to these people and telling them if the shit in the game or if it ain't. And they ain't giving them a reason why, which I hate that about EA. They're not a transparent company. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not against the guys that want equipment, but when you saying that this game is a failure, or you bashing the devs and shit because a fucking leg sleeve ain't in the game, to me that's when I say, like, okay, you doing too much, because the developers want everything we want in the game. Take that energy and take it to the executives. Take that to the executives, guys. Those are the ones that make the decisions. It ain't the developers, man. It's not the developers. That's where I start getting mad. When people, man, the fucking developers, they lazy as shit. It's not the damn developers, you dumb fuck. Do you not know how game development works? They have openly told you, we want the same things we want in the game. We want the same things y'all want. It's not the developers. Hey, go cuss out the executives. I'm with you on that. Because you got fans that spend money on your product that want something in the game, and you say, you know what, those leg sleeves people, let's make them wait another year. That's not a big deal. Bullshit. It's a big deal. It's a big deal to them, because they want to create themselves in the game, and they want a reflection of that in the damn game. You know what I'm saying? That's just like Quandre with the Old Dominion mascot. That mascot has no bearing on how that game plays, but he wants something special to be represented in that game. And if it don't affect gameplay, what's the big damn deal about putting it in the game? You know what I'm saying? Put it in the game. Give people what they want. I can understand if the leg sleeves had, if the gear that you wore had attribute bonuses and stuff. But bro, let them have it. If you're able to put all of this in the game, you can put a leg sleeve in the game. Now the shiesties, fuck all that. Like, you can kiss my ass for a shiesty, because you don't see that shit in the game. But a leg sleeve, you do see that. You see your players' legs all the time. So DM Gaming's standpoint on this, guys, is that I don't agree with the energy given to equipment, because, like I said, there's more important things in my opinion, but they want it, and I understand that. But my whole thing is just explaining to you, hey, this is their focus, bro. I used to cover Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I literally had the developer, CyberConnect 2, talking to me in my inbox because I understood their vision. And I could, by understanding their vision, I predicted what would come to that game and how it would play out. To the point where they literally telling me, hey, you're right about a lot of this stuff, blah, blah, blah. I still got them today. I'll go find that for y'all and show y'all. So my point is, I see their vision. I know where they're going. And it's like, some of that stuff just might not make it in. Picture us as coaches. Dynasty mode is built on a coach, and all the equipment you had was one damn shirt or one damn pullover, and that was it. All the equipment options that you have, are we really going to raise this much hell over 3 or 4 pieces of equipment? That's, you know what I'm saying? Be upset, voice your opinion, but when you start cussing out people and calling people lazy, first of all, you're directing it at the wrong people. Direct it at the executives, not the developers. The developers want the shit in the game too. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, them shiesties, y'all can kiss my ass with that. I ain't damn shiesties. So I'm with y'all, man. Shit, I'm with y'all. Let's give the people what they want. I was upset. Like, I mean, y'all watched the presentation deep dive. I was upset. I pulled up the tweet. I'm like, bro, you literally telling people to wait, that y'all gonna talk about some of the new equipment in the deep dive, and then you only show a damn padded arm sleeve and some New Balance cleats. You know what I'm saying? What Destroyer saying? You like the hoodies? Bro, you would not play on my team in no damn hoodie. Them hoodies are terrible. I ain't even seen I have not seen a real life college football player playing in the damn hoodie. Maybe because I watched the Texas Longhorns and we don't play that shit. Oh, man. It's actually hard to put one leg sleeve in the game because that's all hardware knows or whatever. So they would have to redo it. Well, the reason why it's difficult is because, not impossible, you have to program it for each leg, if that makes sense. But I mean, like I said, they do it for the arms. You can put a band on one arm or a sleeve on one arm and not put a sleeve on the other. They can do it, man. I truly feel like they gonna show that stuff in the Road to Glory deep dive. Because what else are they gonna talk about in Road to Glory? High school, you know. I don't know, man. Like, I get it, but then part of me is like, come on, man, y'all doing too much. How many cutscenes or shots do you get of your coach now? Bro, at the menu of the game, your coach is there. Your coach runs out with the team. And then on the game menu of Dynasty mode, your coach is right there. So you're going to see your coach all the time. Are you saying you can customize the real head coaches? I don't know about the real head coaches. But then in Road to Glory, I would imagine you would be able to see your player too. So yes, give the equipment guys what they want. It's like 3 pieces of equipment that they asked them for. I know coding goes into it and stuff like that, but that's what I was saying. I think the equipment resources was more for the coach customization this year than it was for player customization. Because let's be honest, we complained about having coach clothing in the game, but we didn't raise this level of hell. Like, if they left the coaching stuff the same, where we still had the same 2 pieces of garment, people probably would have voiced their frustration, but they wouldn't have taken it to the levels that people taking it at about leg sleeves and mouthpieces. It's possible to do it. Yeah, it's possible to do it. It's possible for me to get a blowjob from Becky G, but is it going to happen? It's possible for pigs to fly, but you know what I'm saying? Like, we understand it's possible, but they got other priorities. They're going to give coaches a leg sleeve and not the players. The coach leg sleeve is crazy. That's crazy. I guess, okay, what I try to do is bring logic to these arguments, because I can understand both sides and I sympathize with both sides. I don't call it whining and crying. I just call it misdirected frustration. Because for one, they're directing it at the devs, and it's like the developers want it. But then two, like, I get it. Like, when I want an answer for something, bro, like, it makes me mad when, like, you don't get us, like, just give people a straightforward answer. See? This is what I'm talking about. I'm giving you logic. His argument, people think we just complain, but you look at 2K and see realism in the player models and all the equipment, plus they have a whole damn neighborhood. They remodel every year, but 2K sucks. They are microtransaction heavy. Go play a 2K game as a player and tell me how hard it is to build a damn player without purchasing VC. So yeah, they build a whole neighborhood, but that neighborhood is full of microtransactions. And I told him, going to McDonald's complaining about the burgers aren't flame broiled. 2K isn't EA. 2K is also plagued with an entire system is built on microtransactions. The EA model isn't built on get as much equipment in the game as possible like 2K. That's just not their business model. I'm giving a logic response. And this is why I get frustrated with people in this group, because they don't want to hear logic. They just want to hear what they want to hear. See, y'all love bringing up irrelevant shit. Nigga, how the hell is microtransactions irrelevant? You pay $70 for a fucking game and then they squeeze your ass for another $150 of microtransactions. How the fuck is that irrelevant? Like, that don't make sense, bro. I spoke on player models and equipment. Two things EA have excelled at least for the last 5 years. Yeah, and how is that game? You're talking about 2K, but you're only bringing up player models and equipment. You ain't saying shit about how the game is. How is the game? Is their basketball game great? Or do you play it just because it's the only basketball game out there? See, if 2K was as great a company as you talked about, you'd be saying they make a great ass game. Hey, 2K make a fire ass game. Madden don't make shit. But you ain't say that. You bringing up player models and equipment. It shouldn't be that hard to get those two things right. First of all, for a college football game, EA does not have the resources to scan thousands of players like they do in the NFL. Even with Madden, they don't have the resources to get every single player's exact face and body type into the game. That's a process that they do throughout the season. Also, some players don't want their likeness in the game. They go to some players and they like, nah, I'm good. Like, I don't think people act like EA Sports is a whole state and they just got unlimited resources to do this shit. They don't, man. It shouldn't be hard to get those two things right, point blank, period. They have teams who specialize in those areas sitting on their ass. See, that's the thing. That's stupidity right there. They don't have people sitting on their ass. They got executives that say, prioritize this, prioritize that. Okay? Speaking of EA, need I bring up the yard in Madden? That they created an entire game mode and they promoted that game mode with you being able to wear the equipment that you want to wear, tuck jerseys, a bunch of shit that the NFL don't even allow in the real game. They did that for y'all. Come on, man. My response, another logical response. What one company does is their identity, and that doesn't mean another company has to do the same. Sonic sell tots, McDonald's don't. Not trying to hear that shit. You're not trying to hear logic. I'm not saying I don't understand where he's coming from. I absolutely understand. But we comparing apples to oranges. Both of them are sports games, but one of them is a basketball game. The other one is a football game. Now, if 2K made college football games and they had the player likenesses and they had the whole shebang, then you comparing apples to apples. But we talking about a basketball game company that has a monopoly on the basketball gaming industry, and EA who dips and dives in a lot of different things. This is where I get mad when I'm giving you logic. I'm not saying your point don't matter. What I'm saying is you can't compare EA to 2K, man. Not when you're talking about a basketball game and a football game. If it was 2K, if it was the year 2002, 2006, and we're comparing Madden 0 to 2K5, then absolutely, let's hit that comparison. But my guy, you're comparing a basketball game to a football game. It's easier to get the fucking player models right when you only got to scan 400 motherfuckers as opposed to a damn football game where you have thousands of damn players. Like, do people think they just got a whole damn city of resources that they can send out hundreds of thousands of people to just scan people and put them in the game and all that crap, bro? People don't understand how game programming works. But then when they get on Twitter and talk shit, when you don't understand how this stuff works. I'm sorry, that pisses me off. Stupidity drives me crazy, bro. I'm not siding with EA. I'm not glazing EA. I'm giving people fucking logic. And then you have people that say, when they don't have no other point, I ain't trying to hear that. You ain't trying, and that's the whole point. People aren't trying to hear logic information. Like, bruh. You can't argue with logic. You can just do stuff like that. And that's the stuff that I get mad about. That's when I get upset and say, bro, really your leg sleeve don't mean a damn. Like, look at this picture here, bro. Somebody literally complained in the game because they can't put tape with a short sleeve. If it's in real life, I should be able to have it in the game. Okay, but I don't see y'all complaining about being able to put exact letters on your damn eye tape. This mouthpiece is not supposed to be hanging. It's supposed to be in his mouth. The referees could easily give him a penalty for that. So the only reason it's hanging is because it ain't in his mouth. This is between plays. Let him go across the middle with that mouthpiece hanging and somebody hit his ass in the mouth. I bet you the next play, that fucking mouthpiece gonna be in his mouth. So it's not hanging because that's a fashion. It's hanging because it's in between plays and he ain't gonna sit there with it in his mouth. And the players that do have them hanging still have a mouthpiece in their mouth. Bro, NCAA ain't evolved. No excuses. Bro, you tripping, dude. Y'all more concerned with swag than how a game play, man. Go play Maximum Football. Go play Axis. Go play 2K. You have companies that prioritize those things, man. EA is just not one of them. Point blank, period. Raising Cane's only sell chicken strips. They don't sell the leg, they don't sell the thigh, they don't sell the breast, they sell the strip. Because that's what they specialize in. Nobody go to Raising Cane's talking about, hey, why y'all don't serve onion rings? Why y'all don't serve chicken breasts on chicken sandwiches? Why y'all don't serve chicken wings and shit? Because they like, nigga, that ain't our specialty. We specialize in strips. You want some wings? Take your ass to fucking Wingstop. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, EA saying, bro, we know y'all want equipment, but that's just not what our priority is right now. And here's the deal. There's thousands of pieces of equipment in the game. You got hundreds of cleats. You got thousands of different combinations for equipment in the game right now. But let's raise hell over 3. And then when people bring you logic telling you, hey, they prioritizing other things. No, fuck that. Prioritize my shit. Fuck what everybody else want. I want that leg sleeve. So I can get my ass shut out online. Oh, but I'm drippy. Bro. That's my point. Let me find a player. Because I want to see for myself just how much equipment, gear is in the game. Helmets alone. You have all of these damn helmets. That's a lot of different helmets to choose from. Some of these helmets people don't even really wear. They wear those. That's the new Power Ranger looking helmets. Don't nobody wear no damn Rydell Revolution helmet. RP has a good question. Who? Where is it at? RP. Who is RP? Where's the question? RP, forget that equipment. Let's talk about if stats will show up both ways if you make a player two-way. You brought that up yesterday. No, it won't. They didn't mention any of that. No, because I didn't realize what you were saying with that. But no, and I'm gonna tell you, it goes back to priority. How many players actually play both ways in college football? You know what I'm saying? So it's not that, hey, they won't put it in the game, but you the only person I've ever heard even talk about that. Doesn't mean you're the only person that care. Clearly, if one person cares, other care. But how many players actually play both ways in college football? Not a lot. So does it make sense from a priority standpoint that that's not a high priority to put that in the game? You see what I'm saying? But if enough people start presenting it to them, they'll put it in the game. Because I didn't even know it was an issue because I don't have no players on my teams that play both ways. You know what I'm saying? Even in Road to Glory, you can't play both ways. So that's, I answered that question the other day pretty much the same way, but it's, that's why. It's not a priority to them. It matters because if I'm in a real college football game, I'm going to have stats for both sides. It's going to be tracked. Travis Hunter's stats when he played at Colorado for receiver and corner are tracked. I just noticed last year they didn't do it for Travis. Yeah, and it should have been. But it's not a priority because that's a rare instance. You got all these helmets. You got all these different face masks for those helmets. Now, visors, yeah, we need some Nike. We need some Under Armour in there. Okay. But that could be a Nike and Under Armour deal. I'm pretty sure they like, oh, we not going to bother putting Nike and Under Armour visors in the game. No, I guarantee you they reached out to Nike and Under Armour. Just like somebody the other day was complaining to the devs that Mississippi State didn't have more jersey combinations. And it's like, dude, they don't have more jersey combinations because they didn't send those assets to EA. So you should be complaining to Mississippi State. But instead, people complaining to the wrong people because they don't know how this stuff works. People wanted mouthpieces in the game for a long time. Now they have them in the game. Now they want those mouthpieces hanging. So now you're going to have to program a hanging mouthpiece to be able to fit every face mask in the game. That's not easy to do. Face marks and tape, they added more of those into the game and stuff. And that's just helmet. Jersey style, multiple different jersey styles. Back plates, people got the back plates. Now they want the back plates to have the logos on them, which is you want to step up when you do that kind of stuff. So torso too, because we got to go to arms right here, okay? So the undershirt, all right? You can do the undershirt, the jersey tucked, or you can do the hoodie, the sleeveless freaking hoodie. Okay? I don't know if I've ever seen a college player wear that in a game, but it's in the game. Arms. Left arm. Okay? You got the tape. Let's put the tape on his left arm. Okay, that's what they're upset about. That you can't put the tape and the undershirt on. You can't. That's what they posted this picture of. Hey, look in game. Your cover athlete has a sleeve and the tape on. And currently in the game, you can't put the sleeve and the tape. Oh, man. People, man. They said I'm reaching because what I said about that. Bro, I'm not reaching at all. We might be at war. All of this might not even matter, bro. All of this really don't matter in the grand scheme of things. But that's, I don't know, bro. They never have recruits with dreadlocks. Yeah, because when they send a letter out to all of these schools and they say, what assets do you want in the game for your school? So if they want to put throwback uniforms, all they have to do is send them the assets for it. And they'll put them in the game. So if your team doesn't have a specific uniform in the game, it's not EA's fault. That's your team's fault. They're not wrong about the slogan that's in the game. Hey, rebuilding stadiums is in the game. That ain't in the game. Halftime shows are in the game. It ain't in our game. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're not... There's people on both sides that don't have stuff that they want in the game that's not in the game. The issue is me and Burns ain't trashing EA because we can't rebuild a stadium in the game, even though it's in Madden. You know what I'm saying? It's in Madden. You can relocate. You can rebuild a stadium in Madden right now. But it's not in college football. But you don't see us raging at the developers and saying that they lazy and all this and that. Why? Because we understand that they got priorities. That's not a major priority right now. They got limited resources. Yes, they are a $1 billion company, but they got multiple resources. They shell out millions of dollars a year for these games. It ain't like they just making millions of dollars and then just sitting on it. No, all of this stuff costs money. They got bills, they got taxes. I'm a business owner, bro. And people think when you're a business owner, you're just sitting on all kind of money. They don't understand how much money go into everything. I have to pay taxes on my employees' taxes because you have to pay a percentage of like they Medicaid and Social Security and stuff. So I got to pay for that. I got to pay sales taxes and I got to pay my personal taxes. Plus you got to pay the bills. Plus, you got to order product. Plus, you got to pay maintenance. You got to pay people to cut the yard and all. It's like just so many expenses, bro. Like, my issue ain't with people getting mad. My issue is with that anger being misdirected and misinformed. And I'm going to use myself for an example. I was pissed that we didn't have no information 3 weeks before the game came out. I was upset. I made a video about it. I reached out. I didn't trash nobody. I didn't say they was lazy. I came up with logic. Logic is if you're going to ask people to pre-order a game, they deserve to have information on that game before they spend their money on a pre-order that you're asking for. If you're going to ask me for a pre-order, I deserve to know what the hell I'm pre-ordering. I gave real life examples. Apple comes out with a new iPhone. You know everything about that iPhone before you ever pre-order it. They give you that information before they ask for pre-orders. A brand new Mustang coming out. Before they take pre-sales of that car, you're going to have all the information that you need before you pre-order that car. So why is it in the gaming industry do companies ask for pre-orders and push pre-orders? Hell, I turn on my damn game and before I even have a deep dive on college football, I got something asking me, do I want to pre-order the deluxe edition? So if you're going to do that, then it's not wrong and it's logical for me to want information on what the hell I'm pre-ordering. That's called logic. So when I get online and I make videos upset because we don't have information on the game, that's justified because I'm coming from a logical standpoint. And you know what's even crazier? They released the Madden trailer first. And I even knew that why they did that. I was upset, but I understood from a logical standpoint why they did that. They did that because they need Madden to sell. And there's features in Madden that are in both games, and they don't want people, or the NFL in particular, thinking that those features were the idea of college football when it was. Wear and tear was in college football first. Madden took more features from college football than college football took from Madden. So my point is, if you're going to get online and argue, let's say equipment, what is your logical argument? It's in real life. Rebuilding stadiums is in real life. Now, the one logical argument I will say is that they say you got this guy on the cover of your game. Okay. And he wears this stuff in game. I'm with you on that. I'm with them on that. You know, we see him right here. Can you wear a short sleeve on one side and a medium sleeve on one side and a short sleeve on another? You know, of these players in the picture, you know, they got tattoos. Look, he's got the Ohio State team labeled wristband on. That's not in the game, but he's on the cover with it. It should be in the damn game. Lagway in the background with the Florida wristband on. Hey, but it's on the cover. It should be in the game, right? Reggie Bush should be in the game with this jacket on. He's not in the game like that. But it goes back to priorities, man. It goes back to priorities. Hey, next thing you know, people will be asking for damn headbands because he got one on. You see what I'm saying? We need headbands in the game. Turtlenecks would be dope. I would like a turtleneck for my player. I like the look of the compression with the turtleneck sleeve. You know what I'm saying? There's so much that we want in these games, but it goes back to the logic of it is they prioritize things. So some things get in and some things don't. Fact of life. Somebody create a mod for what you want and hit EA with the, hey, I made this. How can we implement this into the game? There's thousands that want this. How can we make it happen? Facts. Have the folks never played the original or wasn't around for that? Jeremiah also wearing a headband. But that's what I'm saying. If you start saying, oh, earrings, he's wearing earrings. We need earrings in the game. Oh, look, the coach got a headset around his neck. Coaches need headsets. And guess what? Damn headsets is in the game. Eventually, this stuff makes it in. But we're not burning down the bridge because we can't rebuild a college football stadium. We understand that some shit making it in and some stuff doesn't. It takes time. They can't put every single thing into the game. Modders have always, and that's in every community, guys. Modders always add stuff, and the first thing people say is, why couldn't the devs do that? Because the executives didn't pay them to do it. That's why. Because they didn't have the money and the resources to do it. EA may be $1 billion company, but college football 26 doesn't have $1 billion budget. They give them a budget. So some stuff makes it in, some stuff doesn't. You know. You see him in game right here. He ain't got that shit on. Would it be nice? Yeah. They got the scrunchy socks last year and stuff like that. And, you know, we spoiled, man. We entitled. That's what it is. It's entitlement. Us as Americans are entitled, bro. We want what we want. And we feel like everything is easy when it's just not. It just doesn't work that way. That's the truth of the world. I see companies do it a lot. Coffee Stain brings modders in and help develop all the time because their mods are popular. No, it ain't about equipment. We talking about more than equipment. We just talking in general. Yeah, EA can bring in modders and stuff to, you know, it's just EA, bro. EA. You got Maximum Football that does things that Axis doesn't do, that does things that EA doesn't do. You just got to find what works. You know? Everything ain't in the game. Everything ain't in the game. End of the day, man, my whole thing is it's just logic, bro. It's logic. Coach wearing a chain. Marcus, can we wear chains as coaches in the game? You know? So you're gonna see things that's just not gonna be there. We see teams renovating stadiums. Madden has the ability to renovate a stadium. Why is it not in college? You know, it's like so at the end of the day, everybody wants stuff, but everybody don't get everything that they want. Lashing out at people on social media and cussing out developers who just doing what they paid to do. You know. Toughest places to play. They got a budget. Should be entitled college football the highest grossing sports game. But that goes back to the executives are the one that decides what go into the game. They're the ones that pay the devs to put things in the game and leave things out. So I'm fine with the anger, but direct it to the executives, not the developers. Ain't no bodyguards for EA. Boogie, I'm talking logic. I don't see how you can call me. I don't know if you directing that at me. I ain't being a bodyguard for EA. I'm providing you logic, factual information. Be angry, but don't be cussing out the devs, bro. Take it to the executives. I used to tell the Madden community the same thing. Because before I covered college football, I started this channel covering Madden when I had less than 1,000 subscribers. And I found myself every year being upset. And that's when I started learning how this shit worked. And it's the executives, dog. It's the executives. The stuff that goes into this game, you have some publishers that do give the developers free range, but EA ain't one of them. The executives, EA executives are the ones that say, you know, they greenlight all this different stuff. Yeah, and that's my thing. But you want to know how you get hurt as a consumer? Stop buying the damn product. Madden is going all out this year, it seems like. Why? Because more people bought college football last year. Because now they have a football game that somewhat listens to them. And so what Madden doing? Sales are down in that NFL license on the chopping block. And they got their ass in gear. You know what I'm saying? You talk with your wallet. They not putting what I want in. Shit, you ain't gonna get my dollar. You know? And I think you're seeing more and more people like not withholding like I did not purchase Madden last year. I bought it like maybe 2 weeks ago when it was on sale for like $13. And I played it once and just put it back down. I'm like, I can't. College football is way funner. It's the people upstairs. Yeah. The developers the ones that get all the slack. And guess who tell them, hey, interact with the people on Twitter. No, get your executive ass on Twitter and let people talk shit to you. Devs is cool, shouldn't cuss them out, they already stressed. Yes. Now you have some publishers that tell people if you, like it was one game that came out, they told people if you attack the devs, that your account will be banned, blase, because they don't deserve that. The devs don't. They just doing what they paid to do. While the executives hide behind the decisions that they make. You know? I'm all for the rage. Shit, directed at the executives. So, toughest places to play, Tiger Stadium, Beaver Stadium, Ohio, Georgia, Alabama, Clemson, Florida, OU, Oregon, Michigan, A&M. See, A&M was first last year. Neyland Stadium, Darrell K. Royal, number 10, Florida State, Wisconsin, South Carolina, Auburn, Washington, Iowa, Utah, Notre Dame, North Carolina State, Oklahoma State, Michigan State, and Mississippi State, surprisingly. The Cowbells, Bob. Yeah, the scans, I'm with you on that, Burns. Like, they have limited, they don't even have all of the Madden people scanned. That's a big task to scan all those people. We should have been able We should have been given the ability to port the college football 25 rookie class straight to Madden. No, you shouldn't have. Like, what do y'all not understand about that is a legal barrier? They said this when they told y'all we bringing back real players. Everything comes with its own challenges. By bringing in NIL players, you're bringing in real name, image, and likeness players. The reason why you can't import them, the reason why we don't have draft classes in college football to Madden right now is because by having authentic real players, you cannot put them into Madden because now the same way you were dibbling and dabbling in name, image, and likeness in college football, those players have to be, in order for a player to be in a Madden football game, they have to be a part of the NFL Players Association. If they are not, then legally they can't be in that game because that's who EA pays for the name, image, and likeness of those players in Madden. This is why you don't see the college players being able to be ported over into Madden because it is the actual name, image, and likeness. Arch Manning is in the game. That's his actual player name, image, and likeness. You can't transport him to Madden because he's not yet a part of the NFLPA. It's a legal issue. That's why. It has nothing to do with them being lazy. Everybody's saying do this, do this. They can't. They by law legally can't do it. If they do, the NFLPA can say we're suing you for this. It's the NFLPA. So the question is, can you strike a deal with them to say, hey, can we put this player into Madden? And I guarantee you they're working on it, dude, because they know people want that. That is a heavily requested feature, but it is legally impossible for them to do it right now. The only way they can do it is the same way they do with editing recruits. Because remember when college football first came out, you couldn't edit nobody. But now they made it to where you can edit the players that are non-NIL. So what they would do is eventually they would let you export players into Madden, but it would only be the non-NIL authentic players. And who wants to do that? Nobody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you can speed, but you can also get a ticket for it. It's against the law. Y'all want them to break the damn law just so we can export. Because, dude, that's literally why I used to get Madden, just so I could export my draft class. That was my only use for Madden. And this is why in Superstar mode, you could take your player to the NFL, but you can't do it in Dynasty. Why? Because that barrier. No, they won't sue them. It's just not a part of NFLPA. Reason why it's only for players who declare for the draft. You can't be a college football player and sign with the NFLPA because it's more than the game. They won't sue them, but they still could. It's still a legal issue. But case in point, they're not a part of the NFLPA. If you want to be in Madden, you have to be a part of the NFLPA. How the heck is Lane Stadium for Virginia Tech not in the top 25 toughest places to play? Well, probably because Virginia Tech didn't have a good year last year. That does play a factor. I don't know. Well, because Mississippi State didn't have a good year either. I think Virginia Tech should always be in the top 25. That is a tough place to play, especially at night. Nighttime in Blacksburg, bruh. Boise and Arkansas were on there. They want you to buy the game yearly. Has nothing to do with all that. Jerseys, right? Trading cards, etc. You think they could have at least added a weekly recap or halftime show? Yeah, I agree. NFLPA handles way more than just video games. It handles so much stuff, and college players would forfeit their eligibility if they were a part of NFLPA. Yeah, absolutely. Spot on. Spot on, no more. But I'm just talking about the video game aspect of it all. Like why Barry Bonds wasn't in baseball games because he wasn't part of the MLBPA. And then too, yeah, I don't even think like if a player's a part of NFLPA, I don't even think that they can opt out of being in Madden. They don't have a choice. I'm not sure. Now we know the coaches have a choice. Belichick didn't, but. No, they don't have to sign with ESPN before they get a halftime show. They can make their own. They don't have to have ESPN for that. ESPN doesn't own the patent on halftime shows, if that makes sense, you know? That's just something that they probably working on in the future. Like I said, y'all, it's all about priorities. They have limited resources, so it's, you know, certain things make it in, certain things don't. I'm pretty sure they will add it in the future, because we even had it in 14, you know. But just right now, it's just not a priority for them. It's not, you know, top priority. It's probably something they could be already working on. But you got to think about the legal ramifications of it, because who's going to do the halftime show? You know what I'm saying? The halftime show is you got the commentators in the game right now, so they might be no, look, Omar, I agree with you. I'm on your side with this. Have to be an NFL employee, so I don't think we'll ever get college football players in. I'm 100% with you. It says collegiate players are not part of the NFLPA, primarily because they are not legally considered employees. The NFLPA is a labor union representing professional football players who are employed by the NFL teams. Here's why college players are not part of the NFLPA: employee status, NFL structure, and alternative representation. So for employee status, college athletes are generally not considered employees of their universities under the current legal framework, which prevents them from forming a formal union like the NFLPA. And that's why EA has worked with, they have different agencies that represent these players. NFL structure: the NFL relies on college football as a developmental system, and the NFLPA specifically represents players within the NFL. And then alternative representation: since college players can't form a union, other groups such as licensing, that's what I was just talking about, licensing companies have stepped in to negotiate deals on their behalf. And those are the companies that EA Sports works with to get the players' images, likeness into the game. The NCAA doesn't even own it. Yeah, Marvin Harrison, he wasn't going to be in Madden. Marvin Harrison Jr., because he wasn't a part of the NFLPA. I think they might be waiting until it's with ESPN. No, the thing is, there might be a barrier. ESPN, you know, there had to be some kind of contractual agreement for them to be able to use the ESPN broadcast team, but not ESPN halftime shows and stuff like that. They really don't need ESPN to do it, but the commentators that are in the game, it may be something within their contract that, hey, you can use them for commentating purposes, but not halftime shows or whatever. I don't know. Are the top 25 toughest places to play going to change over the year? I don't know if it's going to change over the year, but I mean, inside of your dynasty, it's going to change. You know what I'm saying? It's going to change inside of your dynasty. They have partnership with ESPN. EA Sports don't have they work with ESPN on certain things. Like for example, for this game, we learned in the presentation yesterday that they worked with ESPN for like the stadium sights and sounds, or the sounds and stuff like that, the audio and stuff. But last year they told us the reason they didn't go with the ESPN integration like they have in the past is because by not doing that, it gives them more freedom to what they can do in the game. Because if they have ESPN as a sponsor, ESPN can say, hey, this game has our name on it also, so we demand you do this or this or this or this. And they want more creative freedom, so they go without them. Just like how WWE games, you can create wrestlers from other promotions, but 2K can't put them in themselves. Yeah. The custom roster isn't actually likeness. That's why. Yeah. Madden won't ever have their likeness. It's two different games. The name of the rookie class should carry over. I ain't gonna say it should carry over. We just want it to. Did I miss something, or did they never mention awards? Did they never mention awards helping to develop players? What you mean by that? No, like all that makes sense. What y'all do after you was done reading? Shoot, we just been talking about stuff. Kind of got into the equipment stuff again, and now we talking about important draft classes and just kind of educating people on why certain things don't make it into the game and why certain things are the way that they are with games. Because a lot of people lack the information, and so we have unjustified anger or frustration. Like people want the draft class. Why we can't have the draft class when it's a legal thing? It's not like EA don't want you to be able to import your draft classes. They absolutely do, but it's a legal hurdle. Hey, we wanted a college football game back. We wanted real. Actually, I ain't gonna say we wanted real players. Actually, I like that we have it now. At first, I didn't really give a damn. I was like, bro, 4 years, I'm gonna have a completely different team. I don't care. Just give us generic rosters and let us go. But it's actually cool having the real life players in the game. So users can put it in the game, but EA can't. Yeah. Yeah, but even with so like them putting it in the game, even though they put it in the game, they so last year they didn't let us create a player, not because they couldn't do it, but because they didn't want to risk something else, some legal issue coming up with people creating players like Arch Manning and players who opted out of the NIL thing. They could have done it, but they just trying to protect themselves. Does that make sense? For those reasons, I'm now happy ESPN doesn't have rights to control the game. I'm happy too. I like the creative freedom. I wish they would find a way to do a halftime show though. Nobody's asking for likeness, just the names of the rookie class saves us creating it again. Bro, you can put the names in yourself. That's with that logic. You can when you can do a custom draft, you can customize the draft class in Madden yourself. So put the names that you want. So you absolutely want the likeness. Because if that's the case, you could go into your Madden draft class right now and put the names, change the names of all the players. You can do that in Madden. The likeness is absolutely what people want. Under Armour can't make and sell NFL merchandise, but I could buy Under Armour shirts and put NFL logos on it and sell them at flea markets. Yeah. Yeah. At Burns, it's not even that. It's just that. What did Burns say? Because EA ain't sitting in everybody's house making sure they're not creating rosters themselves. Still isn't their likeness because it isn't contractual. You can walk around and go to the mascot. We saw screenshots. You can walk around and go to the mascots. Yeah, they said that in the presentation, deep dive, that when you score touchdowns, you can walk around now. Like it ain't like you just in one place as a cutscene. NIL, name is literally their likeness. It's literally called name, image, and likeness. Yeah. Bro, I can create Travis Hunter and Madden. EA allows it. But it's you creating them. It's not the company. That's a difference. That's a big difference. A huge difference. Just like you can modify your car, but legally Ford has to jump through hoops to make those same modifications. Yeah. Aftermarket parts. That's why you have a whole aftermarket sideline reporting would be dope. Oh, absolutely. I was happy when the real players was said to be in the game. Yeah, I wasn't. At first, I was like, I don't care. I guess because it was a hurdle for us getting the game back. They was like, well, we want to put real players. Like, bro, just give us the generic players. My exact words was, the community will name those players for us the same way we've done in the past. So, I just wanted the game back. But having the real players is cool. I like it. I'm glad they did. I remember when they were saying Road to Glory was going to be like my player off 2K. That was rumor. I don't know who was saying that. EA wasn't saying that. I get that, but I'm trying to break it down in simpler terms to build it up. I was trying to ask if winning an award gives a player like Jeremiah Smith more XP because last year there were no bonuses. Oh, I see what you're saying. That might be something they do in the future. I think people forget what words are. Halftime shows, recap shows, sideline reporting. They need to step up the immersion. Madden doing it because they in the hot seat to do it. And they are stepping up the immersion. I mean, this stuff takes time. Like I told y'all, they literally telling us in the notes that they have a plan for the game. There's so interesting story. A few years ago when they was covering Madden, when Clinton Oldenburg, no, it was Rex. Rex was over it. He had a vision for Madden. And he let everybody know what that vision was, and he bought up halftime shows and all of that. Years later, he's no longer with the company, but they're finally fulfilling that vision. So when they come into when they sit down with the executives, they say, this is our vision. And they know full well they're not going to be able to accomplish all of that in 1 year. And I'll be honest with you, guys, if they were to able to do that, what would happen next year? People, because that's one thing people come, oh, they didn't improve anything. If they made a perfect game and put everything possible in it, gameplay perfect and everything, the following year would be nothing more than a title update. And people would literally complain about that. And that's why you see from a business standpoint, they put stuff in, they take stuff out, they recycle features because these executives are smart. They're not dumb. They know they can't. They know that we cannot give them a perfect football game. Because then at that point, everything else is just a roster update and people ain't going to want to pay money for a roster update. I don't care why Madden is doing it as long as they finally doing it. And no, it matters why they're doing it because to me, that's a company that's saying, even though y'all been asking for it, we don't really care. We're going to do it to save our own asses, not because of what the fans want. So to me, it absolutely matters why they're doing it. As opposed to college football, who having no ties to the NCAA, they only answer to themselves. They look and in 1 year have made significant improvements to the game. And they're literally telling you, we are listening to your videos. We're listening to your tweets. We are giving the people what they want. For the most part, you're not going to please everybody. But for the most part, they are giving us what we want. And we know this is a fact that they engage because Scott watches my videos. He engages with me on Twitter. They listen. As you don't see that same sentiment on the Madden side. You might now because he's also, working on Madden as well, but games sell when they listen to their fans. But at the end of the day, these executives know we cannot give them everything they want in one game because that would be the end. The moment they do that is the moment that sports games go live service, like your Fortnites. So everything is just like a quality of life update or a roster update. Add everything, they wouldn't have anything to do. Yeah, but maybe graphics and rosters. Exactly. Road to Glory stream, absolutely. Have they even said when they're gonna do that? I don't think they posted anything on the channel or anything. They haven't said anything about when they're gonna do the Road to Glory deep dive yet. But yeah, we're gonna go live for that because y'all care about that. Ultimate Team, I don't know. Like, how can people like Ryan say it's the same Madden? Yeah, because it ain't the same Madden. Somebody said check out his video from today. See? What did I tell y'all? That's why they released the Madden deep dive first. Because now he's saying, oh, college football Dynasty deep dive looking a lot like Madden. All right, let's watch it. Y'all want to check this out, bro? I don't want to make my head hurt today.
Moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep...
Let's peep it.
What is going on, guys? Welcome back. Commentary for you. The trailer just wrapped up. So many of you in there. And I'll tell you right now, the overwhelming majority of you saw this and know what I'm about to tell you.
Yeah, because that's all you talk about is negative shit. So, of course, we know what you're going to tell us. You know what I'm saying? No, I got to hear this.
It's the same game.
I need a laugh.
And yeah, maybe for a week, some of you may play it and see all these changes and think that it's different. But over time, you will realize it's the same game. I am shocked.
Bro, I still play 25 to this day, and I'm finding out new shit. So, he can go fuck himself.
That EA is taking this route. So the main talking point, Dynasty as a coach, 300 abilities, roles that you can go fill at colleges. It's once again highlighting this 2,100 plays, carrying over into archetypes. The claim that this is going to provide depth, make all the teams play different. Listen, it's a very bold statement, okay? And we know this before because EA has said this, and they've not been able to deliver it with NFL football.
They literally delivered that in college football 25. You stand with Ryan? How? Be more specific. What do you stand on him on? Or are you being funny?
So it's strange they're following this tactic. If you can't make 32 teams in the NFL feel unique this way, how are you going to do it 300 times?
This dude an idiot. I will say Madden doesn't feel as unique, but when you have a smaller sample size, you're gonna get a lot of repetitiveness. Does that make sense? If I have 32 people in a room, there's a high chance that a lot of us are going to be very similar in a lot of different ways. But if you have 136 people in the room, that widens to where you're going to have more diversity. College also has different playbooks.
In college football. And if they had listened, if they had given us this skill gap of players, then maybe we would see it. But we don't. They give you the ability to create your own coach, have this new progression curve with it to kind of aid if you don't want to take one of those roles on. And it looks like, honestly, everything is mirrored from archetypes in Madden.
Not at all. College has more archetypes.
It's the same rhetoric. Make sure your coaches and your assistant coaches and your players all have the same abilities. If you do, they'll get a boost. This is what everyone should have been worried about, right?
That's a brand new feature. This dude an idiot.
This is college Madden. I'm sorry. And I can already see people complaining.
But here's the deal. I'm going to tell you why what he just said is stupid. He's saying basically because it's in Madden, it shouldn't be in college football. So, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm a college coach. I'm going to hire coordinators that are going to complement me in areas that I'm weak in, they're strong in, so we become a better team. Do not NFL coaches do the exact same fucking thing? As an NFL head coach, you're going to hire coaches and coordinators that are going to complement you. The reason a lot of this stuff is similar, because they're both football games, Ryan. For somebody that's played football, he should know this. Like, this is stupid.
Oh, you didn't read the notes. Look, if you can't show us the changes in the trailer, spare me the notes.
Wow. Okay, right there, discredited everything. He literally said, if you can't show me the changes in a video, spare the notes. That's wild, bro. So you literally proving that you ain't reading this stuff. That's wild. You can't. So because it's not in the trailer is a trailer. What is the definition of a trailer? So basically, If I'm watching a movie, what's the point of having movies then? You just watch a trailer, right? No, the trailer is a preview. This dude's stupid, man. This dude's stupid. People didn't unsubscribe because he speak his mind. People unsubscribe because what he's saying don't make sense. This dude just said, if it ain't in a trailer, spare me the deep dive. It's a trailer. Even we understand that the trailer is basically a large summary and you have to go read to get the details. This guy.
And they could make an endless video about this. Go back to Madden 20. Remember when they were going to save Madden franchise? They were going to fix Madden franchise? They sat down for 20 minutes. And they told us all of these changes, what they meant, what they were going to do, what they were going to bring to the game. Many of them aren't even in the game anymore. So while this is being done now is a real concern. With Madden, so much of this was viewed as busy work. Or, and this is the other fear you should have, a reason for you to buy XP to avoid the busy work. Because much of this doesn't really change how you play other teams. We get a trophy room. Okay, great. We've asked for a trophy room for years. Is it there? Yes. Are we supposed to be happy about this? Well, some people will be, but for me, this is a far cry from the 2K cribs that most people wanted, where you had an interactive place.
So go play 2K. Let 2K make a football game, it's game over? I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree. The reason why I say that, 2K, go play, what is 2K without VC? Their entire structure is built around VC. You go, yeah, they got the little open world thing, but go into them shops and what you got to do, you got to buy VC. You create a player, your salary is in VC and it is minimal at best. The game pushes and forces you to buy virtual currency. It's played with microtransactions. The story is lackluster in the game mode. Most people only play the story mode. They don't even play like a franchise. The franchise mode in 2K basketball is bare bones. It's bare. Y'all, people talk about, oh, Madden franchise mode is bare bones. 2K's franchise mode is bare bones. Naked like a baby ass out the womb. And that got more shit on it than the franchise do. So when they talking about 2K's game modes, they're only talking about the single player mode, which, yeah, 2K got more in their single player mode. NFL 2K had more features than any Madden. Not true at all. What features? I would tell you what features that 2K had that Madden didn't, where you could customize the workout for your players. Other than that, they had the same thing. Both of them had a halftime show. Both of them had a pregame show. 2K had a post-game show, though. That's the only thing. And that's what people rave about. It was the immersion of 2K. It wasn't the game itself. Only thing 2K has on EA is customization. Everything else isn't monetized. Literally, man, let's continue.
People don't want to go through and sift through pages of icons that they've won, okay? Honestly, that...
Literally thousands of people requested the trophy room. Yeah, spot on, Omar. Now, hey, if it was the 2K back then in 2005 where microtransactions wasn't a part of gaming, absolutely. But 2K is not the same company now that they were then. Madden either. Ultimate Team. Oh, y'all want to know what changed Madden? Ultimate Team. When they start making millions of extra dollars in revenue off Ultimate Team, imagine you making, I'm just throwing some numbers out there. You make $500 million off sales of the game alone. And then you make an additional $700 million off microtransactions from Ultimate Team. What you think is going to take priority in your game? When Ultimate Team took priority in Madden, that's when Madden started going downhill. Madden was a better game without Ultimate Team. Look at college football. They have Ultimate Team, but they know that the base, the core players, don't give a damn about Ultimate Team. So where do they direct their resources to? Road to Glory and Dynasty mode. What's the result? Look at everything they've added this year alone.
could be housed in your gaming profile. It used to be housed years ago in your gaming profile. They've implemented global stats. Again, it seems like a tough thing to sell, right? Historical data, historical stats are now in the game. This should have been in the game.
I will admit, all of those things were in previous games. I will admit. But you notice the stuff that he's not bringing up is the stuff that actually affects gameplay. You bringing up the cosmetic sidelines type stuff.
But now they're literally telling you, because you can go and compare your team's stats to historical stats, and this is a quote, it creates a new level of dimension to the game.
It does add dimension. It literally adds dimension to the game. But you know what's crazy? The way that he's talking, you would think that that they're leading with, oh, the trophy room or oh, stats. They're not. Reading this deep dive, they are not leading with that information at all. That's at the damn end of the damn deep dive. They're not leading and they're not selling the game off of that. But the way that he's talking, you would think EA is selling this game off of the trophy room and stats. That's quality of life stuff.
So you're telling me, because you took numbers from the past and put them into a spreadsheet within the game, and now I can make numbers that equate to those. This is some new dimension in the game?
They never said it was new.
This is a patch. Now, they've updated the transfer portal. Seems like it goes hand in hand with coaching archetypes. Would also create a situation where a player, might want to sign with you based on a scheme fit. And they claim that, there's this stunted progression, so it's going to be slower. That's going to make it feel more realistic. I think the main worry with all of this stuff is that eventually we're going to start to carry these college players over to Madden.
No, you're not. You're not carrying them over to Madden, dumbass. You stupid as hell. You're not able to carry these players over. That shows your lack of knowledge for the product that you bashing.
And they're coming in with this full set of abilities because in some cases you're going to be paying for them.
You can't carry the players over. What the hell is he talking about? Oh, yeah, I think if you cuss in the chat, it automatically holds it. This dude is stupid as hell. You can't even export.
Because it shouldn't be that way.
He literally just saying that, oh, you get all these abilities when you export them to Madden. They'll carry. You can't even export players. He said eventually. Eventually when? When do you see that happening? We talking about the game right now. You talking about future shit that might not even happen.
Because now we're almost in this position where you're building players the same way in both games, and it really shouldn't translate.
How would it not translate?
A college player does not just come into the NFL with all of their abilities prepared to dominate.
Yes, the fuck they do. What the hell is this dude talking about? He said a college player does not go into the NFL with their same abilities ready to dominate. So explain the Joe Burrows of the world. Explain the Pat Mahomes of the world. Explain the Justin Jeffersons and the Chase. But Travis Hunter is going into the NFL with the same skill set that he had in college. And that does put him in a position to dominate. Now, if he does or not, that's on him adapting to the game. But that is absolute horseshit.
We see it all the time. They have also updated this time allotment when spent recruiting players. So the further a player lives, the more it's going to cost you in these travel points. Again, is this a change? Yes. Is this a positive? I suppose. But the original Maximum Football, not even Doug Flutie's Maximum Football, the original, again, we're talking years ago, had this.
College football wasn't out years ago, Ryan. Dumbass.
This is a patch. This is not a selling point.
Isn't every game a patch? Isn't anything new that you put in the game a patch? Like, it's not a patch. You have to literally code this shit in order to do that. I mean, yeah, they could have patched it in, but it's like, I don't know, this dude's...
This is not some deep...
If you patch something like that into the last game, you would literally change the entire dynamic of the game.
Strategy.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first.
Is that your car?
This player does not really live somewhere far away. Some of you get so involved in this, that you think you're actually living the life of this college player, that you're actually living the life of this coach, and these virtual players live far from you. It's all a game. It's all numbers. It doesn't matter.
It's called simulation, dumb fuck. They're simulating real life. Like, what the hell? How do you bitch and complain about the game being simulation, and then when they do simulation shit, that's a problem too? He literally, basically what he's saying is, it's just a game. Like, they're not really far away from the coach, blah, 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 blah. They're simulating real life.
It doesn't change anything. Oh, the player lives 40 hours away? Now I have to deduct.
Y'all have to think past first and second round players, but again, why does he think we'll do that? Where has he seen that they would?
Deduct from this number. The wear and tear gets brought up again. And again, this is some major strategy point. I just don't see it.
Bro, if you don't see the strategy and wear and tear, then you don't know football, my guy. Literally, NFL teams pay athletic departments millions of dollars a year. They pay coaching staffs millions of dollars a year to keep the players fresh. NFL, that's the biggest issue with the preseason and the season being as long as it is the wear and tear. That's why the players want a shorter preseason or no preseason at all. He played high school football. But even in high school football, the teams, like, you beat the hell up. If you make it to the state championship in the state of Texas, your ass gonna be beat up.
I just don't see it. It's injuries in a football game. With Madden, we know the injury.
It's not, wear and tear is not, they've said this themselves. Wear and tear is not about injuries. It's about the bumps and bruises of the game. Like, if I played running back in high school, I played some cornerback, I played quarterback. Playing running back in a full game, you're not injured, but those hits take a toll on your body. By the fourth quarter, you banged up. You're not hurt. There's a difference between being banged up and being injured. Being injured is, I broke my damn leg. That's an injury. You know, having a couple of bumps and bruises and being sore and fatigued.
Injuries are random. We are still not where EA claimed we would be 20 years ago in the Next Gen trailer. So essentially all you've done is just kind of added inputs to this programming tree to make you seem like things are different. Players get injured.
Part of the reason EA ain't where they at is because they keep changing directors for these games. If they kept the same director and allowed them to see their vision come to fruition, they could probably be where they at on some of those trailers from the, because the trailers that he bringing up is when Rex Dixon was over creative director for Madden. He's gone and they got a whole nother guy. Now they got a whole nother guy. Like, if me as a school board have a vision for my athletic program and I'm switching athletic directors every other year, that vision probably may never come to fruition. I don't think he knows that wear and tear isn't an injury thing. He doesn't. It can lead to injuries, but it is not an injury system. If I put Wilson in a football game and he running the ball and I'm hitting his leg every play all game long, he might not never break his leg, but the more hits he takes to that leg, the higher chance you have of injuring that leg. And that's exactly what wear and tear is.
Injured, you substitute another player.
Hey, NFL players, even NBA, they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just on their physical health. The recovery and all that stuff. The elite guys that play for years, they tell you that. LeBron James, Emmitt Smith, like they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the old heads give the young guys that advice. They tell them, hey, when they come in, they tell them, like, hey, your body is your paycheck. You need to spend a lot of money to take care of yourself.
You're in. If you monitor the player enough and you substitute them in before they can get hurt, you lower the chance of injury. Wow. I mean, that's what we're doing.
That's real life.
They speak in a deep dive like this is a major change. This, to make you seem like things are different. Players get injured, you substitute another player in. If you monitor the player enough and you substitute them in before they can get hurt, you lower the chance of injury. Wow.
That's true, though. I don't know, man. Somebody told me to watch the video, and I'm like, Cause then too, I have the type of personality I like to hear what people have to say. But I don't know.
I mean, that's what we're doing. They speak in a deep dive like this is a major change.
It is a major change.
You know,
literally every game mechanic in this game has been given significance and purpose just off of wear and tear. Formation subs in the past was just all about getting the guys that you want on the field. Formation subs now is making sure that your fresh players stay fresh because you're using your backups. Before wear and tear, everybody just played with their starters the entire game. The only time they would come out is if they were too tired to do anything. But because of wear and tear, now recruiting matters because your players aren't going to stay if they're not getting playing time, but you're going to play them as you should because of wear and tear. Your starters, you can't just ride one person to the national championship now. Wear and tear has single-handedly made every other game mechanic matter.
Equivocally, as a user, it takes you seconds. It takes you seconds to do these things. These are not major game-changing things.
Yes, they are.
They mention the formation substitutions and again, how player archetypes are going to help this. So again, we're leaning on archetypes in this trailer to make a meaningful change in 3 different aspects of the game.
No, they not. No, they don't even bring archetypes to the front when it comes to this game. Because not only are archetypes vast between players, but they don't even activate automatically. So no, me reading all of these deep dives and everything that EA is doing, they are not bringing archetypes as a major selling point for this game. My coach has always said, if you hurt, I can use you. But if you injured, yeah, it's a difference between being hurt and injured. Wear and tear is a game. Yeah, this dude an idiot.
Your substitutions, your recruiting, and your coaching. Go back and think to Madden. Do archetypes really matter that much? I would offer no.
They don't matter that much in college football. But like I said, they're not throwing archetypes in your face. That's not even what they leading with these games.
MUT, they certainly mean a lot. But that's a very small window, right? That's a single game
No, MUT in Madden is a big-ass window. The majority of people that play Madden play MUT. MUT is the reason that Madden is selling the way that it's selling. It ain't
playing online. And again, it's seconds out of your day to do these things. And I would say a lot of times in Madden, it's either overpowered or indifferent to how the player actually performs. They have brought in crossplay. That's a great thing. I think in this case, most games are expected to have some form of crossplay. But again, if we're talking about a deep dive, I personally believe we should be going above and beyond what should be there.
He's saying we talking about a deep dive. This dude didn't even read the fucking deep dive. 76 pages of information from this one. Then the presentation, the gameplay one was 40 pages. But y'all, he judges the deep dive off of the video. So he doesn't know. Archetype is just how a player plays. It does matter a lot though. You can't run certain schemes without certain players. You can't be a heavy power team with a small. I get that. I agree with that. But EA, like the college, they're not leading. The way he's talking is that they're selling this game based off of these archetypes, and they're not. Especially with wear and tear being a thing. Career and season health. Yes, wear and tear, literally. That is a game-changing feature.
By its very nature, a deep dive should be discussing things that bring depth to the game outside of what other games do or have.
Hold on, this motherfucker did not just say that shit. This motherfucker said a deep dive should be discussing basically what they're bringing to the game. But I mean, at the beginning of the video, he made it clear that he didn't read the deep dive. Like I gotta hear that again. Maybe I misheard.
So if you're talking about what should be there, by its very nature, a deep dive should be discussing things that bring depth to the game outside of what other games do or have.
This dude, idiot, man.
So if you're talking about a Dynasty deep dive, we should be talking in depth about why you're recruiting players, where you're recruiting players, how you're recruiting players.
They do! What is he You can't make this shit up, man. You cannot make this. That's literally what the deep dive talks about.
Depth about why you're recruiting.
Let me back
players.
up. I gotta hear this whole part again.
Bring depth to the game outside of what other games do or have. So if you're talking about a Dynasty deep dive, we should be talking in depth about why you're recruiting players, where you're recruiting players, how you're recruiting players, how it's going to change. Within this trailer, that was about 40 seconds. What separates college football?
Oh my God, this motherfucker's stupid, man. He's judging. He is judging the deep dive off of a trailer. He is judging the deep dive off of the trailer. I mean, he said it. Because Ryan Moody feels like you should put all of this information in the trailer. Motherfucker, you know how long that video would be if they went through and read all that shit? Now, me, I'd sit through an hour-long video. But by reading, you're going to retain that information better. Because you can always go back and see what you missed. And you can see it in writing. I bought Madden 24 off eBay for about $10 other than the graphics. This dude's stupid, man.
Other than the atmosphere, other than the presentation from NFL football, is the ability to build a team, recruit a team, and play within different conferences. And yet here we are looking at a game that is really, in a deep dive, not focused on much of that. What they're focused on is, once you have your players, you're going to be able to do this with them, that with them, which, by the way, we're already doing in this other game. This was supposed to be a whole different team, whole different developer cycle. And for some reason, we're seeing all of these things from Madden, even down to the scoreboard this year, carry over. If that
They don't even almost have the same score bug.
doesn't concern you, I don't know what to tell you, but it does let me know there is no way that I cannot be back in the week with more commentary.
This guy's a fucking professional troll, dude. He is the greatest. If he trolling, the thing is, he's not trolling, y'all. He's for real. If he trolling, god dang. Troll of the century, bruh. But the problem is you look in these comments. See right here, good job. False. They added more in 1 year than Madden has in the last 10. Read the blog. It's crazy how much they added. He don't read the blog. It's also crazy how little that says about Madden and the lack of effort. So what about all those claims? I'm only negative while others promote how it's a whole new game each year. You still ain't answer his question. You're right as far as Madden, but you're most wrong about college football. I will say that. He is right about Madden. They ain't done jack shit for Madden. But college football has made leaps and bounds in 1 year. This is their second back, bro. They're doing great. They actually try to add what fans want. They shouldn't be your target. Madden should. Dude, I've been a subscriber to your channel for years. Madden has sucked since PS2 days. You won't get an argument from me. With that being said, college football team is actually implementing almost every major request from the fan base this year, aside from the infamous leg sleeve. They added a lot to Dynasty, and I'm not going to pretend they didn't just because EA and Madden have historically sucked. I mean, but here's the deal. It's amazing how much time you spend commenting on 2 pages. Bro, it's literally proving Bordeaux right. Didn't educate yourself on the topics. I mean, but this is the thing. He gets views off of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So he's not like, how many views has this video gotten? 2,003 hours. I mean, he almost at 100. Actually, that was at 99 the other day. He's lost subscribers, I guess, since the Bordeaux incident. But the thing is, you got people that listen to him and agree. Instead of going to, and here's the problem with America. We don't read shit. They tell you, and this is a thing in the black community that we know. Like they say, I was always taught growing up, like if you want to hide something from a black person, put it in a book, because black people don't read. Bro, the world don't read. Because literally everything he said, like what's happening, guys, is all of the hatred towards Madden, he's attaching it to college football, and that's not viable. I'll agree with him on the Madden shit. EA has pissed down the leg of Madden for a long time. But college, in 1 year, the improvements that they've made, to the point where only thing people can bitch about is equipment and what else? And oh, no graphical upgrades. You know what I'm saying? If that's all that we have to complain about, we in a pretty damn good place. Did EA turn them down for something? I don't even know when it all started. Yeah, he used to be like the whole kicking thing. I learned that from Madden. I mean, from Ryan Moody about the kicking. And it's even in college football. The game predetermines when you can block a kick. It didn't used to be that way. Remember, you used to be on the line and it had a button. You can push it and you can time the snap. And if you timed it right, then yeah, you can go and block a kick. And then all of a sudden they took that out. And now it's all, the game decides when you can, it turns into a quick time event. Because even if you time it right, or even if the game allows you to do it, if you don't hit the square button at the right time, you're not going to block it. Flag his video? I mean, but what are you going to flag it about? Sexual content, violent or repulsive content? That is repulsive. Hateful or abusive? Harassment or bullying? Oh, misinformation. Yeah. Flag that shit. Child abuse, promotes terrorism, spam or misleading. I would say misinformation, bro. Yeah, even the Bible. I will say that even the Bible. You got a lot of Christians don't read their Bible, and these preachers stand in the pulpit and preach all of this stuff, and they just go off of it and believe it instead of reading the Bible for themselves. And I'm telling y'all that from experience, bro. My dad is a pastor. I actually used to preach from like 2009 to, I don't know when was my last sermon I preached, 2013. People don't pay attention to the Bible. Now, I don't preach no more because I'm really studying and reading the Bible, and I'm like, this ain't lining up with people being taught. And the church don't want to hear that, honestly. So that's why I've separated myself from the church. But I used to be a preacher, dude. Share a few details can help us understand the issue. Please do not include personal information or questions. I ain't gonna report that man video, man. That's wild though that you can do that. That's misinformation all day. But YouTube don't care about no video game. They don't care about no video game. Let me see what else he done posted. You know whose forehead be sweating? Mine? Nah. The dynamic lighting thing is cool. Next deep dive, Road to Glory. And to see, they used to have the gloves with the logos on them and stuff. Why won't he read the blog and post a video of him reading the whole thing or go live? Because it would jeopardize everything that he's saying about them not implementing change. You know what I'm saying? If he went through and read the deep dive, there's no way, because he's basically down putting a game that nobody's even played yet. I get it if the game come out and you pointing out all these issues, but you're pointing out stuff like you're building your fan base. It's just relevance. It's just relevance. Like, I'm with you. Like, bro, why you don't read the deep dive? The way that he feels is that all of the information should have been put in the trailer, but it's not, and everybody knows that. That's why it's called a blog. It goes into way more detail. He almost got 100,000 subs off of it. But at the same time, Ryan Moody gained all of those subs when he was justifiably right with the Madden community. But then Madden started improving a little bit, and then he was still just nitpicking. And then when college football came out, it was like, bro, that's it. He should have watched the stream. Like, bro, that was my thing. You just... I'm just going here for the comments. Because you do got some people with some sense. But at the same time, you got to think about this. He's getting views off of this, so he don't care. It showed the O-line is still trash. In a deep dive note, here's my thing with stuff like this. Because, you listen to people talk about the games and you watch people play the games. And it's like, it's like people want a game that plays mistake free. And that's not even real life. Moody isn't necessary evil. Improving the game is one thing, but falsely trashing is crazy work. Because it doesn't push his agenda. Yeah, that's it. It doesn't push his whole agenda. He got YouTube fame, I guess, if you will, based off of hatred and pointing negative stuff out. And at one point, like I said, it was justifiable because everything he was saying was factual. But things started changing and he didn't. And then he never points out. But I guarantee you, like, I don't even know if he even plays the game. Because are you buying the game that you saying is so trash? See, right here. This is his most popular video. This video is 100% correct. The block kicks are scripted, and that was 7 years ago. So he's had some factual things, but nah. Overall, no, sir. And he's been doing this for years. Situational awareness example that needs to be in Madden. And that's what I'm saying. He started out on the right note, but Buddy just went on the deep side and just never came back. He went on the deep side and just never came back. Yeah. I think he on Twitter, ain't he? Is he on Twitter? Daily uploads of in the past, I've worked directly with EA Sports, 505 Games, Axis Games, and Canuck Play, among others. Supplied content to the Sim Standard, Digital Pigskin, and co-hosted the East Coast Offense podcast and our MMA show with Jimmy Smith. My channel focuses on showing fundamental issues with gaming in a hopes they could be resolved or at least entertained. And all you show is Madden. So he said he's worked with EA in the past. Daily uploads of football game and semi-regular NASCAR content, exclusive content from Madden, Axis Football, Maxim Football, Football History, IMB Gaming, and other developmental titles. What's his Twitter? Because I would, man. Me and Ryan, we beefed a little bit on you know what I'm saying? we had some beef back then. It's like shut down safety or something, ain't it? That's like his Twitter name or something. Or it used to be. I don't know. He used to be on Twitter. He may have got off. Only reason he liked Maxim football is because Maxim is using him to help promote that game. Because he know that he's opposed against Madden and stuff. He had a sponsorship from them. Yeah, I think he actually did work with EA. I don't think that's cap. I think, but that relationship didn't end well. Shutdown safety? Yeah, that used to be his name. It was Ryan Moody, but I think his social media stuff was like shutdown safety. Let me put y'all on this. I might search history. Might have big booty Latinas pop up. No, that ain't him. I don't know, dog. BBL, big booty Latinas. Who don't like big booty Latinas? Bro, look at this. Y'all can't make this up, man. Sports Gamers Online. See, I told y'all, shut down safety. They wrote an article. YouTuber calls Saquon Griffin's hand a Madden mistake. This was back in 2021. In this industry, everything we put up is heavily scrutinized, from mispronouncing a player's name, not forgetting to incorporate a specific detail. There is nothing that goes unnoticed from the reader's views in the gaming world. It's a big reason why we as media and creators have to pay extra attention to the things we publish and put out for mass. Well, get to the article. Case in point, Ryan Moody, known by many as shutdown safety. Moody has been posting videos covering various football video games for his subscribers on his channel. While he can be defended for what he says when criticizing the Madden NFL series, he recently posted a video where there is no defense. By now, everyone knows the story of Seth. So basically, Ryan said that this was an error. In it, Moody talks about EA Sports struggling to create a trailer because of how the player Griffin looks. He even says that Griffin's missing hand is a perfect representation of that. He then goes on to say that the producer should have looked at the image and requested it removed, on top of other false criticisms that you can go watch for yourself. He started out the video, now removed, due to him being criticized, but captured and re-uploaded by another user by saying he wasn't going to make a video breaking down a still image from the reveal trailer, but he decided to do it anyway. Moody has since issued an apology of the video of the matter, claiming that he neglected to recall that he didn't have a hand. But that's the thing, and that's the same thing like with this deep dive stuff, bro. Like you going off on stuff and don't even read. How can you criticize a game that you're not even reading about? They're giving you the information and you just purposely choosing not to read it, but then want to criticize stuff. Yeah, I'm just telling y'all, that was his name, Shutdown Safety. Y'all see that Becky G in the search? Yeah, I looked her up on Twitter, but Becky G is Jesus. He may have got off Twitter when all of that happened. He used to be on Twitter because he even was fussing at me about stuff. Yeah, I had Becky G. She's so fine, bro. Becky G. Let me see some more comments, man. I ain't gotta pause that. Ain't gotta listen to that shit. 2 replies. I was like, that's the other one's me. That's weird, man. Most of these features should have been a patch. That's the thing. When you release a game every year, you don't have to. There's no reason. Some stuff do get patched. The trophy room was not one of them. Because the time it takes to do it is longer than it's simpler to just add it to the next game. Under the guise of it should be in the trailer, so should FEA put he's missing his hand in real life or in the image for him to see it. Oh, you got a wife? Yeah, I got a wife. I got a wife and kids, man. What they got to do with Becky being fine? Like, I don't know how people do that. Like, my wife is not the finest woman in the world. She look good. She ain't the finest woman in the world. And I'm not the finest guy in the world. There's guys that look better than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why people think because you married or you in a relationship that all of a sudden nobody else is attractive. That's stupid. That's a lie. I'm not going to lie to myself. She think Michael B. Jordan is hot. She like Jason Kelsey. She like, shit, who else was it? Saquon Barkley. And Saquon is a handsome guy, man. No homo. I mean, I don't know. We just realistic around here. You know what I'm saying? Watch Bordeaux. He posted another video or something? If all he talking about is the deep dive, I ain't watching that shit. Hell, I just read the whole damn thing. He ain't. What you mean? Watch him for what? He ain't post nothing. Yeah, you. Shut up, Burns. You crazy. What you mean pause? I mean, that's like, that ain't a pause moment. Like, if a guy is handsome, they just handsome. It don't mean you want to sleep with him. I don't think a guy is handsome in a sexual way. But we all humans. Like, you know if a person has nice looking features, if a guy looks nice. Like, it ain't like, oh, man, he's so fine. I want that nigga. Like, no, hell no. Like, what? Like, that's just being real. If a motherfucker handsome, they handsome. That don't mean he, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all so damn homophobic, bruh. To go from Michael B. Jordan to Jason Kelsey and Saquon. Michael B. Jordan is a handsome guy. Mordo. It's on Mordo.
I've seen all the comments, so I'm...
All right, yeah, we already seen all that. Yeah, I already saw that. He ain't talking about nothing. That's old. Diddler Man Gaming? How? Like, are you a homophobe or something, man? Like, what does that make me a diddler? Just because you're not comfortable in your sexuality to say if another human being is a nice looking human being. How can you sit there and say if somebody ugly, that means that you have the mental capacity to recognize when somebody's not ugly. It don't mean you want to sleep with them. Like, I'm in no way attracted to men, but I also can recognize if a guy looks nice. That's I don't know, man. That's I mean, I don't know. If you scared of being gay or something, you know. I played college football 26 early, the truth. It ain't the truth. All they do is tell you about their experience limited to what they can say outside of the NDA that they signed. Like, all of them say the same thing. The truth. That's just a gimmick to get you to click on the video. And all they tell you is the same shit because they can only say so much. Your toes get what? Ew. My toes get just like everybody else? Huh? What? What are you talking about, sir? Oh, okay, you misspoke. Yeah, man. Did I watch the full video? Which one? That one? Yeah, I watched it. I don't know why it went back to that, but I watched the whole video. I watched it on Twitter, and then I came over to YouTube and I looked at the I watched it through Twitter and I wasn't signed in. And I came in here to look at the comments, but I watched the whole thing. So overall, what we thinking about the deep dive? Is it a plus? There's a lot of good things. A lot of things I wish was a little bit better. What are y'all talking about in this chat? What are you talking about? What you mean? Oh, you was talking about the Moody video? Yeah, we watched it all, unfortunately. Can't get that time back. I knew I shouldn't have did that, but my personality wouldn't let me. I like to know what people think. I like to know the other side of the story. The team builder stuff was the biggest dub? Really? Interesting. The team builder. Hope custom coaches can get hats. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can get hats. Yeah, I need to pre-order too. Actually, I need to call the bank too because they never sent that thing over. And I need to be able to link my accounts. Right, the bundle. Just now seeing how Bordeaux cooked Moody. He really didn't know. Here's the thing, like really, I will say this. Bordeaux just kind of went in after him on that other page. And here's the deal. But I'm gonna compare me and Bordeaux right here. So when I go in on Ryan Moody, I rebut the things that he says. When Bordeaux did, he basically found this guy's other page and used that to discredit him from saying anything about the game. That's like, to me, that was an L. Like, if you're going to discredit somebody, all you got to do is literally listen to what they say and prove if it's right or wrong. Like we just did in the video. You know what I'm saying? How many teams can we get the team builder at once? I don't know. Been around since GameStop days. GameStop's still around. But you talking about the midnight releases when you used to go line up and getting stuff? Only thing I would like to see is a full Road to Glory season and pre and halftime shows in some capacity. Outside of that, I'm happy. Yeah. Now, see, from what I heard about the moments in Road to Glory is like a moment might be an entire drive. But even still, you know what I'm saying? And I guess they do that to kind of get you into the game quicker. But I would have hey, if it's going to be 5 games anyway, why not just have 5 full games? All right. Hang on a sec, y'all. I got to go drain the main vein if you know about. You know what I'm talking about, Bob. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Around pum king, around pum pum. I rip and I rhyme. I rhyme and I rip. That is the way the diamond spits. Huh? What? No. Not yet. I've been streaming. Got work to do. Ain't got time for that. Alright, y'all. I'm back. I had to go drain the main vein, bub. And if you know anything about the main vein, it takes so long. But y'all get the gist of it. What I miss? Do you know he hasn't played a football game since Madden 20 on PS4? He doesn't even have a PS5. Man, that's bull. I don't believe that. I think Ryan be sitting here posting about these games and he be playing it. Because where are you getting all these clips from? I doubt people just be sending you clips all the time. I know this because I had the same issues with him back in the day. Ryan Moody is an EA hater. I was hoping for much more. But I have to take what we can get. Intelligent, well, you said you was hoping for much more, like what? I like for people to be specific. There's good talking points. DM got ADHD? I might, I don't know. I don't think I do. Should have been an option from skip high school completely / play 5 games moments. Yeah. DM, I could have swore you worked at GameStop. Maybe I'm tripping, but I've been around since we was talking about. No, yeah, I did used to work at GameStop. Yeah. Yeah, success. Around that time is when I very first started covering Madden. That's when I made my YouTube channel, but I was doing like little comedy stuff at first, impersonations and stuff. And then I started doing covering Madden. And then I went from Madden to covering football. So you look at my oldest videos. See, I was doing like just impersonations. That's like 2 coaches at my high school. Oh yeah, so this is old. We're gonna watch this together because fuck y'all, I wanna watch it.
Don't settle for less. Here's what they're doing to fix
get that ad revenue, baby.
The company everyone has been writing about is called Nuvia, with thousands
Bring y'all
of
talking
five-star
points to the
reviews
Discord so we can have
and
a civil conversation about them.
99.13 success rate to back it up. It's no wonder Nuvia.
Back when I had my hair cut.
Yes, ma'am. If I get a number 7 chicken nuggets, can I get 2 sauces with them chicken McNuggets? Okay, you want barbecue sauce? Can I get a barbecue and can a pimp get a sweet and sour too? 1 barbecue and 1 sweet and sour sauce. Think you want the meal? You know what, pimpin'? I guess I'll take the meal. Only if I can get a Dr. Pepper for the drink. What else for you? I think that'll be all, because I don't know if I want any apple pies today. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, pimpin'.
Yeah, they was laughing, so they like that.
I sure appreciate that, pimpin'.
I should have posted that shit to TikTok, dog.
I appreciate it. You have a good one, pimpin'.
Nah, that was fun, man. What you doing? Huh? So that's my wife right here, man. Y'all don't care. Oh my God. Huh? She don't work at McDonald's now, but this was, god dang, almost 10 years ago.
I say, oh my God.
That's my wife, y'all. No, okay.
She be making tortillas for me, S.A.
Huh?
Can I get some sweet and sour sauce?
Stop talking like that.
Talking like what?
Turn the thing off.
I'm not turning it off, Bato. It's for the money. Huh? What's up? I ain't doing nothing. What else?
They was mad? Nah. Who was mad?
I love drive through.
Impersonated us up there on Facebook. I've been listening to them. I gotta go listen at the Coach Thomas.
They finna get some views. Y'all finna get some customers. One. Okay.
Yeah, dude. Now I was having fun back then, man. That shit was fun. That was fun, man. Y'all don't know them people, but y'all would know. Hold on, it was one. Where is it at? Ah, yeah, right here. I went to KFC.
I'm on a diet, so let me get that the grilled chicken with a leg and a thigh.
Okay, so that's 2 pieces and grilled and a Pepsi drink.
That'll be just fine.
Anything else for you today?
That'll be all.
573, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Dynamite. Yeah. Even with Sherman Clump, give me $5 bucks, cause you know, yeah, it's affordable. Got me grilled chicken, cause as you can tell, I'm on the diet.
Dog, you talk about fun times.
Now I'm gonna wait for my food. It's a long line. It's gonna be a long wait.
Sherman, you can wait, just like your father, just big and hungry.
Let me tell you something. I ain't started about you, old bag. Don't you start about me. Sherman, get your father, Cletus. It's a long line, though, for real.
Oh, shoot, man.
Well, tell them they better hurry up, cause I know Cletus, he ready to bust up in the hole. No, bag. I told you once, and I told you twice.
Oh, shit,
Leave
man.
me alone.
Oh, that's...
Lord have mercy, Jesus. Sherman, is your father, mother? All right, I'll leave Cletus alone. I'm gonna leave him alone looking like big chocolate steak puff marshmallow man.
It is a long line, man.
Nah, I'm gonna tell y'all what, man, because it's a story behind it. So y'all know, well, some of y'all know if y'all been on the channel long enough. Like my brothers, it was 6 of us, 3 boys, 3 girls. I got a twin sister, and my brother. I had 2 brothers. One of them passed away in 2008. I think I was 21 at the time, 20. Anyway, he was like maybe 22, something like that. Died in a car accident. And like me and him when we was younger, bro, we used to like we had the cassette tapes back then, you know, you sit there record stuff. And we would get on there and do like a radio show kind of deal where we just sitting there going back and forth talking like different people and stuff like that. And we used to do stuff like that all the time, man. And it would literally just be me and him. And we'd let our friends and the other people listen to it. And they would literally, everybody say the same thing. It's like, ain't no way in hell that's just y'all two. But you see like right there how I was able to switch different characters and stuff like that on the fly. Like we, it was me and him doing that. And I would do the majority of voices, but you know, still. So like this one, Norbert and Respucia, Dinner with the Clumps. Like this is all me just
What's
at
good,
one
everybody?
time.
Andre Dorsey here, and I'm sitting with the Clumps. How are y'all doing tonight, man? Sherman, thanks for having me out tonight. Well, Andre, I'm glad you can come out tonight and enjoy these festivities with us.
I was driving.
We just thankful to have you here. Oh, yes, Andre, you just the sweetest little precious angel. Yeah, I tell you what, Andre, you're a pretty good fella. Invite me and my family out here, Sherman and Eddie, and that old wretched old bag over there.
Cletus, I'm gonna tell you something. I ain't gonna start with you tonight, cause I ain't got time for none of that mess. You coming out here talking like, breath smelling like bag of dog dude.
Yeah, dude. Like I'm serious, dude. Okay, I guess that started when I was little. I used to watch Looney Tunes like all the time. I love cartoons to this day. And I just started impersonating and I just learned how to do this stuff. And I've always liked doing it, man. The Norbert and Respucia, I don't even remember this one. That's a long commercial, bro. That's a long commercial. I don't know, dude. I've always done it.
What's going on, everybody? Andre Dorsey, back again with yet another interview. This time, we take a sit down with two people who you may know. If you know them, you know them well. If you don't know them, get to know them. Who am I talking about, ladies and gentlemen? I'm talking about
this was 9 years ago. This was before TikTok was like popular. Like I probably will record these and repost them to TikTok or something like that. I don't know.
None other than Mr. Norbert. Norbert.
I hadn't tried
Albert
stand up.
Rice. Welcome to the studio, Norbert. You know what? Thanks for having me, Andre. It's been a very long process getting here, and all right, yeah. Anyway, Norbert. So for the people that don't know you, can you give them a brief rundown of who you are, kind of where you come from? Yeah, sure. Everyone has their path in life. And this is more or less where mine started. My name is Norbert Albert Royce, and I was an orphan. I like to think my parents loved me very much, but just didn't have the means to properly care for me. I could see them researching all the orphanages in the area, agonizing over their choices, trying to make sure their precious little boy was raised in the perfect environment. Norbert, that sound familiar, man. Did you just quote the opening of your movie? But the movie has been selling very well. Opening in the box office was very tough for me. People were talking bad about me and they were laughing at me, and it's a very touchy, very serious subject here. I understand. So everybody wants to know, man. What about you and Kate? Did you and Kate ever, are y'all still together, man? Are y'all still talking? Well, me and Kate, yeah, that's a very tough one because we really shouldn't talk about Kate because Respucia, me and Respucia's back together, and she might hear you talking about Kate. You ain't gonna holler, no, but I heard you talking about Kate. And you know what else, Norbert? I'm gonna tell you one more time. Quit adjusting my car seat. Well, Respucia, I told you that I didn't adjust your car seat. Yes, you did adjust my car seat, because every time I get in there, my tires make the horn go out, Norbert.
I had too much damn time on my hands, dog. Not really, but Brock Bullwinkle, man. I think Bullwinkle was like the first impersonation I was ever able to do. My Peter Griffin's gotten a lot better. The Stephen A. Smith, nah, that one need work, man.
What's going on, everybody? Andre Dorsey here with another Dorsey exclusive interview, and I'm sitting here with a good friend of mine, Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A., welcome to the studio, man. How's it going? Andre, I'll tell you that it's going wonderful, man. Nice to be here. All right, Stephen A., I'll get straight to the point, man. We have an article here that you wrote back on the 10th of September. Money Can't Buy Love for Berto as final opponent, as money in reference to Money Mayweather's fight against Andre Berto. So the fans, dude, they love your voice, man. And if I can get you to read this article, man, that would be fantastic. Well, I'll definitely read it. I'll definitely do that for you, Andre. Let me see. Floyd Money Mayweather is the best boxer on the planet. If you didn't know, just ask him. Muhammad Ali wasn't better. Both Sugar Rays weren't better. Robert Durant as a lightweight wasn't better. Mike Tyson or George Foreman, two of boxing's all-time great mechanic fighters, weren't better. So that's the case. There is no need to talk about Money Mayweather, about any boxer from this modern era.
Yeah, the Stephen A. one needs some work, bro. The Stephen A. one needs some work. Definitely needs some work. But dude, that's I don't know, dude. I don't know. I had too much damn time on my hands. And then you see like the little giveaways. Like these are the oldest videos. Oh shit, I forgot about this one, dog. I think I was playing the keyboard in this one.
This is Pod
Of course, we
5,
gotta add.
the first fully immersive
Norbert
sleep
keeps
system.
coming up for me of late.
Intelligent, adaptive,
That scene where Norbert was
effortless.
celebrating like
It doesn't
was his
replace your bed.
birthday. Yeah.
It transforms it. Pod 5 listens.
All right, what's going on YouTube? Andre Dorsey here. It's dark, so if you can't see me, I'm sorry. I'll lean a little bit closer so you can see me on my TV. So some people had requests on how to talk like Sherman Klump. My wife's back there. Y'all can't see it because it's dark. But anyway, I really can't explain it. It's like in the back of your throat. My voice is already deep, so it's a little bit easier to talk like Sherman. But if you kind of focus
Play the which one?
on the back of your throat, that's where it's at. And
Nah, that ain't the one I was looking for, y'all. That's one where I was sitting there playing the keyboard. Yeah, see, I started covering Madden like 8 years ago. Madden 18. Dragon Ball game wish list is crazy. I did a video on that, and that's exactly what we got with like Spark and Zero. 1K giveaway, we hit 1,000. 1,000 subs in less than a year. Dawg, this junk it's crazy going back, like looking back over all this stuff, dude. This is wild. The hot seat, dawg, the hot seat, I need to bring that back, man. The intro to that was wild too. I like the intro. I hear the intro.
To Dorsey Made Gaming here, and today we got 2K in the hot seat.
Have a seat there and get comfortable for that.
That intro fire, bro. I gotta bring back the hot seat, man. I got an Obama one. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I don't remember this one.
Andre Dorsey back again, and we have a very special guest in the house today. President, Mr. Barack Obama, ladies and gentlemen. Barack. Thank you. Thank you. Just want to say, thank you for having me here today on such a special occasion, such as this. So, Mr. President, I don't want to talk about politics. I want to talk about what's fun for you. Well, Andre, I'll tell you straight up. Yeah, between me and you, I like to do some of the same things you like. I like to, play golf. I like to lift some weights. I like to talk to Michelle. Take a walk on the beach. I like to play video games. Call of Duty. You play Call of Duty? Yes, of course. I've got a main character. May wanna.
Listening to that is like, it's too crackly and high pitched. But that was my first time trying that, so probably got better over the years. My Peter Griffin definitely better. That ain't no cap. That one right there better, hands down. Dude, you talk about some good times, man. You talk about some dang good times. I was trying to find the one. It was DM impersonations. That was the channel. Oh, shoot. I wonder if I could find that channel, bro. I had a channel where I literally just did impersonations. We got the hat on, bro. I was looking like a... We had the... I missed this right here. My little podcast thing that I had going on with Spreaker. That was fun. Just talking football, dog. Yeah, man. Look at that. More mods. Dude, long shot. You talk about this, and now Kyle. Y'all know Kyle that's on the channel. Kyle literally been on the channel since back during this time. Madden 17.5. I was pissed. EA think they slick. No, we was hot, man. Them Madden games had you hot, man. Dude, this is crazy. Like, oh, shit. Y'all gotta watch this. Fuck this. We watching this shit. My little 30 for 30 parody. Ooh, the old school intro.
What if I told you that the greatest game ever is not playable at the moment? That if you really want it back, all you have to do is click couple of buttons. That if you, being one person, take care of this for yourself, it can happen for all of us. I'm just gonna tell you what, if she nobody football, what this gets to be the best football game of all time. Doesn't matter, expect your PlayStation 4. It's the greatest game of all time. Yes. I'll tell you what, man. NCAA 14, man, that's blowing my mind, man. Sure. Yeah. Football stuff. Yeah, you're gonna be okay.
If you are not watching football right now, I don't know what you are doing with your life. I really, really don't, Pippin.
All you have to do is follow the link in the description and go and vote.
Literally, what was going on with this, y'all? There was a vote going around. Like, people was voting. What do you call those things? I don't know. We was trying to get NCAA back. That's what it was. We was trying to get NCAA back. I can't remember what those things are called. My mind literally went blank. Damn, I had it and I lost it again. Chris Rock, I've never tried to do Chris Rock. Bernie Mac, I have. Why you do your guy like that? Who you talking about, Lou? That's how Lou be talking, man. The petition. There you go. Thank you. Go, play. He be spitting all over the place and stuff like that. I gotta find. Where is that video at? Dog. Proof of the come up. What is that? All right, y'all, real quick, I wanted to do this video because I was going through my YouTube channel and actually found the first live stream that I did for Madden 17. This was done a month ago. Y'all hear me talking to myself?
And I know EA didn't make the show, but still, I'm saying that, you know.
But look at this.
I'm just saying the way that EA can.
Hey, man, that shit brought tears to my eyes, man. Like, I remember those days. Like, okay, so when I started streaming Madden, you can ask Kyle, I lost my job from GameStop. Completely my fault. I did a return for myself. You weren't supposed to do that. They fired me for it. I was actually an assistant store manager too, which is crazy. But that's when I started live streaming Madden. And literally, y'all, I'm telling you, I'm sitting there. That stream should still be on the channel. I don't know. 0 people in that motherfucker watching, dude. And like, dude, like, to think, like, oh man. Wow. 0 comments, 0 people watching. But y'all, listen, this is what you gotta do. You see what I'm doing? I'm sitting here talking in this video like I got a room full of people. So for anybody that's saying, you know, like the dude in the video the other day, laughing, talking about, man, you ain't got but 18 people or this or that. Man, look. What was that one company making college football? You had 989 Sports also they made the Game Breaker series. But dude, like, that's real stuff. Like, if any of y'all ever thinking about doing YouTube or streaming or whatever, like, bro, just start. And I was always told, act as if you got a room full of people. And that's what I did. Like, it was legit 0 people in there. And I'm sitting here, you know what I'm saying, talking and doing all this different stuff, like, room full of folks. And then you look like today, I mean, over 8,000 people have been in this live stream at some point in time. And the most people at one point was like 700. So it's like, it's crazy. Like, I'm trying to find a certain video, dude. I did this little skit thing, man. It is corny. I had a cell phone and this little camera thing. Like, we made it work, man. We made it work. Make commentary legendary again. Bandai still missing the mark. Fighter Z. I think that was before. It's Cam Newton being targeted. Oh, dude. We had the little whatchamacallit, the DM Gaming Morning Show. That's what we called it, man. That was fun. I need to bring that back. Dude. Cause we had, like, the conversations we have here, man, that's what it was like. You have to do one for college basketball, man. And then covering, god dang, man, Ultra Instinct was 7 years ago, bro. That's wild. That is crazy. Immersive, innovative, episode 4, more ESPN. I had a lot of great ideas too. I need to go back and watch these and really just kind of bring that stuff back out. Story time with Stephen A. Shadow War. I was surprised like this, like, oh dang, that video got 5,000 views. Like, that was crazy. Look at this right here, man. This video was 7 years ago. There was 1,000 people at one point. See, I didn't even know that. I just seen like 7. I was reading. Look at this. This video was 7 years ago. Ghost of Tsushima.
What's good, YouTube? Dorsey Made Game.
Literally 7 years ago, with the newly announced IP from Sucker Punch Games, the developers of the infamous series, Ghost of Tsushima looks and sounds to be one of the best games no one is talking about. And that's true. Nobody wasn't talking about that junk, man.
And I mean, how else are you going to advance the storyline or whatever? But it's basically go where you want, do what you want.
This is wild, y'all. Madden 19 said I was on it, dude. I started doing little food reviews right there, man. They don't let us show you the preview. I want to open it up. That was my other brother that died. He got shot to death a year after. So that one brother I had that died in 2008, my oldest brother, he died in 2009. He died a year later. He got shot to death. Made a little song. I was making songs and shit, dude. I had too much time on my hands, dude. Don't judge me. We ain't playing that shit. That shit was terrible. Except for that hit him in the mouth. That one went hard. I like that. That song right there. I tried to get that into Madden so bad. I tried to get that song in Madden. Dog. The hit him in the mouth? Dude, this is crazy, y'all. Yo, trip down memory lane right here, Bob. Hey, EA, it's in the game, right? Ah, that's why. Same stuff people saying right now, man. EA, it's in the game, right? Dude. I'm looking through this, dude. Like, I really do miss doing that morning show. Special guest, not Cat Williams. Because I love to talk. Just get on there and talk, man. I'm trying to find this certain video. I miss my hair being like that. Leaked images. That was back when Clint Oldenburg was creative director on Madden. Real reason. See, I was fighting to get college football back. Aha, man. Yeah, I gotta check this one out. My little Vegeta. That's crazy. That was 7. I've had that thing for 7 years. Wow.
Just where do you think you're going?
Gotta get ready for work, man. Yeah, you see the name tag. Dillard's in the building. Stand up. Used to work at Dillard's. Dog, I miss Dillard's. I'm gonna tell you why, man. There's a lot of good-looking women in Dillard's. I'm working in the clothes section. They come in there, the meemaws. That's what it was, the meemaws, bub. Shopping for their grandkids and all that. The meemaws. Hey, young man, can you help me? I sure can, meemaw. What you need? The mall, man. W name tag. Yeah, man. Who's professional? You already know this.
You already know.
Well then, I'm coming with. That's gonna stay here by myself. I've been training all day, and I'm tired, and I wanna go on a road trip.
Man, whatever suits you, man. Come on, so I won't be late. Time to go.
Yes, a road trip. This should be delightful.
Vegeta, don't you think you need to put on a seatbelt?
A seatbelt is for cowards! The seatbelt was too big, so I'll remain in this cup holder for now. Don't mock me, boy. Now that we're here, am I coming in or what?
I think it's best that you stay in the car.
Stay in the car. In here. In the car.
Yes, in the car, man, because I just know if I bring you in, people gonna be wanting to take pictures, you're gonna be acting stupid, you're gonna be wanting to train and blah, blah, blah about your pride and all that. It's too much, man. Just stay in the car.
Very well. It's going to be
the pancakes.
Today, we're going to be cooking pancakes and sausage. Yeah, sausage. A Saiyan's favorite. Pancakes and sausage with the Princess Saiyans. As you can tell, we have our ingredients ready. We've got our pancake mix, we've got our eggs, we've got our buttermilk, and we've got the sausage. And yes, I did wash my meat. And now, I'm going to use my Saiyan abilities to cut this sausage into little circles. With my Saiyan pride, of course. And presto! Just like that, the Prince of all Saiyans just cut some meat. Now it's time to make the pancake mix. We're going to need some mix, some buttermilk, an egg, and some oil. So, now that we've got the pancake mix ready, we've already got the sausage cooking too. Now it's time to make one big ass Saiyan pancake. We had to butter the skillet first, and I do use butter, not oil, because of the flavor. A Saiyan prince has to have flavor. We're gonna let these little puppies start to cook till the bubbles start popping on top, and then we shall die. So then they're all like, "So Vegeta, how'd you learn how to cook?" And I'm like, "Mind your business." That's how. Yes, the sausage is coming together nice.
Oh shit,
If
man.
I do say so myself, and I do say so. And I do say so much. A little hint while making pancakes: you don't want to cook them too fast. After you make the batter, you want to let the batter sit and grow like my power level. It's over 9,000. Look at that marvelous golden brown. Something like Super Saiyan. But I don't need that anymore, because I have the power of a Super Saiyan God! Blue hair, blue eyes, I don't care. Eyebrows on fleek. Saiyan Prince style. Now, it's time to get the pancakes off the skillet. It's time to get that sausage. The Saiyan sausage in here. Yes, dinner is served.
You was too hype? I mean, I think that's awesome.
Whatever.
Man. Like, you don't really see a lot of women. You see women in gaming, but like in sports games. So I thought that was real cool. Like, that's dope to me. And then you be on the channel and you in the live streams and you on the comments and you playing the game. Like, that's hella dope, man. I've never met a female that played football games. You know what I'm saying? Like, hell, no, that's fucking awesome.
I'm a Super Saiyan God. That's it, human. Yes. Yes, serve those bloody pancakes, human.
No, I got too much time on my hands, dude. SSJ9K, bro. This dude, I used to love watching his videos.
Very intriguing indeed.
Vegeta, what are you doing? My friend told me, Chris, he watched his channel too. He was like, dude, you should do a living with Vegeta series. And then back, like at this time, I didn't have a TikTok. TikTok, I don't even think was nothing like it was today. So I don't know. Shit, maybe I got time on my hands. I ought to bring that back.
Tell me something, boy. Who is this SSJ9K?
SSJ is he's a YouTuber Does Dragon Ball Z parodies. Pretty good, but what you doing watching them? Why they won't bring it back? All right.
Mind your business, that's what.
Why y'all always make that noise whenever y'all surprised or something? I mean, it's kind of creepy, Vegeta.
Whatever. Steve, tell me something about this Sensu Bean cartel. What is it about? You know I'm not a big fan of those Sensu beans.
Man, damn all that, Vegeta. What you doing watching somebody else's YouTube channel? I got some Dragon Ball Z stuff on there. Why you ain't watching my stuff?
Your content is mediocre. I am a Saiyan Prince, and as a Prince, I should be able to watch the best of YouTube content. I've also been watching Geekdom 101, as well as Rhyme Style. How do you like those apples?
I mean, it kind of hurt, dog.
Yes, it hurts. The pain, the anger, that's how I used to feel working under Frieza. A Saiyan's pride.
Man, if you finna talk about this pride stuff, I ain't got time, man, because that's all you talk about, your pride. My pride, bro. We so sick of hearing about your pride, Vegeta. Like, get a life, bro.
Get a life? How dare you?
Yeah, get a life. Live with it. You will never be Goku.
Really?
What the
That's
hell?
where we are right now. That's where we're at.
That's crazy. Stephen A. Smith talks Madden 19, creative director. I smell mutt. The hot seat. I told you, look, the perfect Madden presentation, dog. Where is it? Content creators hurting the game. Wow. I try to be careful as a content creator, like to be realistic about stuff. Not to, it's the word I'm looking for, sugarcoat. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm gonna go to that video. I'm looking for something real quick, but Destiny 2. Should college football players get paid? Tell you my sentiments on that. Red Dead Redemption 2, buddy. Golly, man. They're trying to go back, man. Bird Box review. Okay, we moved houses at this point. I missed that house. That house was... Man, I like that house. Daycare Under Fire, Anthem. Cat Williams and Tiffany Haddish comedy skit. This is where we started covering Dragon Ball, and the channel just took off, man. The channel took off.
At Granger,
I'm gonna play this one. I'm gonna go to that video.
Including the ones that help keep your workplace.
Boogie. Bird Box review. Yeah. This shit funny right here, man. I love comedy. I'm telling y'all, I love it. With the DM network, and we have some breaking news out of early January 2019, and it seems that Tiffany Haddish, in the most recent of situations, had a comedy concert down in Miami a couple weeks ago, and word is that she completely bombed the performance. From our sources told us, sources on the ground there told us that there was a heckler out in the crowd, and Tiffany could not deal with the heat, and she completely bombed the stand-up routine. She just began rambling and chalked it up to a bad night. Now,
this is news because a while back, Cat Williams took a ton of heat because he was basically telling everyone that Tiffany Haddish was not as or shouldn't be as popular as she is, that she isn't a true comedian, and go on record by saying, you know, asking the question, what was Tiffany Haddish's most famous joke? He said, no one knows. No one knew what that was. Nobody could tell him what that was. No one can tell themselves what that was. And he took a lot of slack from the Afro-American community because of that, you know, saying that, you know, nobody supports black actresses and things like that. But Cat Williams went on to say, you know, that Monique, who is an established, and we're gonna see what Cat Williams has to say about what was going on. Cat, are you here with us?
Yes, Andre. I'm definitely here. I want to start off by saying that I never wished anything bad on Tiffany Haddish. It was never anything negative that I really wanted to present to the table on Tiffany Haddish. I really hate that the community would take what I said and twist my words and make it look as though I wanted her to fail. I did not want her to fail. Cat never wants anybody to fail. I really wanted her to succeed and be the best that she can be. The only thing is that I, for lack of better term, was just exposing what was real in front of us. And in exposing what's real in front of you, Cat, was it, let me see, was it more about, do you think that it's just the culture, the society that we live in right now, or do you think that it's more of the people maybe, right, that, you know, you were a little bit rough on her, or, you know, things like that? Well, definitely, I feel that the community it's a little bit of both, Andre. I really think that society that we live in right now, everybody is so easily offended by everything that anybody says. I'm a comedian, but I also like to keep it real. Anybody that follows Cat Williams knows he likes to keep it real, and this is just one of those keep it real. With one of our reporters, or they've pulled a feed here from one of our reporters out in the field that you spoke with a couple of weeks ago. I don't know if you remember or not, but we're going to take you to that scene really fast. I cannot imagine. Beautiful city. Down with Tiffany Haddish. Huh? What? Oh, pimp, you got the light bright. You got to get the light out my face. I can't see. Yeah, I'm talking about Tiffany Haddish. So what? I hope she get out there, and I hope she follow her. Cat, I'm going to leave you a chance to comment on that. Do you have any comments on that? Well, see, I really don't know how to comment on that. I mean, there's a time when people are dealing with certain issues, and intoxication may have been played a factor in that, or whatever the case may be. But, you know, I stand on what I say, that Tiffany Haddish What's good, YouTube? DM Gaming here with another highlight film. Y'all don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button, turn on notifications for more. Literally made a damn highlight tape of Madden. That's crazy.
Crazy thing is, I don't even remember how I did that because I didn't have OBS and stuff like that at the time. I don't remember how I did this. Dog, real talk, I was doing Bordeaux like shit before Bordeaux knew was doing that shit. QBJ, inspiration for real, for that.
Wilson pitches the ball. Dorsey has the ball, makes a cut upfield, roll a spin move on the drop of the hat. He's up the sideline for another touchdown. This kid is phenomenal. Great poise, great athleticism. Who can stop this kid? Andre Dorsey, aka Mr. Elusive himself, has done it again. Too much time, dog. It was the days, dog. I gotta get back on my stuff. See, I had time on my hands when I did all that. Player motion, that was something EA brought out. Real player motion technology. The real reason they won't bring it back. That's a 5-minute video, so I much didn't say much in that. DM game in here, y'all. Today I got just really quick thing that I kind of want to discuss that it was on my mind, you know, this morning doing the paper route. And that's about NCAA and why EA Sports probably won't do it again, or probably what will bring it back. Well, I got to thinking about what was the differences between NCAA and Madden. And then I also got to thinking about why is it that a company like IMV can do a generic college football game with the ability to not only create stadiums, but also to create teams. So you could put the realistic teams into the game, I would imagine. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's some hoops they may have to go through with that, but I'm pretty sure they'll be able to do those things. But with that being said, I was like, why is it that they're able to do it and EA is not willing to do it? Because EA could definitely do it. Because they've even had team builder in previous versions of NCAA. And the answer to that question came to me and it said, look at Mud. Look at Mud. And that's true, man. You got to look at Mud. NCAA 14 did have the ultimate team thing in there. And the thing about it was, I don't think a lot of people played it.
All right, Favor, appreciate you for coming in.
Even now, when I see people on NCAA 14, they're not doing the ultimate team thing. And it made sense that that's the reason why EA Sports is not doing college sports, because they could do generic and allow us the capability of creating the realistic teams. They're not doing that because they want to make huge profits off microtransactions via ultimate team setups. That's why EA Sports is pushing so hard for college players to be able to get paid. And y'all, that to me makes the most perfect sense as to why we don't have any sort of college football game. Because even in Madden, we had Oregon and Texas in there this year. But the only way to play with them was through what? Mud. Why couldn't we play with those teams and play now? Wouldn't that have been cool? Only in Mud? Yeah, you get what I'm saying? And not only that, but they use generic rosters. So you have to ask yourself, why couldn't they make a college?
Well, I guess we was wrong about that, because even now, college isn't pushing ultimate team down our throats. So, you know, I don't think that channel is still. I don't think that channel exists anymore. I think I deleted that channel. Oh, that ain't it. Dang, lady, chill. I just golly, what? I didn't click on that. I swear. Where is it at, man? What? We coming out on top with that, ain't too? I guess ain't too many people do that. Showing up at the top of the search for clump impersonations. It was a video I had, man. I literally played. I was playing the keyboard in it. It ain't on this channel. It's got to be on the older channel or something. I heard a lot of people like College Ultimate Team because it was bare bones. So I hadn't heard anything about College Ultimate Team. I actually even forget that it even exists. And that's what's crazy. Yeah, them older videos was wild, man. I had a lot of fun doing that stuff. Watch Dogs 2. That was my first video that got like that 14,000 views. Copy fix for PS4 Pro video issues. Literally fixed that. That video, 14,000 views, man. Power Rangers game, that was fun. Xbox Scorpio. I mean, like 8 years is, 10 years is a long time, but it's like crazy that I literally been on YouTube. It ain't even been 10 years. And I really just been going at it hard since college football. I mean, since the Dragon Ball days. Top 5 cornerbacks in my opinion. So look at this. I made a video 8 years ago of me hitting. I want to watch this. A million subscribers.
What's good, YouTube? You know who it is. Dorsey Made Gaming, baby. And y'all, man, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Like, y'all don't know how.
I made a video literally talking about hitting 1 million subscribers. I forgot I made that, but we gonna keep that. Unlisted. I had to take that one down. Channel intro. I'm trying to find it's an older video. Oh, that's when I was beefing with I had some beef with what's his name? President Rose. No, that wasn't President Rose right there. That was Just Saying. That's crazy because we actually even did a podcast together. I forgot about that. That's crazy where your journeys take you, man. That's wild. Let's go back to Twitter and see if it's anything. I don't know. Have y'all heard anything about when they're gonna do? Hit the like button on that shit. Anybody? They hadn't posted anything. I started with like a 79 yesterday, today, and my team is a 96. Huh? Oh, you're talking about Ultimate Team. I've touched it, not too much for me. The Ultimate Team thing I'll play every blue moon. I played it a little bit, but that's because it was a company that wanted me to push those, market those coins or whatever. But bro, look at this, man. This is so out of touch. Bordeaux says, for those of you who have watched through all the changes coming to Dynasty and College Football 26, how are we feeling? He said Dynasty still has nothing to do besides recruiting gameplay. What else are you supposed to do in Dynasty mode? What did people say to this comment? Guys want to be in coaches' offices disciplining players who skip class and then tell his wife he'll be home late while he watches film and drinks whiskey. True immersion. Oh, man. I swear, dude, the comments never fail. The comments never fail. What do you want to do? Bro, you sound like someone who gets bored of a significant other after a date or two. Dynasty is all about creating a dynasty and maintaining against 31 other users. You're probably not good at it, and that's why you speak in such a way. What else do you want to do? Flirt with your recruits? Bro, what? What else do you effing want? What do you think college coaches do? You want to hit the strip club? Oh, shoot, man. What? After reading Team Builder, now I need to find the perfect school to replace just for the proximity to home. You're supposed to build a team, bro. What do people get? Yeah, man, that's wild. I don't know if that's somebody trolling or if he's serious. Breaking news, Dynasty exactly what it entails. Can we say the same legit for every game mode? Gameplay and packs for MUT. Gameplay and signs and drafts for franchise. Like, dog, stop complaining. You still gonna play it. Bro want his coaches to fuck the recruit's mom and get auto commit. Why they showing bud on my page, man? I don't even smoke. That's wild. Because I'm black. That's probably why. At this point, play the game and build a better roster to win championships. Work your way. You can't do anything but play Dynasty and Dynasty. Yeah, I mean, like, what did you expect from that comment? What did he expect? U.S. military strikes on 3 hours. Did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program and likely only set it back a few months. Wow. Just in. House votes 344 to 79 to kill Representative Al Green's motion to impeach Trump, with 128 Democrats siding with Republicans. Dudes want tattoo creation in college football 26. He has some good stuff on there. Like, I get the one leg sleeve, hanging mouthpiece, ski mask. That's really the 3 that they want. Tattoo creation, that ain't happening. Thigh pad design, probably ain't gonna happen. This could. Team logo on gloves, towels, hand warmers, back plates, wristbands, and leg bands. That could. Yeah, Easter egg with confetti. You just had another losing season. Your wife has left you plus 10 coaching points. Oh, shoot. Tyree's voice from EA College Football 26. What more do you want from me? Yeah. More different body types. They've added one different body type. Cleat creator. Probably not going to happen. Smaller spat. I like that. Back plates, flak jackets, and shoulder pads. The smaller spat. The more realistic spat. Compression undershirt plus arm sleeve combo. More hair types plus hair coming out of helmet. Why? I thought it was players that had hair coming out of their helmet. But you don't see a lot of that in college, though. You don't see a whole bunch of it. Maybe that's why they didn't. I don't know. Smaller coaches risk. And risk coaches on waste instead of risk option. Thus, you don't get a lot of players that wear those coaching things on their wrist because it can get snatched off by another player. This right here is a high school. That's a high school thing. Turf tape plus undershirt combo. They don't want a football game. They want to play dress up. I mean, some of that stuff is a stretch. Like the logo gloves I get. The different body types. The smaller spat, I get that. But other than that, like, it's, yeah. Yeah, you just reaching at this point, big dog. Seems a little low at EA Sports. What do we think about Auburn family? Look, they even replying. Toughest place to play. College Football 26 makes a massive step towards realism. I love this shit. Hold on, where did you get this info from? Oh, that's from the gameplay deep dive. Wonder why you're just not posting it now. Boy, these motherfuckers is crazy. Mike Johnson, many respected constitutional experts argue that the War Powers Act is itself unconstitutional. I'm persuaded by that argument. They think it's a violation of Article 2 powers under the Commander-in-Chief. Yeah, y'all, they're going to say that because they want to be able to do what the hell they want to do. The fact of the matter is it's in the Constitution. So now we get to the point where they want to throw the Constitution out the window. I'm telling people, here's the thing. If you're Republican and you support this administration having unlimited power, what are you going to do? Like, if you have that mindset, you cannot bitch and complain when the Democratic president or a president from a different party get into power and have unlimited power. It's good when it's your guy, but when it's somebody else, can you handle that? If the answer to that is no, then we need to break away from this before we fall into a dictatorship. College football Barbie Dreamhouse edition. I really don't like her, bro. It feels like we living in a fucking simulation in a damn what do you call it? A reality show, man. With all this stuff going on, this is wild. Mr. President, don't take your anger out on me. I'm just a silly girl. Take it out on whoever convinced you to betray the American people and our Constitution by illegally bombing Iran and dragging us into war. It only took you 5 months to break almost every promise you made. Ooh. I've seen so many people go from like to hating back to liking Trump in the last week. It's crazy. I don't know. I'm not happy about the thing with Iran. Because, number one, there's no proof of them having any nuclear weapons. So you're bombing them on suspicion. Number two, there's still diplomatic processes in place for you to be able to go and do that stuff. You don't just, I feel like going to bomb them and you bomb them. Like, that was between them and Israel. And you campaigning on ending wars and then you go and start one. Like, that's wild to me. ICE forces U.S. Army Purple Heart veteran to deport after taking 2 bullets in combat. Bro, if you went to war for this country, you should be able to walk around the streets naked with your dick out and should nobody say nothing to you. Things that EA addressed in Dynasty mode. All of the notable changes. A thread. Create your coach or be a real coach. Coaching abilities have been increased. Not really. They just changed some. They didn't increase them. They just... I go on a service call for 30 minutes and y'all start talking politics. No, I was just scrolling down Twitter, man. I was bored. I try not to get into politics because people are so decisive about it. But, I mean, if you follow me on Twitter, you already know where I stand on shit. A consistent transfer portal to match real-life portal. A true head-to-head battle to land your guy. Better team needs screen availability. Increasing developmental traits. Better training results screen. Easier navigation. They had it way more than that, but go off, sis. Breaking. Trump's Nobel Peace Prize nomination have been officially withdrawn for escalating conflict in the Middle East. Trump wanted the prize because Obama had one now. All he has is, man, he finna do something off. He finna do something crazy. That dude do not like being told no. Thanks for all the content. Made work smooth day. Hey, however I can help. Because I'm going to tell you, when I'm making donuts, bro, it's just me. And so I literally just be listening to stuff. I can find something to hold my attention like that and stuff. That's awesome. So I'm glad I was able to provide that for y'all. I'm still saying salty over you calling it the Mills thing. Thank you so much, Scott O'Gallagher. Advanced week confirmation. That's when you just advance per week in the game. What was my biggest like and takeaway from the deep dive today? I don't know. From the deep dive today, Dynasty. My biggest like, the thing that I like the most. God dang, it was a lot. Bro, she is so damn fine. Ashley, oh my goodness. Help me. 2 different eye colors, bro. She is, I don't know, man. Let me scroll back up. I don't need to see her, bro. I don't need to see her. For me, honestly, it's kind of everything. Does that make sense? Like, I liked the recruiting aspect and stuff. I like the depth that they're adding with recruiting. That you can't, have your players wanting to transfer. Playing time is important. I like that they changed it to where they pay attention to snaps. Like that was a big plus to me. That was a huge plus to me. Like, I honestly, only thing that I didn't like was the coaching skill tree. I still kind of feel like that's smoke and mirrors. But upon reading, they did add some other stuff. And all they're creating is a way for it to be more valuable and meaningful and harder to obtain, which is fine. But I like the integration with more of the skills. And it's like, you look at last year's game and it really was a building block. Because they literally, like, stuff that didn't make sense last year makes sense this year. Like with the coaching skill trees and stuff, it's like some of that stuff, it's like, bro, what is the value of this? And then you see the same thing this year and they add something else and it's like, okay, now the value is there. So they was building, yeah, bro, she top 10, dog. She top 10. I'm gonna just take my time scrolling past that. I'm gonna give me a drink of water. Biggest like is the what stats? I agree, man. I get a sack on the quarterback. Give me 5 seconds. Put the spotlight on me. Let us celebrate. It's okay to taunt. Bring back taunting. Let me talk my ish. I agree with him on that. You said AI. Team builder update. UFC's new uniforms. I mean, it'd be cool to see the side view. Like, what's the decals look like? Right here. That all black is clean, man. Ashley, my biggest like from the stream, though. Man, Becky G, dog. Becky G. See, even they got the gloves. The team thing gloves, you know. I like that, dude. Them uniforms fresh. I like the little sleeve right there, man. Right here. See, they got the team gloves on here, man. Don't throw that in the game. Look at that. Yeah, throw that shit in the game. Them uniforms. See, like that's basic, but it's cool. That icy white, man. All white uniforms, all black uniforms, 100%. All the expansion of stats. Yeah, I like that from a game planning standpoint. Like for me, like you see those people's stats and it's like, okay, you kind of know exactly where they're coming from and stuff. European Union says it will take action against Israel if it does not stop war in Gaza. Bro, we on the cusp of World War III. Seriously. EA Sports, what's the loudest stadium in college football? Neyland Stadium. It's a video game, guys. AOC, she straight too. Look cute self. Affirmative action is when Barack Obama gets the Nobel Peace Prize instead of Donald Trump. That's wild. That is not what affirmative action is, dumbass. Hey, these folks stupid. I'm sorry, but this flabby, dead-eyed ghoul is not my hot yoga coach. Lane Kiffin, man. He retweeted that. I mean, hell, if you want them to have your likeness in the game, let them do a face scan on you, you know? If they don't have that ability, they're gonna make it the best way that they can. We'll never make it to GTA 6. Oh, shoot. Deep dive into Dynasty mode. Transfer portal. That's a W. I like what they did with that. Coaching staff abilities. Yep. Dynamic deal breakers. I like that they can change. That's dope. I don't care about the 32% crossplay. I know what some people do. I don't. Stuff coming to College Football 26 Dynasty that will matter to the guys with hundreds of hours. You can see a player's stats in the bottom right corner of the play card. That's not all either. You can also see their dev trait, deal breaker, wear and tear effects, and their top 6 stats. If you want more details, you can directly view their player card or stats from this screen with one button. Yeah, them all, I'm telling you, dude, them all white jerseys. Them right there. And these right here, the all black, the all white. Golden. I'm sitting up here just scrolling Twitter. Formation subs. It's going to be some cheesy stuff with the sub pack, my boy. And I don't care. I'm putting my 99 speed wide receiver at tight end and running seam route. Bon voyage. Y'all think that's going to work, though? Man, whoever stream that was got 826 people in it, Bob. Yeah. Recruiting battle. Yeah, that's a plus. Careful with the scrolling, G. Never know what's going to pop up on that site. No, don't nothing like that pop up on my feed. It's all political stuff, but I got you. I say that, then something like this pop up. Why, man? Why? What's going on here, man? Is he making himself into a woman, bro? That's his life. The home screen. I do like the new updated home screens, though, man. That's pretty sick. I need to see one for my Texas Longhorns, though. Come to the silk. Wouldn't it be cool to get that game early? Wouldn't it be cool to get that game early, bro? See this? There you go. I told y'all, man. I told you. And Charlotte actually is D1. Charlotte is D1. This is how that coach dresses every game, dog. He have on shorts, and he got this cut off top right here, like a great value Belichick. I like you have to work to keep those recruits every once they sign your team, even once they sign on your team. And at least we have 3 stadiums we can build off of. Oh, absolutely. I don't even know. So I wonder, are they gonna, okay, this is the beta. So are they gonna update the website though? Oh, we ain't doing all that. Yeah, that's the coach that I was telling y'all about, man. That's funny, dude. That's funny. Thoughts on the trophy room? I like it, man. I like being able to go back and see. And like sometimes when I play, I do, like I told you, the whole role playing thing, building up to the game and all that kind of stuff. So it's like all of that adds to it. Being able to go look at the trophies and talk about the past success. I'm storming the EA. They didn't give me early access to nothing. Man, I hope this time next year I'll be, the one going down to Florida and stuff like that. But just know that I wouldn't be able to tell y'all nothing. That's kind of a blessing and a curse, man. Like, yeah, you know, one of the content creators that get to see the game, talk about the game, have a little bit more insight, but making video wise, you basically got to play dumb. You got to play like you don't know stuff when you know it. I'm nervous about it. Like, I feel like it'll happen, but I'm nervous because it's like, I have to sit here with y'all and y'all would know. And you'll have people asking like, man, tell me. And it's like, I can't legally. So I have to sit there and act like I don't know what's going on. Apparently, for some reason, they made College Football 26 closed beta. They made it only for people that bought the deluxe edition. And the content creators got it. Can't wait for June 7th. Content creators and influencers, those people got some too. It wasn't just for like the Madden people. Ah, buddy, she popping up again, man. Why you popping up again, Ashley? What you doing? Silencing the crowd. We've also added a new mechanic to give away. Yeah. I'm excited for it, man. I don't know when the Road to Glory deep dive is. If I had to guess, I would say it'll be next week. But y'all let me know what y'all think, brother. A lot can change in a year. You definitely will be there. I hope so. That's the goal. That's definitely a goal. But I'm finna get off here, guys. I've been streaming all day. She want that attention. She can have it. She can have it. She can have it. But I'm finna hop off of here, man. Give me something to eat. Watch me some TV. Things like that, Bob. But I appreciate y'all for tuning in to the stream, dude. It's been awesome. A lot of great information. I'm excited to hear more. Excited to get my hands on the game. And more excited to actually make content for y'all this year. I wasn't able to do that last year. But this year, we're going to be able to do it. So, appreciate y'all, man. Till next time. Peace.